here. G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the Shadowverse Open West March Cup for the 2023 season. Thanks for tuning in here tonight for all of this amazing Shadowverse action heading your way. As always, it's one Baz, it's one Dawnbreakers Trickster joining here with me today. And of course, our guest caster for the day will be Disaster's own Zones. First off, good ahead to you, Trickster. How you going, my man? We had a fantastic February Cup. Now getting here for the March Cup.
Yeah, we did. I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to see so much diversity too in top 8. I really think it's going to be a fun tournament today, and I'm ready to jump into it.
And Zones, my man, it's been some time since we had the chance to cast together back during the Mana Surge Beauty Cup days, right? I know obviously you had an awesome time last year coming on to the West action, but it's great to have you back here for the 2023 season.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back here. You know, I missed playing in the action yesterday, but you know, get to talk about how people are doing and look at how you know, maybe even learn what some of the best players are doing that this format is still like evolving, I feel like, in some ways. So, you know, we get to get in the thick of it early and, you know, maybe impact what a CAO does next week as well. So it's really fun to jump in this early.
We get to impact it this time, like last time. We get to decide how the meta looks going over the next week. And it's awesome to see, right? We have so many cool decks coming, you guys. So many cool classes, of course, coming off of the mini expansion at the moment. But before we do that, of course, we have plenty of things to get through. A little bit of housekeeping before we get into that awesome top 8 action around the corner. So, Zone, heading into you first, my man. How is the format looking? How did these guys get here to this top 8 off of the double days for this weekend?
All right, well, so as usual, right, SVO is a best of 3 deck 1 ban format, which is kind of unique to our global regions in that we have the ban option. And so we're currently in a format where like there's kind of considered to be 5 really strong decks, 4.5 if it's up to debate, right? The mini expansion really benefit. Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead of myself. So right, the Swiss format, 7 rounds of Swiss, and the top X1 players all play a playoff. Best of 3 conquest means you bring 3 decks, and of 3 different classes, and you get to choose one not to play against, which is huge relief usually for everyone in this format. I was got a bit ahead of myself there, and today we're going to see the fruit of the efforts of these players, and they get to show off the lineups they brought that did really well after surviving the Swiss bracket. They are now playing a single elimination against each other, and these are just, you know, players who've shown mastery over this format that they've had like I think it's like 3 weeks since SVO to learn. So really quick adapters here, and I'm excited to see what they do.
So I mean, it's all because obviously we're just keen to jump in, right? We just want to get through it and get straight into all of that action there, of course. But so a couple of things we do have to cover here. Heading to now, trick, of course, it's that sweet prizing right on offer for these players.
Yeah, we all know that these players, they love the glory and they love the league points, but people are also here for the US dollars. So we've got for first place, $1,000, second place, $600, third and fourth, they get $400, and fifth and eighth, everyone's getting something today. They're going to take $200 home. As well, we see that there's a bonus, $100 for everyone using a webcam. So a lot of different ways to be making money today, and a lot of players who I think are going to really be trying to shoot for that top spot and get that $1,000.
Yeah, obviously really, really cool. And even heading into the March Cup here, the points, obviously I know we're only 1 cup in, but the points are so tight, and it's so cool to see, right, that mixture of both veteran pro players out that we've seen over a number of years here in both West and SAO, kind of mixed up with a whole bunch of new blood, right? New players that have definitely made their way here, have definitely made a bit of a show of themselves here, coming into only the first and second cups of the series as well. And maybe they've been using some of the stuff you guys are doing at home. The sweet community, of course, are helping to support all of the Shadowverse action here with the community program. Such a cool program, of course, that we're running here for you guys at home. Support you, support us, right? Have such an awesome Shadowverse game. So make sure, of course, you go ahead and make that awesome content. Hit up those live streams, make those YouTube videos, make some really, really cool articles breaking down why you think, I don't know, Hero Sword's the best deck in the game and should be currently tier 1. I don't know. Make it up yourselves there as we get ourselves some awesome content. Of course, submit that to sva.gg/CSP and you get yourself some awesome rewards, some awesome card packs. So you can either hoard for yourself and keep for yourself, or, you know, be that bro and hand it out to everyone else in the community to get themselves a bit of a hand up going forward. Such an awesome program. Hope you guys really, super interested in being a part of this, because it's really, really cool for the community.
Definitely. Yeah, I love the support program. It's always nice to be able to go do my research on YouTube or Twitter or whatever it may be, and just find a lot of deck lists and a lot of advice on like why certain cards are being run, and like what's working, even if I'm trying to like go hit those formats in game where you can like win the prizes and in-game things. I'm like, dang, I always need a net deck right before, right? Or be like, who got 5-0 already? So I love seeing all that content online.
Now, of course, we already know like 1 or 2 guys come to mind, right, on who to check out after that one. But we'll leave it to you guys, of course, to help find, be part of that awesome community. But let's see the brackets coming into this March Cup now. Because we mentioned the first major SVO, right, to kick off the mini expansion heading our way. We're going to be kicking off an absolute banger here. It's going to be Nate taking on Dawnbreaker's own Nitro to kick things off. That'll be followed off by Yazidazi taking on Sai from Team Revelations. Cool to see Sai back here in that top 8 action. They'll be followed by Johann taking on Fibonacci, and we know Zones. You've got ourselves a spicy little tip and spicy little bit of news about that matchup a little bit later on the day. We're going to love him to talk about, get into later. And of course, finally, Twilight Knight's Dubski taking on Meme Legends. And I'll say, lads, out of all the top 8, that last match between Dubski and Meme Legends, two, I want to say, veterans of the scene, two guys who have been around for quite some time, is going to be probably the match to watch here.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a really nice mix of veterans and newcomers, right? Like, I think Furudo Nate started this year or very recently, and he, you know, had a bit of a rough showing last month, but he's a 7-0 in Swiss, and that's, you know, I wasn't gonna brag a little bit. I've done that like once, but that's a nice feeling when you have that 7-0 in Swiss, and then you know, you get to see how well you do in the top cut. But like, I think Johann had a really good performance last year at some point too, and last month did really well. And Sai's kind of making a comeback. I mean, like Sai was like 4x last month. I'm trying to remember some of the records, and so like all of these players just like spiking this month, with like, you know, and I don't know if, I think only out of these, only Meme Legends was here last month as well. So it's kind of a, you know, for the year, it's a fresh face. So showing really the impact of the mini expansion on how players are adapting.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're really seeing a lot more variety with that mini expansion. I think, like we've mentioned before, like the format, it's not really solved, especially in a format where you can use a ban, which is something we haven't really seen a lot since the mini expansion. And so there's still like room to figure out what's the best ban and what's the best third deck to bring. And today, every single one of our players, they have Wrathblood, but I'm really excited to see everyone's like special decks. I know in the first match, we're going to be seeing Chess from Furudo, and Nitro has Armed. And these are two decks that really haven't got to shine a lot in other formats, but maybe like with a specific ban, they can be really good today. So definitely excited to see some of these different decks that people are bringing and how they contribute to the success of our players today.
Speaking of, let's go straight into these decks, right? Coming out here for our first match of the day. Nate taking on Nitro. Get to look at the Chess rune coming in here. Of course, the True and Tried deck, right, we've seen for a bit of time now, even after the mid expansion, still going strong.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the decks that, you know, are featured in the Shadow vs. Flame anime, right, along with the Armed and Hero decks that we've also mentioned. And I think one thing I like about Nate's list is that compared to the usual chess list you might see, he's actually cut a lot of the damage that you would often see in the deck. He doesn't have like Skewering Snare or what else is an option? Some people, but I think I've tried Crashing Rain myself. Instead, he's added as much healing as possible in the remaining slots with it looks like 2 copies of Yonalis and 3 copies of Wayfaring Goblin, also giving a lot of additional healing. So it shores up a lot of the weaknesses of chess, where the deck is really strong when it gets the pawn engine going and you've had a lot of your pawns leave play. But one thing that you can do when you're playing against chess is just keep doing face damage, because they're going to have to trade on board. And Nate's addition of these Wayfaring Goblins, Gilnalises, and even Uranus is just going to punish you for trying to play that aggressive option while leaving him his own trades. So really, really interesting way to build the deck. And I think with this in mind, he's going to try to leave Wrath up, because Wrath is a deck that just has to go full speed ahead, right? And that plays into his plan as chess. That is my analysis here.
Yeah, I think it's a good analysis, and I think it's interesting. He really has like streamlined this build and picked like the most important cards that he wants to see. One of like the strongest new cards for this deck is Check, which can put 2 of the cards from your archetype, your key chess cards, into your hand. And so it's interesting to see that he cut some of the chess cards like Queen as well to really make sure he gets the right ones. Now let's jump into the Blood deck, and looking at this, one of the interesting things that I saw in his list specifically is that we're looking at the castle count. There's only 2 of Vampire Queen's Castle. So that's like, there's not a lot of changes going around in Wrath, but this is one of the cards that a lot of players usually like to bring to get that like Floros on turn 3. But I think here we're seeing like Nate, it's less of a priority for him, and maybe he's trying to run some of the other cards that can maybe do more damage in the late game, or just make some very small tweaks to just try and get an advantage.
Right. I believe the scare quotes here, canonical, Wrathblood list is 3 Castle, 2 Vite, and 2 Blitzer. The idea being that you want to run a ratio of Vite and Castle such that you never have a bricked situation where Vite evolves and doesn't have a Castle to fetch. I mean, it's kind of rare to evolve Vite, but you do want to have that option. And Red Castle is your best turn 3 Fluoro setup. It's also your best source of healing. You just want to see at least 2 copies of the card like every game in some way or another. So kind of want to, but the Blitzer is on the other hand your best way of setting up your Gyarados turn 6, right? It's just like a 3-card combo with Gyarados, a 0 cost, and the Blitzer. So it looks like Nate is looking to be aggressive, which interesting because it's like the opposite of how he's taken the approach to chess. He's more defensive than usual on chess, and then more aggressive than usual on Wrath.
And of course, that final deck he's bringing here, right, guys, that Enhanced Portal. Again, this is probably one of those decks where, first of all, you're actually a deck list that's just like the size of 2. It's absolutely fantastic, right, seeing that. But this is one of the ones where I think we definitely break down a little bit more, right, where this is one of those decks, as akin to Blood, where it's definitely going to be a lot of, like, we'll say tech choices, a lot of different comfort picks, right, as there's going to be a lot of different one-offs that players are going to bring to the board here. And guys, I'll check a new trick for this one here first. I mean, we're seeing things like Adherent of Melody, Gunslinger Automation, you know, some of these Arc as well, some of these cards here that Nate, they kind of, I want to say, huge unique cards that he's bringing in this particular lineup to the top 8.
Yeah, definitely. In a deck where you can only run one of most cards, you really do get the option to put in a lot of tech and like specific player preference choices. Just quick too, since this deck is pretty new since the mini expansion, I just want to take a second though to focus on Cutthroat for a minute. One of the main cards who enables all of the other tech that you're running. So Cutthroat, it's a 1-drop, and you actually get to run 3 of it as well as the other condemned cards in this list. And some people might think it's like kind of inconsistent since you see like the deck list is so long, how are you ever going to get what you want? But Cutthroat and Asphalt, it can like search him, and if not, you can pull some of your other cards like Iron Forged, Right Hand. That card will always grab you Cutthroat as well. And so I think it's like, even though we have all these one-ups, we'll always be having that Cutthroat, and then whatever we play with him on Enhance, it's going to recover all the play points but 2. So it's like all these cards, these great unique cards, they're basically all 2 cost as well after we play Cutthroat, which is what I think really makes this deck so strong.
Yeah. On top of that, the mini expansion gave Judith, who has the trait all, so she is considered every kind of trait imaginable. She's actually also an Earthright, Commander, all of that. I mean, none of that's relevant. The trait that actually matters here is that she is condemned on top of all of that. And her effects are insane. She can be played at Enhance 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, which just adds up all the effects that she would get. And the thing that she brings to this deck is the one of damage shield that we've seen from cards like Counter Magic is the most prominent. I think the colloquial name for that effect is Counter Magic that we often use in testing, and it's just so strong. It gives that deck that little. The deck is strong when it gets to turn 8 and gets to do its thing, but Judith basically makes sure you get to that point in that game.
And moving on to Nitro now, of course, with the Armed Dragon. This is one of those cool picks, right? Different picks that we love to see come out once again, kind of similar to Chess, right? Coming out from Nate here. And you see, it looks like the pretty standard armed format, right? We're not going to have, unfortunately, the disarmed format that we got to saw last cup coming out. It's going to be the normal arm. But there is that Galmu, that one of Galmu that's kind of snuck in there, guys. I kind of want to highlight, first of all, is how does that kind of sneak in to the Armed Dragon deck here?
Yeah, I think it's kind of an interesting pick, something we don't see a lot. When I was talking to Nitro before this, since we're on the same team, I kind of get to hear a little bit into his strategy. And he was telling me that it's just an additional like Storm Follower, a way when you have like 6 play points to like get some damage to face. This deck, it does really have like strong cards that can finish the game in like the form of your Leviathan Dragon and Forte. But a lot of the times it feels like you kind of like play like 1 or 2 strong followers, and then you need something else to finish the game. So Galmu may be like a slightly weaker storm option or damage option, but it's just one more card to give you more consistency and like drawing multiple finishers.
Yeah, I think she actually has some really nice interactions too, where she covers up for like the deck's lack of board wipe, like mass board wipe, and I believe the token she generates also interacts pretty well with Leviathan Dragon to give like a little bit of oomph, because it gives +1 attack. So just like a little nice extra synergy on that.
Yeah, because we'll talk a little bit more about the deck, hopefully, as we get into the match here. Again, Nitro's variant of Wrath Blood. Again, lads, this is more of that standard one, I believe, right? We're seeing that 3 of the Vampire Queen Castle come out, right? The 2 of Blitzer. This is more that you were talking about, Zones, right? Coming in here is more of that standard deck coming out. I do want to talk about real quick, because we didn't get a chance to when we were talking about it. Obviously, I want to say the main card, one of the main cards, right, is that Scorching Granosity, right? One of the main reasons why this deck is so powerful, having Floros come back in a blaze of glory, right? Being able to add him back to the deck. It's only a 1 cost, because you get a nice cheeky 3 damage random ping hit as well. For maybe some of the new players at home, guys, why was Floros so powerful back in the day? Why was he so scared in this Wrath Blood deck? And why is he also making the same thing happen again here in 2023?
Yeah, I think one of the ways he was so scary originally is because Floros could come out super early before you can usually get like a 3 health follower. And if you can't clear it, it can just get that 5 damage to the face. And so a lot of times, especially going first, Blood can still do similar things today where they bring it out on like turn 3. And here we're seeing Gardoth too, one of the other really strong cards. Another one where if you have those 0 cost pings, you can play him really early as well and get that 8 damage storm much earlier than other classes usually could do something similar. Sometimes even as early as 5 with the right cards in your hand.
Yeah. The usual setup for that involves some of his support cards, Raging Commanders, a good way to set that up, but just any number of 0 cost pings with that setup. There's even like just all the if you get enough 0 costs, you get like some insane damage setups with Gyarados, and I want to see. I'm curious about what things you can do, and the way he distributes his damage is also very flexible. So a lot of skill testing potential there. Sure.
And Nitro here bringing his version of Enhanced Portal coming in. I mean, again, different things showing up here. Seeing Skewing Snare, which is not really a spell you see very often. You see Dungeon Pathfinder. I can't think of a single deck that ever ran Dungeon Pathfinder before, so it's cool to see him there. And of course, Winged Inversion that we'll probably see a lot more of as the day does go along, lads. Real quick, as we get ready to jump into this game, some of those 1 key cards you're talking about there. Dungeon Pathfinder, why do you think he might be added to the deck here? Because he does have a pretty interesting effect.
I'll let you take
Dungeon
this one,
Pathfinder.
Trickster. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely think it's an interesting card. It's another way to buff some of your key cards in the decks, like Jetpack Gunner. I think that this deck, it's definitely strongest when you have the Jetpack Gunner in your hand, because it can really push a lot of storm damage early and finish the game earlier than 9, which is like your usual kill turn. And Cutthroat, as we're seeing here, it's really what enables that. When you play your Jetpack Gunner, the Cutthroat makes it so that only costs 2 play points. And then depending on what turn it is, you could either have a double attacking or a triple attacking storm. And so going back to that card that you were mentioning, using the Dungeon Pathfinder, you can buff Jetpack Gunner and also get it to ignore ward, to really be able to finish off your opponent, even if they like try and heal and set up a ward and like stop your lethal. It gives you like one more thing they have to worry about, or maybe like a way to win in situations that you couldn't otherwise.
Yeah. This card also just covers up some of the matchups that you can have a bit of a harder time with those wards. Last Word's Shadow is one of the decks that is kind of built to punish the classic plan in this deck, because Abyssal Kernel is just a really hard to OTK through with a Jetpack Gunner, right? But Dungeon Pathfinder, you just tunnels through those Abyssal Kernels, and it's just like, well,
who would have thought we would have had a way to dodge the Kernels, right? All it takes is a man with a jetpack. The dude is good in pathfinding dungeons, apparently. But let's get ready now to see who is going to be taking out this first match of the day, guys. We're going to see, first of all, which decks are going to be banned out from both these players here. And I think there's quite a few options on the table here, lads, of what might be banned away. Looks like it is going to be both the Portal, I believe, no, Portal and Dragon, I believe, banned away there. One there for Nate and one there for Nitro. So very interesting, both players having blood. So there you go, guys, get the blood matchup already coming through. I think that might be expected though throughout the day, obviously with 8 players bringing it and obviously being a really consistent deck here. But do you think these will maybe the bans we should have been expecting here, guys, going into game 1?
Yeah, I think that I was like not surprised for Nitro's ban. He's been telling me that his Dragon deck has a hard time against Portal, and so pretty normal for him to be making this decision. But yeah, Zones, what were you thinking about the bans?
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the I expect the Dragon ban from Nate as well, because I think that deck against chess, right? We mentioned the lack of healing. Even though Nate's build has a lot of healing in it, I don't know if it can keep up with a full armed curve. So I think he's just respecting the power of Armed Dragon. You're a bit slow on the startup. And also, the 3 copies of Forte in Dragon Chest cannot interact with that card, especially since he's not playing the skewering stage. So I think he just wants to get that out of there.
Dude, that protagonist power, right? That buff doesn't want to deal with light at all whatsoever. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 underway here between Nate and Nitro. Because Nitro representing Dawn Breakers here. It's going to be Portal up against Rune to kick things off. And I know, boys, is going to be an absolute banger match. I know there's going to be no bias at all coming from one side of the virtual desk here, a little bit at least, with Nitro being in this match. But gentlemen, I mean, again, absolute banger heading our way.
All right, we're gonna see the first pawn here thrown out by Nate. He got to go first. That is gonna be how he gets started. And both players are kind of just setting up right now. And I believe I see a check here. Nate, his hand is pretty low on chess pieces, but this is gonna find 2 and buff that pawn that was left in play, getting him a little bit of that chip damage, which is another important part for the chess deck.
The cup overflows.
Yeah, and for Nitro as well, being able to find the cut throw on turn 3, he's going to have that now for turn 4 on his first evolve turn and really put his deck at full power, move forward. And also, I just like to point out, like Nate, he's going first right now. It might be a little awkward to use the queen, so just another example of like why it was a good choice to cut the chess, that card, the queen from his deck, one that usually relies on EVA points. And instead, he's running some extra draw on things, which has allowed him here to be able to like find 2 cards like the knight and the king, and also some of his other pawn generation.
Yeah, I mean, his hand right now, he has a rook and a knight, 2 kings, very close to enough chess pieces to win. I think actually, that is 2 chess pieces leaving play with the rook and the knight. That's 6. So, with the second rook drawn, that means that's 8 chess pieces in his hand. He can actually activate those kings. I believe it'll be next turn. I don't sure. Yes, he needs to play both rooks in order to get it out. I don't think he should be playing the knight this turn. He could for tempo. Or no, he could. No, he absolutely can. The knight goes down to 0 with this. That is a turn 5 chess activation. I miscounted his play point. I forgot he was going first. My mistake, yeah.
Dude, and my man's playing 40 chess around Jew zones. What's going on? I mean,
never mind. He can't. He doesn't have enough trades for the last. Oh no. Wow. I'm miscounting all over the place. But yeah, that's a king activation turn 5, and that is going to be really tough for Nitro.
It's huge.
I mean, look, look. To my defense, I'm throwing a little bit of salt here. I've never gotten a turn 5 lead. we're seeing it like first game, and Nate is just he's got to be feeling good about that.
Ripley's, believe it or not, have you seen chess this early on by turn 5? I don't know. Zones hasn't, so a little bit bad for him. But do you want to say Quality Nitro is still managing to keep up, right, with having a bit of extended board? Ignore the fact that Mr. King's already out right now by turn 6. Just that's fine. That's fine, guys. Right? We can deal with that.
Yeah, it is good that Nitro was able to heal last turn. I think he was in lethal range from King otherwise, but having some of those cards like Gilnelise and the Drain artifact there will give him an extra turn. But with another King in hand costing 0 now and like plenty of support for it, like this match, it's really looking good for Nate right now.
Oh, this is a really nice Olivia and Sylvia, very impactful one of. I believe that's going to recover him to enough play points to have Judith snipe off Mystic King, who's otherwise just a little too chonky to eliminate. Yeah, that is going to be a very nice clear, but
looking at Nate's hand, with some chess followers and Storm to be able to follow up the king, it looks like he might be able to clear the ward this turn and still go face for that 8 damage and close it out.
I can't believe how quick this match was, gentlemen, already.
It's like double king active on turn 5. Yeah. It's actually just so hard to deal with. And,
it's not even Ripley's believe it or not anymore. It's just F in the chat. Clip to be Sag, man. This is wow.
Oh my goodness, he even shows up
wow. Don't have to do him dirty like this, Nate. Come on, man. What do you mean? God. I mean, we're seeing firsthand, right? Like this guy was 7-0 coming in from day number 1. Just turn 5, my man's out here just playing chess as he be, just absolutely dominating Nitro in that first match there. I'm gonna be real with you boys, right? You come into day 2, right? You're still 6-1. That's all well and good. You lose that quickly in the first match of the stream against Chess Rune, and you know you have to go into this blood mirror now coming through. I'm a little bit worried for Nitro, man, because that's gonna affect the mental big time.
Yeah, I'm sure that Nitro definitely feeling like he got like the hard side of the bracket. I know he was one of the only players who had to play that extra round yesterday to get him from top 16 into the top 8. And then right when he makes it in, like there's no breaks. He's against the 7-0 player today, and having to see that awful like chest hand just like coming right at him, taking him out so early, like definitely a tough spot to be in. We'll see how he can like hold up now moving into the next game or two.
Yeah. Fortunately for Nitro, though, he is going first in the mirror, and so that's going to give him a bit of an edge, and then, you know, he gets to play Enhance into Blood, which is another, you know, coin flip for who goes first. Very first favorite matchup. But, ooh, that draw from Nate is going to be treacherous. I hope Nitro leaves up this Maestro here. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It looks like, yeah. The Scorching Grandiosity, as you just pointed out, that he drew with that ping that Nitro decided to give his opponent, that's going to be 4 pings this turn, and that means that there's going to be a Floor Oak invoke.
Wait, he plays it first. Okay, and the Slouches. What's his last one he dropped again? I hope it's not Howling Scream. I forgot what he yelled. No! Oh my god. I really hate that ordering. I know it's like slightly more quote-unquote efficient, but that Howling Scream could have drawn the Flowros.
It could have. I mean, the odds of it happening, and let's be honest, it's pretty high. We see that all the time, right? When we see the worst things possible. Obviously, he's going to be able to clear it, luckily, run that in and heal up again, but he's running through a fair few cards. I mean, you look at Nate's resources in hand, right? He's chilling. He's got everything in the world that he wants right now, where Nitro, just on the Vayne, right? Just on the Vate. Just really to help control the board and bring some of that board power back right coming in the next few turns. And Nate's just going to be chilling on castles, got Maestro, got Commander ready to go right here. So,
right, it's hard to say because I think like you want to clear the Maestro that Nitro cleared on this turn 3. You want to clear that before turn 5 because Maestro is a setup for a turn 6 Gyarados if cleared on turn 5. But by doing that, Nitro cut himself off of being able to play Vite on turn 4, which is like your best refill, right? Like that's why Nitro has like no hand right now. Nate, pretty weak turn here, so Nitro is going to get a chance to convert this Vite. This is a very strong card here. He's going to draw 2 cards, make 2 bats, and evolve for the castle, which deals 3 at the end of the turn. Makes it a board that's not all that embarrassing either, so now Nitro gets to recover. But neither player has built a 0 cost in hand right now. I say that as Nate draws a 0 cost generator. Oh no.
Yeah, definitely a good draw from Nitro last turn, getting his own Raging Commander, going from like the small 3-card hand to a lot of generation last turn and finding more cards to continue drawing as well. So it looks like he's kind of fixed the hand problems. Now it's just going to be interesting to see what Nate does. If he sets up like that 0 cost, like you were mentioning, he might do, which still could be possible after the evolve here and getting that play point back. If that does happen, there's going to be a lot of pressure and whatnot. But maybe if he takes a weaker turn, we'll see. We'll just see how he just chooses to do with those last play points.
Chooses to play the Maestro. I actually kind of want to play the Valneric here as Nate. If the Maestro is good for hand refill, Valneric is
and choosing to take the rush there. The rush there does give him that ping for turn 6, so it is setting up his Gyarados. But doing it in a different way where he's going to be getting maybe one of his draws in a little earlier, and maybe he'll save that Valneric for a turn where he can evolve it and go face or something like that. Maybe that's what we're seeing.
And this Raging Commander behind 2 wards is going to force Nitro to deal with the Raging Commander. You can't just leave that up. That card clears for free and does a bunch of damage. But I mean, Nitro has the Vania, so he's got a lot of options here. The Vania is a good setup into the next turn if he holds the 0 cost. Looks like he's deciding because with the castle in play, he can also get this bat out here from the castle king, right? So that Scorching Grandiosity is going to do a lot of work, and I like stopping here. Unfortunately for Nitro, he doesn't have a Gyarados, but he does have 2 chances to draw Gyarados off of his Raging Commander next turn. So he's going to be trying to do that and try to just convert the rest of the damage. So Nitro does have enough damage. He's Nitro's hand is threatening lethal right now, so Nate has to navigate this pretty carefully.
It's kind of funny seeing, just a couple turns ago, we were just saying, right, Nitro, oh, he's got a couple cards, right? How's those resources going to be towards Nate's hand? And already just being cool, being chill. And then we kind of brought up just as the game is starting, right? How's his mental going to be coming in after being 40 chess played, right? But it gives the experience out of these veteran players, right? Like Nitro being able to come straight in, just, remove himself from that game. It's a brand new game coming in here. And not even be chill, but he's been playing his cards out pretty quickly as well. So even if he's been taking quite a while to get through, he just knows exactly what to do every single turn here so far. And as you mentioned, right, Zone, it's really up to Nate now to really navigate this, right? First of all, find that lethal with what he has, but just to make sure that Nitro can't set up his own.
Yeah, and I really like the way Nitro sequenced the previous turn. He ends up with this Ward Bane Bat in the field, which just makes this board so much harder to clear for Nate. So yeah, you can see Nate's like pondering his options. He's gonna have to spend the 0 cost here, but if he puts it, then he's gonna kill off his own drummers. Maybe he's gonna leave the drummers on the board to try to act as a stopgap, but that is really dangerous. It looks like he's just gonna go with the Valorant for full clear, but that leaves him at 16 with no trade target. That's pretty important. So that's gonna shut off Blitzer.
Yeah, 16 health is like definitely a pretty good amount. There are like a couple key like damage counts that you have to be thinking about. Gyarados doing the 3 + 8 usually is 11. Depending on what 0 cost you have, you can add like 1 or 2 damage to that. And Blitzer is 2 damage as well. But like you said, without trade targets, it just takes that off the table. And so I think that's like it's a good spot for Nate. Like he was able to clear the board and prevent the extra damage that could kill him while leaving his health like in a great position. But that does give Nitro some more time now where he's also pretty healthy, still sitting at 16. And so he can just draw more cards as we see here and set up another castle to be healing and still not be that afraid of his opponent, like any lethal combinations.
Yeah. But, I mean, I think the castle healing might have been required, but using that Evo makes the Raging Commander a little worse. So or the invoked Flowers, right? We have to keep in mind that Nitro has a Flowers in his deck that he can invoke. That can help you push through wards a lot of the time. When you're going for those Gyarados turns, although not so much in the mirror. But without 2 0 costs in his hand, and well, he was lacking a second Gyarados. I'm kind of curious how Nitro is going to try to push through the next turn. He's kind of hoping for a Vania top deck. I think that gives him the most damage potential. Valnaric also would do a lot of work here. Nate, on the other hand, has a hand with all of his Gyarados, so he might be doing a 2-turn push here. But it looks like with this line, he's aiming for the Valnaric to clear off these bats.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice. Nate, he has these 3 Gyarados, and like I was thinking at first that he might like play one out now and then just set up a second one like the next turn, and maybe even if he used it to clear, it could have like left a more intimidating board. But he's actually left himself in a pretty interesting spot now with 3 in hand and only like 2 pings in hand. It might be like a little tricky for Nate to activate these Gyarados depending on his draws.
Speaking of Valnaric off the top for Nitro, by the way. Did I call it or did I call it?
You just have to have a warm-up phase, right, from game 1. The chest code.
Yeah, that Valnaric is exact lethal.
Wow.
See the Floros coming out on the way.
Nice to see. I love that he just styled that at the end, right? Of course, obviously it just happens because of the pigs, but couldn't do that style at the end as he had that in the deck there. But awesome to see Nitro bringing that back, right, 1-1. And boys, we're in game 1 of the first series, and we're already at a third match. We're already being pushed to a 1-1 situation between both of these players going in. There's going to be blood up against Portal for our final match in this first set between Nate and Nitro. Reminder, Nate came in right 7-0 off of day number 1. Both of these players are currently tied up in the standings, in league point standings, right? Both tied up with 9 points. So whoever gets this win, gonna have a little bit of bragging rights over the other, right, to get an extra point or so up on the opposition there coming in. And of course, awesome to see both, the newer player, Nate, the veteran, of course, Nitro haven't seen since the beginning of 2020, back here in action underway. But lads, cool to see. We're going to see what arguably, right, the 2 best decks, maybe the 2 most favorite decks, even like to say. We've seen all throughout a number of weeks now for mini expansion, both on ladder and other competitions as well, leading into this SVO series. But now we can sit here in SVO and get we'll say the definitive answer, right? Because it's SVO, this is the one that matters.
Wow, those are some nice one-ups in Nitro's hand. He's really got the momentum going, but unfortunately he's drawn the worst card for this matchup, which is the go second card. Hopefully he can convert that, because both of these decks, we mentioned they're both new decks, but they also really benefit from going first. They, even though Enhanced Portal is keyed off of a Evo effect, the way the play points in that deck work, you don't really miss having a turn 4, not having a turn 4 Evo. All your cards start doing stuff at 6 play points or more, so going second just means you have like an extra turn of, like, cards
I'll mess you up
but
good.
Nitro does have the best go second card in the deck in his hand, so that's pretty good.
We see there, Nate, he did set it up so that if he drew into Scorching Grandiosity, he could get a Floros, but not that lucky this time. Still leaving up an impressive board, though, but these Artifact followers trade into it pretty well, leave up some threats. I noticed that some players in like other decks like Puppet, they were even cutting this Artifact card because the 1 health is like dealt with so easily by the followers in Blood, and so here we see that with like the Bats going to be able to trade into these pretty easily, and Blitzer and things as well. But Nate's hand looking kind of empty after like committing so many of his early drops and not having like Evade or things to draw. Definitely has like some finishers that do like a lot of damage, like 7 damage from Vania and 5 damage from Howling Demon. But at this point, if like there's any healing, he's gonna need something else to be able to finish the game.
Yeah, gets him kind of that free Evo off the top for it, right? I mean, I know Dojo was saying that obviously looking for that turn 5, but I mean, there's nothing really on board to respond to, right? Nitro seeing that hand size, probably more than having confidence, right, to kind of just go in, tuck some of these in, get free draw, and really be like, cool, I got a 3-2 Bane up, ready to go. I've got all these awesome, right, enhanced effects, zone effects happening a little bit of time now. It's really up to you to really answer this board, and Howling Demon. Yeah, it's going to be used, so he's going to get some big 5 damage and some heal back, but as we mentioned, right, what's going to be happening after? He's going to have to be playing turn by turn, hoping for the top decks, especially when you get that.
I mean, Nitro just has so much healing in his hand, right? At top of like the, yeah, I mean, he even draw without the Gilmley's return, he had that Amalgamation card, and then for defensive resources, he's got the Xion, he's got the Treasure, and I think Nitro's slamming the Treasure for even 5 and just putting up the shield, I think just closes out this game. I mean, Nate's hand is in a particularly bad spot, but like having 4 turns of the shield of Transgression, I think is the name. I don't know. We just call it the shield, right? Having 4 turns of that, just I don't know how a Wrath player clears that without an insane series of draws, and Nate's hand just does not draw a card. Oh my goodness. He's just trying to min-max his damage here, but oh, Nate, you are in so much trouble here.
Yeah, interesting. Seeing him like possibly trade Vania into the Drain follower, it might look that line might mean that he's going to send both of these bats face, and I definitely agree with that. With such a weak hand, like any damage you can get might be critical. I heard like earlier, I like did a little bit of an exclamation when I saw that second Scorching Grandiosity come into hand. Definitely rough, like hoping to see that on turn 3 and being set up, and then now drawing it just a little too late. Both copies, not a great spot for Nate, and Nitro just really having so many options in his hand to push damage soon with like Jetpack Gunner and the buff like next turn, and then this turn like plenty of ways to just heal and stall.
Oh my god,
man.
Yeah.
That's just insult to injury.
That's a little disrespectful, but it works because Nate's whole play was to keep his hand live for a Gyarados top deck, right? Nate actually set up to win the game through the boards with a Gyarados, and I just, in my mind, if Nitro just played Treasure there, it slams the game shut. This gives Nate a little bit of a window to kind of work his way through the game. This Xion is, I mean, Xion is classically good against the Bane parts of the deck, and she doesn't take effect damage, so Raging Commander doesn't clear her easily. But with that Vade top deck, Nate's gonna be able to kind of make it through this part of the game. Although he's gummed up his own board a little bit with the bats from Fate. So little unideal. I think he's gonna save his Flautist, yeah, in order to kind of overcome some of the weaknesses in Wrath when it comes to your own health and for
What
trade
a
value.
draw.
Ooh.
Interesting. So Nitro drawing another card that can buff his Jetpack Gunner, but just a little late. Normally, with the cards he has in hand, if he'd already put the buff into the spell, he'd be able to do a 20 damage Jetpack Gunner this turn. But that doesn't really matter right here. Like, he's not afraid of dying. He has a lot of healing and shield, and so using the Evo point, maybe not going to be able to set it up at the full power, but we're going to be seeing so much storm damage coming out next turn, and with like the play that Nitro's made, like, he'll definitely be getting there.
Yeah, he just can't.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, he cannot lose the game from this spot with the Shield of Transgression up. There's no way for Wrath to remove that shield and deal, because it just cuts out 4 damage from Gyarados, and Wrath does not have the damage profile to, at least not with Nathan. If you have like multiple Valorix, it might work, but not here.
I wonder if you were talking about obviously like seeing that shit come out of the turn before, maybe he's playing a little bit safe. Might be the reason goes over, or maybe you know, like you said, right, stopping some of that Bane. He knows he had like Treasure 7 next turn as well, ready to go, and kind of just trying. You can see obviously the hand size of Nate's not doing too well, and he's struggling a little bit, right, to really keep up. And if it was really just playing more even mind games a little bit, right, maybe to even stress it out a little bit.
This should be
Jetpack Gummer with the double buffs. Yeah, the puppets can be able to trade into it to clear.
Man.
Not
okay, he
even
has the skill rings
needing
there.
to.
Okay.
Yeah.
He calculated. Okay. I thought it was a bit weird not seeing the puppet work out, but that works. Fancy,
I mean,
fancy.
we knew we had that spell hidden away, right, in there, ready to go, but that's gonna do it. Nitro there, 2-1 against the only 7-0 player coming out from day number one there, sorry, coming through. So big congrats there to Dawnbreaker's own Nitro. Trickster's gonna be very happy with that one, taking the win there for that one. But big congrats to Nate. It's all right being here, of course, like a brand new player coming into this one here. Again, 7-0 through day one, was tied up with Nitro in the ranking, so still pretty high up in the ranking so far. And of course, thank God, obviously we've got a whole season of awesome Shadowverse action heading our way. But big congrats to Nate for a good effort here today.
Yeah, definitely a good effort from both of these players. It's interesting seeing both of them leave up blood and everyone bringing blood. It kind of like reminds me of Sephi from the last SVO, where like everyone's playing it, but like everyone leaves it up and they feel comfortable. And so it's interesting there, like, yeah, like some losses for Bloodcraft in that match. And it's like a deck that everyone feels confident in bringing, but it might also be like the weakness at the end of the day. Personally, I feel like it's really strong, and maybe some of those hands were like a little weaker than what we might see later today, but just something to be thinking about moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, the turn 3 Floros, I think the big thing is blood does its things in predictable chunks, so there's a lot of play around potential. So when you feel like you have the ability to kind of control the match around what your opponent can do with blood, you just want to leave that up, because then, you know, like when you like your perception of like having control over the game lines up with blood. And you know, when you look at the other decks in the format, like Enhance, you can't really control the outcome of the game. That is going to be like, you can by pressuring them, but they have so many one-ofs that are impactful that a lot of the games are going to be decided by what one-ofs they see. So it becomes more coin flippy. Even though, you know, you could argue that turn 3 Floros is kind of coin flippy, but there's a lot of board locks you can do to prevent that. So blood is just kind of more comfy to leave up, I think, most of the time, with most lineups.
And we'll have to see, right, if that ends up being true for the rest of the day, because you never know, right? That comfort coming in to top 8 can obviously play a big part, sometimes over the meta as a whole, right, as we do move forward. But that was a great game there. Of course, going to see Nitro move on to the semi-finals. Of course, semi-finals one. See him a little bit later on in the day. We're going to move on now to the second quarterfinal matchup here. It's going to be Zones and I taking the cast here for this one. It's going to be Yazidazi taking on Revelation's own Sai coming into this one. So again, a slightly newer player coming in against a veteran player, of course, on a veteran team, and Team Revelations heading our way. And again, some really cool decks lineups. I believe we're going to have the decks up ready to go now to have a look at. Some really cool decks on offer here, I want to say here, Zones, as we get ready for the second quarterfinal.
All right. And we're going to get into it with my favorite deck of the expansion, even though it got no new real toys in the mini expansion, Loot Sword. I'm not known for being much of a sword player, but this is actually like one of my favorite sword decks ever made. It doesn't really play like a classic sword deck. The big threshold. The big cards in this deck are Barbaros, Briny Convict, who is sort of like your most damage in a single card. She is the sort of flagship card of the deck, pun intended, and she fuses. She acts as a fusion engine in order to get you to your 7 loot quest completion faster, and then on enhance she gains Storm. Without enhance, and after hitting 7 loots, she is also just going to be a 1 play point flag generator, and flags are going to be sort of how you mix and match your combo damage. Accompanying her is sort of the old crew, old guard. There we go. That's the word I was looking for.
Crew works better with the pirate theme.
Yeah, but it like it's not the expression. Octress, right? This isn't her first rodeo. She's been around since actually 2018. Once we're talking about Flauros and 2018 cards. But her current form, when she evolves, she puts a copy of Remnant of Hollow in your hand, and that card is just that's the other big chunk of damage you can do, Remnant Hollowness. And that is another fusion card. So these two fusions are going to be a lot of how you process your loots quickly. And it's just hard to go over like the intricacies of the deck in a brief overview. And then I think the sort of new card that we're seeing in this after the mini expansion is Serration Wave. That is a tech card that's being used so that you can basically safely evolve Octress on going second, because a lot of the newer decks that we're seeing now, especially Wrath, can put up a really strong board. And so like whereas Loot Sword used to be able to sort of like play kind of safely in a tempo plan and ignore some early boards, now you can get punished really hard if you just can't clear a board on your Octress turn. And so we've seen Yazidazi bring 2 copies of the Serration Wave, really respecting Wrath boards among others. So that is going to be that. And right, the plan of the deck, of course, is just to get that 7 loots and either try to do a Barbaros Hollow 18 damage combo, or generate a bunch of flags and then throw them out and have Tidal Gunner go pew 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 with them. It's like...
I was gonna say, it's good to see, the return, that taste of Unlimited, right? The battle between aggro sword and aggro blood with those large boards early on, right? You're gonna taste that in rotation now. So I hope you guys like that, because that's what you're going to have to be dealing with a lot of this meta. And of course, now is going to be the Wrath Blood, like we mentioned. All 8 players bring it here today in the March West Cup here for Yazidazi. And again, going to be that standard format coming through, standard lineup, we want to say, coming through for these guys. So maybe we might cover a bunch of little different cards here and there throughout the days we go through. How about we look at some of the other cards? I want to highlight the tank, Steamrolling Tank here, first things here, as I was looking into this one here. Of course, that 1 cost, that 0-2, he looks kind of weird, right? But he brings so much to this deck, right? And something kind of fancy where with some other previous Wrath decks, you might be seeing multiple cards having to fill this role, but he's able to fill in that role as that 3 of, and really opens the deck up to have some extra options, right?
Yeah, and he's actually one of the biggest skill testers in this deck, I think, because he takes up a board slot, but then he provides healing, but then he's also a ping. So he just provides so much, and those pings are very valuable when you're trying to play into Gyaradeath. Sometimes like we talked, sometimes Wrath can be like vulnerable if left at a very low health. And when you're playing against Wrath, you're like, okay, well if I leave him with enough health, they'll kill me with the Gyaradeath. So if you leave him at like 2 or 1 health, they probably can't do anything. 2 health though, they usually can't do Gyaradeath combos. But if they have that Steamrolling Tank and they're at 2 health, suddenly all their combos are viable again. So really kind of like being able to keep in mind of how to use Steamrolling Tank is actually a huge skill tester for such a like unassuming looking card. Although I don't know if his artwork looks unassuming. He actually looks pretty assuming.
I mean, you look at this man, he's absolutely checked. He's got 0 attack. I'm like, huh? Like, I don't know, man. It's he must be a big passive dude. I'm going to say he's got 0 attack here. Maybe explains all the healing, right? Maybe he's a nice guy deep inside, right? You never know. Don't judge books by the cover, That's the good old saying.
Absolutely.
But I'm going towards the final deck here that Yazidazi is bringing. Is going to be that Enhanced Portal heading our way here. And again, pretty standard along the lines that we've seen obviously throughout the day. Again, we're going to see a little different cards coming through here. I mean, I'm looking at the Shenna, seeing that come out there on the Yazidazi side here. We're seeing another skewing snare. as well. Coming out, of course, we see Hope win a match right for Nitro just before in our last match there. And the likes of Burst Tackle as well, which I didn't think I'd actually see played in a proper deck ever. But there you go. Sometimes our players find ways to bring all sorts of cool stuff into the decks.
Burst Tackle, I think, is most used in against Spell Boost because Spell Boost throws out that gigantic C-Mile with like massive stats, or even two of them, or the Noble Shikigami, right? The with the comeback of Kuon, and there's a lot of other cards in your deck that can take out a Noble Shikigami. It is immune to like destruction effects, but not immune to the effect damage. And Burst Tackle in this deck always deals 9 damage. It's short of what you need, but usually gets you there against most cards. And then the Puppets Assemble also works well with that removal plan, synergizes well with Lashana, and just yeah, and then we see the Inauspicious. So what this version is going to be a little bit more trying to do is consistently control the early game board, and then rely on the natural power of the deck to power through after surviving the early game.
Exactly right. And again, cool to see these little differences, right? These players are bringing these little comfort picks. They're bringing all throughout the heart support. We'll trying to keep an eye on that all throughout the day. Now heading over to Silo, the veteran player in this matchup from Team Rev, bringing Spell Boost Rune here again. Tried and true coming out here once again, seeing Feline Magic coming out there, but also Winged Inversion. This is where I definitely want to bring this one up here now, because we saw it briefly in a deck list in the previous series. But what does Winged Inversion bring here to the table here, Zones? Of course, we know added in this mini expansion, such a cool card, added in so many decks now.
It's just broken in this deck, right? So like it's a free spell, which is huge for Spell Boost. And Spell Boost, I think, since it's the inception of its current form, always has like sort of an overflow in hand situation. And so Winged Inversion, being when you use it on your own followers, refunds 2 play points. And so it's effectively a 0-cost spell. It lets you heal, and then so like you turbo out your Spell Boost once your hand is full. But also, you know, the mode to using on enemy followers, like a lot of the lines that made Spell Boost vulnerable before the mini was like your opponent playing out like a or like, you know, like a turn like right now, like a Floros Invoke on turn 3 would be something Spell Boost has trouble dealing with. Or I played a lot of Swords, I just tempo out Opulent or Octress against them, and now they can just Wing an Inversion by like gamble, and suddenly I'm going from like winning 90% of the time to probably in a losing spot. I also want to point out just a little bit of the late adaptations in this deck. Freya is a late addition that's used to search only C-Mail. That right. So her fanfare pulls a follower with a trait. The only follower in this trait is C-Mail Cleansing Enforcer, who is a condemned card. And so Freya kind of is a guaranteed search for C-Mail, and this version of the deck pretty much just tries to turbo out a C-Mail and buff her up with like an OTK play style, I think, like reminiscent of the early expansion with before the nerf to Adherent of Elimination. And then I have to shout this out because it's Sai. He's a cat, you know, he's a huge cat fan, and the Feline Magic is a nice little very touch, nice late addition. Yeah, it's a nice touch. It's been a debate whether to use Feline Magic or Uranus in like for late game damage, and Feline Magic just kind of ends up being a little more consistent, and we're seeing C-Mile here, right? The sort of the main reason this deck even exists right now. But the Feline Magic, yeah, and you know, he's a big fan of magical felines in some other games that he's a fan of too. So I just wanted to throw that bit of side trivia. I hope
you know, it's a nice little addition. Or a little bit on the nose. Maybe you guys can decide for that in the Twitch chat with a Deco Boost Rune. Maybe we'll call it that.
You know, in testing, I actually lost to that card specifically. It was I couldn't full clear a board with an Electro Kitty left on it, and then that Electro Kitty picked up the last Raining Blades and did 5 damage to me. So it's a pretty strong card.
Don't disrespect the kitties. I think it is the takeaway from that one. We went to the next deck now, and it's going to be Last Word Shadow. I'll say the controversial deck coming into this one here.
The most controversial deck.
Now, obviously, coming into this one, right? Obviously, this deck's been controversial, right? And outside of SVOs, it's been right a fantastic deck. Obviously, in ladder, it's really good. We're going to do really well in other international competition. But in the circle of SVO, and obviously, at the end of the day, the thing that matters the most here today, it's not really been doing the best, right? We saw an SCAO, couldn't really pick up a win. We only saw one player pick it up last month, and West didn't do so well either. So Sai bringing it here, a little bit risky, but he did make it here, obviously, right? To day 2, he's here 6-1. So clearly, it's still doing work here, at least especially for Sai.
Right. So Last Words have not seen any new cards really. There's no new cards that directly benefit it. And so, right, the plan of Last Words is to get to 10 Last Words, use Extended to pop everything on the board. What a nice interaction with this now is that Extended will pop that Shield of Transgression that we saw that was so strong for the Enhanced Portal. So one of the things we're looking to do with this deck is to leave up Enhanced Portal because that's kind of the target matchup for this. And similarly, we're talking about in-game interactions and meta-game interactions. Deathcat Reaper having and Kerberos having that like damage leader effect can make this deck worse against Wrath. I mean, it's not the main reason that this deck is kind of vulnerable to Wrath. It's sort of the whole follower profile. But so out of the new decks, because of Wrath and Spell Boost, Last Words kind of gets suppressed a little bit, but it is trying to sort of go after the Enhanced Portal players. So I think this is going to shape Sai's ban. Sai will almost certainly not ban Enhance unless he is Giga Brain. But yeah, so and he could be.
I mean, my man's playing cats and he's got Deathcat Reaper.
He's just trying to play as many cats as he
again.
can. Yeah.
It's happening again. Ignore the fact it's a staple card in the deck. He obviously puts it in there on purpose because of cat, obviously. But,
definitely.
But how's it going to work with Cerberus? Because there's dogs in there. So he's got cats and dogs, man. It's not going to mix. It's maybe that might be the downfall. Who knows? I mean, you never know.
He's going to win if he makes it rain.
You know?
He's going to win if it makes it rain cats and dogs, right? So
true. But looking at his final deck now,
he's playing both of those in his lineup.
That's right. And it goes at the bottom deck now, Wrath Blood again, right? It's going to be more of the same as you see this one coming through. Exact same lineup coming through now. Picking a different card this time. Let's look at Raging Commander and what he brings to our obviously another Condemned follower added into this one. So we'll do a bit of work, right, in the Blood Mirror we had in, of course, our first series. What's Raging Commander bring to the Wrath Blood lineup?
I mean, he's just the best card. He clears boards, he draws cards. Like outside of he doesn't do face damage. Obviously, everyone has a little bit of weakness. You know, for such a nice guy, he's got to have otherwise he'd be a completely broken card. But yeah, I mean, against Sword, right? I think Sword. I can talk about the specific matchup, right? Since Yazidazi has a Sword deck, one of the most frustrating things about playing. One of the most frustrating things about playing Wrath against Sword is the fact that like playing Sword against Wrath is that there's all the ambush followers which is cleared by Raging Commander, so you can't really take advantage of your ambush, and that's huge. But on top, just all the board pings, they do a lot, but they can also make it hard to trade. So navigating all the Raging Commander lines is pretty fun and tough. And in fact, we're actually going to see Wrath and Sword right now.
Yeah, we'll see that in just a moment. Let's see real quick now that the head-to-head to see which decks did get banned out here. Let's see if Sai was Giga Brain. And of course, those picks and bans coming through for this one. There's going to be Sword coming out there for Yazidazi, and I believe Portal still up. But Sai's going to be Rune and Blood with the Shadow being banned away. As expected, I think it's kind of a little bit obvious we're going to see that one banned away. Unfortunate, of course, Yazidazi wanting to play that Portal. But our first Blood ban of the day. Keep track of that, of course, with 8 players coming through.
Yeah, I mean, because Sai wants to protect his Shadow, and then Yazidazi wants to protect Portal, so they're kind of making sure to ban out the bad matchups there, and that is kind of how we predicted that would go. And this is kind of a tough situation for Sai. I think he's supposed to play the Howling Scream here, but he kind of can low-key get punished for that if he does. So, okay. I like this. Playing the Flautist is a bit more of a neutral option, but that card off the top actually pretty good against Flautist. Okay, the Thief is the safest option, right? Because the problem with playing Lupin here is the Howling Scream is something you have to keep in mind. And that is why Sai saved the Howling Scream to kind of like, because if Sai could play the Howling Scream, that kind of opens the doors for Lupin. And now Sai plays a wide board to make it hard for Yazidazi to punch through. And Adherent off the top for Yazidazi. That is so without another one drop, I don't think Yazidazi is going to play the Adherent here. That is not a full use of play points. I think there's two kind of candidate lines here. One is to use Bandit, and one is to throw out the Lupin and sort of clear out the board. there's no risk of Floros here from Sai, so likely just trading out these drummers should be what Yazidazi tries to do, because you don't want to walk into a scenario as Yazidazi where Sai just has a Raging Commander behind a bunch of wards going into an Evo turn.
Absolute hell for him, right? If that ends up being the case, there's going to be Tourist Bandit's going to come out. He's going to clear one of them, at least for now, and maybe run the thief in there to clear the other one. Which obviously, you mentioned, right, is the better play there. But Sai's still got some cool stuff ready to go. I mean, obviously, there's that Vite right getting ready for probably most likely a turn 4.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
have to see
curious if Yazidazi is going to play this Goblet here, likely on the Thief, because it's a little better into like a Raging Commander, right?
Yeah.
Once another, yeah. I mean, Raging Commander still clears, but now it would be forced to trade off the Flautist, and I don't think Sai wants to play an exposed Raging Commander. Also better into. There's a lot of things it's better into. Okay, the Howling Scream. There we go. That's going to kind of quote unquote force a trade as well. Into the Maestro. Okay, so Sai is just setting up here, and we're kind of playing an honest game, which is unfortunately not what Wrath wants to do in this matchup.
Yeah, they're kind of trying to match right, and again, this is what we're saying, that kind of early aggro matchup between Sword and Blood that we've seen throughout a number of years now, happening once again, of course, with the newer decks here, kind of more in Yazi's favor, because that is a really nice pull.
That is an insanely good top deck, although with two loots in hand, so it could be the Adherent here. That's gonna be the second and third loots now here played for Yazidazi. So looking for some nice loot generators. This unfortunately means that Yazidazi is going to give up the ability of Adherent to generate loot, but I think what's more important for Yazidazi here is to try to dig for that General Maximus. That is going to basically, when General Maximus has one turn that he's good on, and it's turn 5.
Turn 5, big brain power play, General Maximus.
Yeah, and with the 2 opulents in hand, right? That is actually Yazidazi's win condition now, is to basically get enough rally to make the opulents really strong. That is another source of rally and loot. So I think this is just going to be a first mate turn for Yazidazi. It's not the best first mate that you could do with no Octra set up beforehand, but he's got to just be playing to the opulent. Yeah. And so he's going to be
fine with it as well, right? Because he's obviously still got 2 more in the deck he's going to be able to have when he's going to be able to go through it. And obviously get the Evo off, we're going to start running through the Cannoneers and clear out this board. So obviously matches the board, which is nice for him. Of course, as we said, right, it's not the General Maximus, but I mean, it's still really good, right, to answer what's here and still leave Sai like, oh, okay, well, every time I'm trying to build up this board, it's just getting answered. Meanwhile, there's a rally effect being built up as well for Yazi, so he's getting that advantage, right, slowly but surely, and getting those loot cards out.
Yazi's deciding between the Bumpkin and the last. Yeah, and Yazi's actually going to go in with the Bumpkin. I think I would rather get the loot because that would be the 6th loot. And basically, when you're at 6th loot, you're actually sitting pretty. Your opponent has to kind of... The 6 is basically equal to 7 when you have extra loot sitting around and the possibility to fuse a Barbaros. And this kind of makes the rally getting a little less flexible. But I think Yazi wants to draw. So it's understandable because that Bumpkin is a play point that could be spent on drawing later. 5 and 6 loot is close in this hand. I think I'd like to just have played that last loot. But...
But you're not Yazi.
It's definitely a tough option. Yeah, exactly.
But obviously, I mean, you can also understand, right? Obviously, having an option, maybe you want to get an extra draw out, right? Just getting that +2 off it and seeing what he can pull. Because obviously, he's got double Arsene, right? Which he probably only wants that one. He's probably looking towards having both in hand currently, and of course, double Opulent as well, which would be nice. But Sai's just going to run in a lot of these nice cards here. He's not going to do the Evo onto Dustin's Eye there and get some big storm damage in. I'm going to assume, yep, that's 6 in.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I like how he's navigated this, making sure, of course, to get the bat and a little bit of overhealing, but he's just trying to. He needs the pressure here, and there we see the Barbaros at the top. Probably one of the cards Yazidazi was looking for, but Yazidazi is just a little short on rally here. I think most like I'm trying to count internally. I think most likely at 8 or 9 rally, and this is probably where we see the kind of a stop punish for that Bumpkin play is. The rally would be a little bit more efficient if Yazidazi had played the the last bit of loot there. If because right now it's a little hard to get to the 10 rally for Opulent and to have play points left over for that.
Yeah, and you can kind of see he's kind of struggling right at the moment to see what he goes for. I mean, Arsene could be there. He's going to go for it just for that rally, right?
Arsene into double fuse into Barb should be the 7th loot, and then that should also be 10. Should be 10 rally for the Opulent as well, but it's not the strongest Opulent. Not going to be able to effectively get healing on the Opulent is rough. So I think this is most likely, and that right. It was 8 rally, 6 loot. I like a little hesitation on my part, but I
it's understandable.
I'm like used to, but yeah, this is just unfortunate because I think like with the Bumpkin, Yazi would have 1 play point left over, right, and then that would be healing that could have generated for the Opulent, which can be very impactful here if Sai has the Gyarados at hand. Which, fortunately for Yazi, I do not see.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck with it with that 9 full hand, being like, cool, I got this cool card, this card's flashing at me. Oh, this card's pretty cool, but now he's going to try and run Feldor, right? With the limited time that he has to
actually
kind of deal with this board.
The most annoying thing about Sai's hand here is that it's full, so they can't really commit the Vania. Another annoying thing is that Yazi has those 2 Lupins hidden right now, and so that's kind of scary to deal with because that is damage threat. But then if you play the Howling Demon here, like Sai is thinking about, that gives Yazi access to Drain with an Octrus top deck. So this is why
you can see it's kind of the hover though, right? Because he has to deal with what's there. I mean, like you look at that, right? 11 damage just sitting there free, right? You don't know what else is coming. Gonna go for a Scream. Unfortunately, doesn't hit, but he's going to send in Howling Demon anyway. So, I mean, I guess he's just going to have to leave that Drain Target potentially upright, and still gets 5 in himself, so gets to go back to full health. Let's see what the top deck is going to be. It's going to be the Thief there, actually.
The Thief is not particularly impactful. I think Yazi is going to try to use at least 1 Opulent here to dig for an Octrus. An Octrus for Yazi would be insane. Getting Storm and Drain for less play points. It's just like Howling Demon just feels so inferior in that situation. But unfortunately,
we know that Zone's top deck power when you uncast, man. So there's a big chance, there's a big possibility.
Only 1 draw here for Yazi though. Actually, not even able to get a draw here with enough play points left to play Octrus. So that's gonna be really tough. This first one is going to so going for the Thief, maybe? Definitely doesn't need all the loots left in hand. Goblet is going to heal to 12, but that's... Ultimate Hollow would also be very impactful here. So that would allow Yazi to go up to 14, which is a lot safer. But there...
there it is.
I mean,
get up there for top. And
and then, 14, and then... No more healing this turn for Yazi, so how is he's gonna be able to get a card draw off of the Opulent? Oh, I mean, no more extra healing except from the Goblet, yes.
He's gonna get the clear there, gonna leave Thief up 16, but I mean, Sai's got some big point damage in hand, right, ready to go. He's still able to answer quite easy with it. Yazidazi is starting to run out a little bit on that healing, as we mentioned there, right? It's got some great loot there, but as you mentioned, right, still waiting to get diffused with, and so I was like, cool, there's the steamrolling tank we're talking about. Time to see, on these later turns, he's going to be to rotate out some of these, the big legendary followers looking towards that Vania coming through.
Steamrolling tank actually just played there to make hand space,
yeah.
Because Sai needs the summon Bloodkin, and good old classic card, and that is generated second here. So.
Man, if that would have been overdrawn, like, I think I would have felt that in my bones, man. That would have been just way too bad.
I think Sai's a good enough player not to accidentally do that, but sometimes you just don't have a choice. Like like all the glowing cards in Sai's hand put cards in his hand. Like, what's he gonna do except for wings? Like,
one of the only problems with Wrath Blood, right, you never expect to have is just I have a full hand. What's going on here? I'm meant to be self-damaging. Why are there so many cards in hand? And obviously with Thief being ambushed, right, you can't even run the Blitzer in, right? I mean, you've got Loss, but again, you're talking about adding extra cards in their hand. It's still gonna be a problem.
Yeah,
Maybe drop
just
gift
Vown. I think it's just Vown here because Sai already has 2 Storm followers in hand. One of the considerations, of course, is to try to not give Octress ways to gain Storm.
Yeah.
Always a menace in this matchup. But oh, another ultimate hollow off the top for Yazi.
That's
He's just
really
living.
nice.
But now Sai, I like Sai's assembling here of all these 0 cost cards.
Yeah.
That means he can threaten double Gyaradeath. So it's gonna put pressure on Yazi to like close out the game. Which gives Sai the ability to, like, because if Yazi just calmly plays a control plan here, you know, if Yazi knows the contents of Sai's hand, Yazi can just calmly play a control plan and sort of work toward an inevitable victory. But if Yazi is worried about a double Gyaradeath, which is like 23 damage, 24 I think with this hand, then like
Yeah, I hope you got a giant happy pig after 20 max health, man, because that's the only way you get out of that one.
yeah. So this is definitely like a good setup from Sai. And this is kind of like how you have to play this kind of situation. I'm trying to count if Yazi has a lethal, but without a remnant, this is gonna be tough. And only 2 flags in hand, so I think Yazi's just gonna try to make the best clear and heal possible. Ooh, interesting. Going for the Wii Merchant. I think that is going for optimized healing. Might be a semi board law situation, but there's not really a way to do that yet. Never mind. Draws the third ultimate hollow. Okay,
Oh, my man's back, I think.
Yeah. And it just leaves there. Oh, so Ration Wave, we're gonna see it do the work there. Okay. And just buffing up. So
that's fine.
oh, and goes in for the damage.
Wow.
Interesting. I don't know if I would have gone in there, but I guess the because it doesn't put Sai low enough to where it prevents a double Gyaradeath play.
Yeah.
And now Sai can theoretically sort of if if Sai had like another Howling Demon, for example, right? Sai would actually be able to clear this and then turn the tables back at Yazi and be like, how do you win the game from here? But both of these decks are approaching the threshold where they just have OTKs. So it's like super scary for both players.
Yeah, it's definitely that battle ride of trying to stay healthy enough while also having the resources to not die, but also being able to win, right? And now we're going to see that second Vania come out. So you're going to have, another gift for Blood Finesse. It's another 0 cost spell. It's going to be ready here and going to get some extra pings. And as you mentioned, right, Zone's going to easy clear out the 8-8, the 7-7 with those Bane bats. It's going to be great for Sai. It's going to be great to have these spells built up. But, I mean, he's still looking, for those last little components, right, to get that OTK that he's going to need here.
Yeah, Sai just unfortunately has not found a single copy of Gyaradeath or nor the Raging Commanders to find it. And now, now the shoe's on the other foot. Like, he knows that Yazidazi's had that flag in hand. 9 play points is a lot. How many more flag generators could Yazi have at this point? Sai's going for maximum healing now, and he's gonna play this gift for Bloodkin to get the extra ward, just to get a little bit of added safety.
And now, I mean, this is one of those games which it's going to be extended. And a reminder, it's the first game of the second quarterfinal. There's potentially 2 more after this, right? These guys are going to have to play through, and this one's starting to stretch out a little bit. So, interesting to see now, of course, how they kind of handle the situation here. As it does, it's got a lot of cool early cost followers, but I mean, this might be time for Maximus, right? Maybe to just get a full board out.
Maximus, let's see. Maximus, there's 2 first mates left in the deck, 3 Octress and 1 Opulent, and I believe those are the only 3 drops in the deck for Yazi. Out of those, none of them are particularly impactful, so I don't think Yazi's primary plan is going to Maximus. If Yazi had Kagemitsu in the deck, that would be a bit different, but that's a big what if. Yeah, and the big thing is that Yazi is now like almost out of big ticket healing, right? All 3 ultimate hollows have been played, which means kind of Yazi's got to try to find a way to win. Having played the Bumpkin first to try to draw like a specifically what Yazi was looking for was a Barbaros, which would I think win the game there. Now finds the Octress, I think. Okay, not enough play points to play the Adherent. I think gonna try to hope that you can get another Goblet off the Octress. Okay. Yep, gonna play the Goblet here. Yeah, and don't have to worry about the Evo here. Oh, and gets enough time in to get the Fuse. Okay, there we go. So that's a setup for next turn. But is Yazi gonna make it to next turn? Sai, do you have enough damage in this hand? It doesn't look like it. There's just this lack of Gyaradeath is really hurting Sai.
I
mean,
want to
like,
say
Gyaradeath
bottom
would be-
20, but like it's looking bottom 20, man. Like here at the moment, and I mean, yeah, you've got Lust, which is nice, right? There's some storm damage at least, and all the spells lined up, ready to go, and it's just that one card, the most important one of all, right? That he needs to get the win here, and unfortunately, this might be the reason why he ends up losing, even through, you know, we're talking about how Yazi's gone through his healing cards, right? MVP Hollow, I want to say. There's two in a row, absolutely insane coming out for Yazi, and now, yeah, as you said, right, having the Maximus might not have been the best play, but I mean, now he's got himself a pretty full board, right? He's able to Octras to get that fusion off right onto Remnant, so he's going to have the 8 damage ready to go very soon. And that's something that Sai really has to worry about here, even running in. I'm talking about, right, obviously, the Wrath being a problem. Blitz is going to have to eat damage here, you know, just to try and help clear this board, and it's going to put him in a real dangerous situation.
Yeah, I think Sai was counting his damage, but with Valnoric being his own source of damage, is like it's just not enough.
There's no
like,
choice, right?
And now he might have to run the Valnoric into something. And you know what's really awkward here is that Valnoric's gonna keep putting more copies of herself in the deck, and that is not good for Sai's chances of finding a Gyaradeath. And I think that's something that's like, it's not something that you can play around as Sai, but like that's something that's definitely hurt him. And this is just be a this is gonna be a very straightforward lethal here for Yazi. Gunner, Scout as 3 flags, and then enough uses for the Remnant to deliver lethal. So I mean,
we'll say that
Sai's kind of been in Sai's been in dead man walking mode for so long. It's tough. That I think that I mean, usually the game is decided when you see 2 ultimate hollows, I think is like what we usually say. The second ultimate hollow means Sword is like very likely to win, but Sai had that game in the bag as long as he could draw a Gyaradeath, and I don't know. I feel bad if I cursed him on that one. I just kept mentioning how much he needs it.
Well, you know who to blame now, Sai, right? If you it's all down to one person. But all jokes aside, right? What a cool match, right? Obviously for the second quarterfinal, how close it was, and again, right? Just unfortunate for Sai, he was unable to find like that final key piece he needed, right? But unfortunately, sometimes it's how the cookie crumbles, right? And he's obviously got kind of similar to Nitro, right? We saw with the chess game in game 1, right? Where maybe not to that degree of like an oh crap moment, right? Obviously how quick you lost and how easily, but a matter of, okay, now I'm down, right? Obviously I've got to try and do the run back now, get 2 in a row to make it into that semi-final to take on Nitro. And obviously we expect Sai to do it, right? Obviously a big veteran in the scene, right? Obviously out the World Grand Prix representing the West region, right? And definitely a man definitely knows what he's doing, definitely knows how to build up those points, get those wins, and get himself those big events at the end. So if we're expecting anyone to do it, it could be him. But again, he's going to try and dig deep, right? To try and get that second, the first and second win, I should say, to get into semifinals.
Yeah, and one thing that's nice about Sai is that nice silver lining here is that Sai did not bring Enhance, which I think he'd be like beating himself up if he still had to play Enhance after Sword got through, because when you bring Enhance, Sword is like that's like the biggest weak matchup for Sword. So Sai now has 2 decks left that he has to play into Enhance, if I remember correctly, because he banned out the Wrath. And both decks are decks that can get through quite handy. So he's going to go in on the spell boost and Enhance. I think like this is definitely the deck that's more designed to beat Enhance, although he rolled the go second card. That's rough for him. Ooh, with the blessing, I'm going to keep the blessing. Okay, that's pretty good. He's got 2 big ticket spell boost targets in that hand already, so this is a hand that can kill on turn 5 or 6 if he draws enough more fuel.
We'll have to see, right? Again, going into that second match for the second quarterfinals here for Sai and Yazidazi. Of course, Yazidazi 1 win away from potentially making it to that semi-final spot against Nitro.
Yeah, I talked up Sai's hand, but Yazidazi's hand, look at it. None of those are cards that Yazi plays 3 of in his deck. Now 5 1-ofs. And they're all impactful in this matchup. Like I mentioned, the burst tackle, right? It's like designed for this matchup. I think the least impactful card is the Jetpack Gunner, but there are situations where Jetpack Gunner enables a clear. And as Portal, you are just playing control in this matchup. If you survive the all-in from Spell Boost, which Summon Divine Treasure is a huge part of that, you are very likely to win the game. And Sai's got a bit of a slow start. He's got a tough decision to make here. It's kind of like, because so like looking at this hand, he's got Story of a Lifetime, but his hand is all it's either Blessing, which he wants to play on turn 4 because it's really efficient, and then all spell boost cards. So there's like a case for pitching Crushing Rain here, which is like, I think the safe, quote unquote safe play. But if you pitch a Crushing Rain and then you know you're just lacking a card to get through a Judith Shield, it's tough. I think like I would not know what to do there. I might decide to pitch a Crushing Rain there, but Sai playing it patiently because he does know that if he draws like, you know, Insight here, or he draws Insight or saving the 2 cost for a Sacred Bird of Wisdom top deck does enable both of those. Ooh.
Yeah, it does get some good pulls out of it as well, right?
And
you still got those 3 in deck.
Yeah, and you see that he's actually gone and tossed the winged inversion now because he's been holding on to it too late. He needs to start spell boosting now. It is like a bit of a race, right? Because if it gets to turn 7 and Sai hasn't closed out the game, turn 6 even is when Yazi is most likely going to pull the trigger on Divine Treasure, and that then becomes much harder for Sai to win in that situation. So Yazi drawing the Rosa, I kind of want to see Yazi just throw out Rosa here, but one thing that's tough for Yazi is there is a certain quote-unquote 6-up in Yazi's deck that he does not have in his hand.
Yeah, just one. Just kind of way out here at the moment. Yeah. And the funniest part is we're even looking at, right, are we talking about, that turn 1 being maybe better start for Enhanced Portal? There's no Cutthroat. There's no search for Cutthroat. There's no condemned stuff, right, at all. And we're talking about, obviously, right, we're wanting to see Yazi get that one to that by 6, get big damage in. But at the same time, I mean, he's going to chuck the Jetpack Gunner away even to maybe try and search for, I mean, that's a condemned card, but not the one we wanted.
That's a condemned card. It is a condemned card, but it's not the one you want to see. All right. Another C-Mail in hand here for Sai. Angel's Blessing. That's pretty good. And he's actually just going to play the full cost Sacred Bird of Wisdom to clear, which is a bit unfortunate because it's not a spell boost. I think Sai would be pretty happy to leave up this board if he could instead play 2 spells there, but unfortunately the play points do not work out that way. And another condemned card that's not the one that Yazi's looking for, I think. So this is kind of like an issue with the mulligan philosophy of Enhanced Portal. So your one-ups are generally the most impactful cards in the matchup, right? So you kind of want to keep them, but like the sort of like, I think like I had some teammates run the numbers, and it's like you're 90% to draw Cutthroat if you mulligan for Cutthroat. But that comes at the expense of your more impactful cards. So what do you do?
It's that tough toss-up, right, of challenging, like, which to have. And that's what you said at the start of the game, right? Look at Yazidazi's hand. It's the perfect hand to deal with spell boost, right? We saw it all ready to go. But the Cutthroat, right? Which is like what you need to run the Let's Play points, right? To go through. And now Sai, I mean, it took him a little bit, but he's starting to build up his spell boost, right? He's starting to finally head his way. And he's more than happy to kind of just deal with whatever Yazi's following out with some of these Evos here. I mean, Freya is going to come out through. There could be a chance to search him. Yeah,
there's 6 targets for Freya here.
So I think at this point he kind of just has to go for it, right? Because I mean, now he's turned 6. Where's my Cutthroat? You know, we need to start getting these other big fellows out. There we go.
There we go.
Finally seeing them come out. So a little bit late, but I mean, with most of the cards being at that turn 7 mark, right?
Look at Sai's reaction. He does not like to see that. He was holding out hope that Cutthroat wasn't there, you know, because honestly, Sai's hand is just too slow right now.
Up until Cutthroat, we can kind of let it slide, right? Post Cutthroat, we got a problem.
No, because there's I mean, you got to be thinking about Divine Treasure coming down next turn if you're Sai, and that's gonna make it so much harder for him to win the game. But Sai, oh no.
And he's overdrawing now as well, right? Just makes that even tougher for him. Oh man,
his hand just costs so much. I'm like, I don't know what to do here if I'm him. Like maybe like the Mari is really awkward. It might be just Chakram first to lower some costs. But 3 cost Chakram, you're never happy doing that.
I mean, all of it's like super tough, right? But I mean, chuck 'em out. I mean, at least you get a spell boost, and then you can kind of, you know, nuke a target as well. But I mean, you could also do that with Martina, right? If you want to use the banished version, but he's going to go for Mari here anyway.
Yeah, Mari before spell boosting is the usual pattern. When Mari's cost has been reduced to a manageable amount. However, for Sai here, he had to pay 3 play points for that Mari, which is super rough, and that's gonna give. Okay, this I don't want to call it early, but it looks like Yazidazi is just in full command here. Yazi can go a 7 cost summon Divine Treasure, although there is kind of a catch where you kind of want to try to play when you play Summon Divine Treasure in this matchup. You want to play it in a way where you can get the last words on the 5/5, because that's 2 more turns of Shield of Transgression, and Meltina can technically banish the 5/5. So Yazi's probably could be mindful of that, just thinking about it a little bit. But the 7 cost Divine Treasure into Olivia and Sylvia is gonna just basically set up Yazi to just be in full command of the game from here. I just taking some time to think about it, because even though this is like the most obvious play, is nice. I like to see that, like, just a little bit of deliberation there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the Sai's face.
Look at Sai's reaction. Yeah, he's just like, and he had all these.
Yep, I'm fucked up. I know, man. I'm done. We're pretty much done and dusted here, unfortunately. And I get very similar to the first game in the Blood game, right? Where unfortunately, again, it's that bottom 20 situation. This time, it's not bottom 20. Well, actually, I can probably argue it's a bit bottom 20, right? Because you've got a lot of your really good high cost cards, but none of your early spell boosts, right? So it's kind of situation, and then you've got that to deal with on the board, right? And that protection.
Yeah, I think it's like if Yazi did not have that Shield of Transgression up, Sai actually had the potential to win the game this turn. That's how crazy it is. But unfortunately, with the shield up, it's going to be very hard for Sai to deal lethal. So I think Sai is going to be looking for basically just a big board. The good thing about Sai is that he doesn't have to worry about optimizing as much anymore. I'm just trying to find silver linings here, right? Which is by which I mean that, like, the because Raining Blade.
Do we get to see feline magic?
We're gonna see the feline magic. Yeah, Raining Blades on Semifinal is no longer required to get as much damage as possible because of the Shield of Transgression. So Sai gets to dump his whole hand here, but dumping his hand good enough to win. Ooh, and he's thinking about how to dump his whole hand.
Question, right? Yeah.
It's
a couple $100 question, at least for this round.
What's really awkward is that Inauspicious Puppeteer as well, because Sai wants to sequence his cards so that he doesn't get his critical storm followers debuffed by her.
And now that time is ticking down, right? It's not their choice if you start slamming them down, right? And really seriously to be out of here.
That's rough.
Oh, and that time is ticking down. Is he gonna have enough time to be able to play through everything? He does hit Puppeteer. That's really good.
Okay.
And he just had enough time to run some damage in? Yes.
Which is he's gonna lose 6 damage on that. Oof. But I think he's also worried about getting just jetpacked. I think if I were Sai here, and obviously caster vision helps, I would just stop worrying about jetpack gunner, because with this hand and with no story to refill, you basically have to worry about how you're gonna win the game more so than how you lose the game.
Yep. Especially when you're 1 down as well, right? So you already also have that extra pressure of, I don't have an extra lifeline here, so
yeah. Although, no, because of the cutthroat draw for Yazi, this board is never going to be a problem at this point. So I would have liked to see Sai spread out his stats a bit more, but that was just such a tough turn. You have so many things to think about. Like, I can never fault any player for having any kind of difficulty with that. And you know what's funny is this Radiant now finds a Judith. So yeah, she is an artifact as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Remember, quote unquote, everything. Just at this point. Yeah, she's definitely an artifact. What do you mean? You look at her. She's definitely an artifact. Yeah, she's also an Earthright. We got a puppet, a hero, commander as well. So,
and
bit of an easy way to do that
not
board
even committing the Judith shield. Wow.
See that comment? I mean, he's still got an extra turn on the shield, right? Yeah. And then what's he gonna have? this one? He's just gonna stack it up.
I wonder if Yazi's worried about invoking a Bahamut here. Although one thing to note is that Sizeless does not play Uranus. Uranus and Cat is kind of like the like conflict in that last spot, and so one thing with Uranus in this matchup, that is something to consider. But okay, Sai is kind of just trying to save the last remnant of his hand, but there's the Cutthroat for 10. There's a Judith for Storm.
Wow, man. And Yazidazi, he's going to do it. 2-0
more damage
against Sai. Going to get Angelic Strike just for a little bit of tech there. A little bit of fun at the end to wrap it up. But big congrats to Yazidazi. A huge upset against Sai. Reminder, of course, from Rev, World Grand Prix player, top name here in the region. Was all seen back here, but the new blood just coming out here in Spade Zones.
Yeah, I saw a message from another Rev member that, quoting Tsuyu, the former team leader of Rev, said Sai is going to lose to Marnie, who's referencing Yazidazi's profile picture there. And, you know, so I think the real blame here can go to Tsuyu, his Sai's teammate. But honestly, like, I think well played from both players. Yazi, you know, kind of a new name in the scene, showing like real mastery over kind of how to navigate the matchup. I think you know, even though I didn't necessarily agree with every decision made, I think optimizing, finding the defensive solutions when it mattered, really punished Sai. And like a little bit unlucky at the start of that portal game, but then turned it around. And yeah, that slamming down that divine treasure just really closed out the game. Really bad breaks for Sai there, but that's kind of the nature of the game sometimes. So congrats to Yazi for advancing. Going to be facing Nitro in the semifinal in the upper bracket. So
yeah, and even
seeing how many more veterans
well,
take down
for these guys. Both these guys again were tied up in league points even as well. So none of these guys get to be like, yes, I took it out over Sai, but now it's got a bit more of a point advantage right coming through. And yeah, of course, you know, we're at the start of the season, right? There's plenty of season to go. At the end of the day, every single point counts, right? And Sai obviously knowing that, right? That's how he got that awesome WDP spot right back in 2021 through points. So because we have to hopefully see him obviously throughout the rest of the season. Let's put up points. We know we will for a fact, right? He's going to fight hard for that extra spot at the end of the year for the 2023 season. But guys, we still have heaps and heaps of awesome Shadowverse action heading your way here today for the West March Cup. Of course, after the break, we'll have our third quarterfinal match between Johann and Fibonacci. That's going to, of course, be covered by Zones and Trick when he returns for that one. And, of course, our final quarterfinal match of the day, Twilight Knights Dubski taking on Meme Legends. I think we've dubbed that one right as the match to watch here for the quarterfinal stuff, guys. So don't go anywhere after this short break. Tons of awesome Shadowverse action kicking off with that Johann versus Fibonacci match. Don't go anywhere.
At last, the time has come again. Thou hast been brought here to unleash the forces sealed away within. That which awaits thee is glory unimaginable and justice hitherto unknown. Darkness itself cowers before it, a violet flame to consume all of antiquity. Be not afraid of this great transformation. Hew away the shackles of convention's grip. Reach forth, grasp the light of a shattered order. In doing so, verily thou shalt discern fate's very design. Go now, forsake erstwhile fancy. Spread your wings and soar the skies of a new world. Celestial Dragon Blade. Take hold of fate's righteous blade.
Evil takes on many forms, but so too does retribution. Rejoice, convict. Your perfect punishment awaits here in Asphalt. For sinners the likes of you, there is no tomorrow. Within these walls, part prison, part purgatory, part hell, you will waste away the remainder of your miserable lives.
You think you can hold me captive? No matter where you lock me up, I will break out and cut down all who stand in my way.
Pitiful wretch, how do you not see? Crime demands punishment!
You know nothing about me. My sins are mine alone to bear. I reject your sentence! Eightfold Abyss, Asphalt. Rise up, convicts. Tomorrow is ours.
All right, we're back with you guys after 2 quarterfinals, 2 to go, halfway through. So Zones, how are you feeling after seeing Nitro and Yazidazi take 2 of the first matches?
Well, you know, as a sword shill, I'm pretty excited to see that. But you know, really shout out to Nitro. I think he's been around the scene for a bit, and it's nice to see, you know, a veteran player and a new player kind of take it, so we get to see more of that, you know, new blood, old blood matchup. And speaking of blood, everyone has blood, right? So it's all blood.
Yeah, glad to see someone else hyping up Nitro. I feel like it means a little bit more coming from you than me as a fellow team member of his. But yeah, I think he's doing good well as well. And looking up next, we've got some more players coming out, Johann and Fibonacci. I'm excited. I know they have some pretty interesting lineups, and I think we're going to be jumping into that in a minute. For you, Zones, looking at this first deck list from Johann, Sephi, I feel like that's something of the past. Why do you think he's bringing it here today?
I think this is a comfort pick and maybe a bit of a meta read. So this is probably my least favorite deck in the entire format, but it is a really strong deck when it gets going. And I think he just wants to ban Portal, because one of the reasons this deck fell off is Portal. It's got a lot of healing and deck presence, board presence. So I think like maybe Johann's kind of like, okay, I want to be able to beat Blood. I want to beat sword players that don't know this matchup. I want to beat third decks that, you know, like I think like if you go strong enough on board, you can beat Spell Boost and anything like that, and it's just a comfort thing. But Enhanced Portal is kind of like the main like boogeyman for this deck, that like Judith is just like effectively 5 extra HP, right? So stuff like that, it can be
Yeah.
tough for this deck to deal with. Do you see a bit of spicy
Yeah, definitely.
tech, though?
Is one of those cards, the Fina Super Cute Hunter. I feel like that's not something we've really seen at all before, and it's kind of interesting seeing that here. It's a follower that can give the enemy leader an effect. It reduces the defense restored to 1 their next turn. So that could be something pretty easy, pretty interesting. Maybe like with all the healing we're seeing now, if Sephi wants to set up a 2-turn lethal, they might need to like throw this down or something to kind of like lock in their opponent's health point at like a reasonable.
Yeah, I wonder. Right, I think maybe some of the more impactful matchups for this card might be Sword and Wrath, which is, I mean, Wrath does have the ability to restore 1 HP at a time with the Steamrolling Tank, but at the same time, Wrath also has the Howling Demon restored. So kind of like and the 3 defense from the Vampire Queen's Castle. So kind of maybe attacking Wrath's ability to keep itself up might reinforce the idea that Johann wants to face Wrath. And then Sword, right? A lot of the power Sword has in this matchup is the ability to just leave up board, tank the damage, and just like play an ambush plan. And Fina can sort of like counteract that. So,
yeah, and definitely as well, like one of the reasons why Portal is so bad is amulets as well. And so maybe if like there's some big brain play here, we're gonna use that Fina to destroy the amulet that limits our damage to 4 or something like that too. I don't know, probably the ban like you were saying, but maybe we'll jump into his next deck and see if like there's kind of any trends that can help us better understand the strategy of Johann. All right, so here it looks like we're going to have a Bloodcraft deck, Wrath, like we've been seeing a lot of today. Not a lot standing out to me. We see like 2 of some of the cards, just maybe like player preference and things. What card do you want to highlight this time around, Zones?
Well, I mean, maybe we should look at the one of the power plays in the deck that gives you some flexibility in Vania Crimson Majesty. She is one of the kind of the mascots of the game in a way, especially if you're a fan of Blood decks all the way back to the original version of the game. Played in like the Bat aggro decks, but and she's played in basically every Blood deck right now. But in this deck, of course, she gets the free Evo, the 2 bats. It's actually a huge skill test. I found that like in some matchups you have to hold off on Vania to use the Bane bats effectively, and then in some matchups you want to play Vania without the bat generation just because you want the free gift for Bloodkin card. So, and then she has a lot of interactions with Vite and Castle as well. Actually like a pretty key part of the deck. I mean, yeah. And then we're gonna look at Vampire Queen's Castle, which is another reference to an old school card, right? So Vampire's Queen Castle, usually the most reliable way to set up a Floros play, but also just like extra healing later on, extra board presence. If you get 2 wards and set up a Raging Commander behind it, some decks have a struggle to deal with that as well. So just a lot of options, and that's kind of what you're looking for in the Wrath list.
Yeah, like you're saying, seeing a lot of themes there. We got like the rock stars and the vampires, and jumping in this last list, it's going to be Enhance again. Seeing some different cards here, but a lot of like the same one of techs. Definitely, I like to see all of like the early game cards that we're seeing, like some puppet generation to help in like keep control and not lose things. And then I also like some of like the tech here, like being able to stop your opponent's invokes. You can see the 2-drop there with the ward. You can use that to like stop a Floros. You can use it in the mirror to stop a Bahamut. What are some of the cards you're looking at?
This deck looks I'm a bit embarrassed, but I think one of the unsung heroes is Arc. That card is actually devastating if it comes down on 2. Sometimes you like, so I play Sword a lot, right? If and you're one of the things you try to do as Sword, if Arc rolls the play point increase like twice, on top of everything else the deck does, it just feels like the game is unwinnable as a Sword player. And then and that's true in a lot of other matchups too, right? That role, but also because we're playing so many 1-ofs, the fact that Arc can search the deck for Portal cards is really important as well. So Arc just ends up doing a lot of work even the buff. Like I was playing a game earlier today and it buffed a Uranus, and I'm just like, well, shoot, what do I do now? It's a 4/4. I'm just getting beaten down. Every mode of art can be really impactful when you play a deck with so much variance in it. So
Yeah, definitely. And I think like you're saying with that healing, it can definitely be like a card to increase your health points and give you some tech when you don't get some of your other one-ofs. And now we're seeing Fibonacci. He's here too. Johann's not the only person in this match, and Fibonacci has a very interesting sword deck. I know you've been wanting to touch on that zones. Why do you think he's making some of the changes here from the classic Evo loot sword we've seen?
all right, so cat's out of the bag. Fibonacci, even though he's got you can see him in, well, we'll see him soon, but he's got the sensor on his eyes. He is a returning veteran player. Some might know him by the name of Doolin, and there's no like foul play here with the name changing. I think because this is his first SVO of the year. But he told me, he's a teammate of mine. He told me that he picked this list because he also practiced with the amateur Japanese team RE a bit, and so he trusts a lot in CQCQ's deck list. CQCQ, former RE player, now plays for a pro league team in Japan. And CQCQ just did really well recently with this deck in Gauntlet, because Japan's kind of in an off season right now. And what Doolin Fibonacci, I'm going to try to call him Fibonacci here, likes about this list is just that it's easier to play. He doesn't have to worry about as many loot setups. You can just count up the Evo points. Like Alice is for like a really strong card refill, the Claymore Master. Yeah, so Alice, new card in the mini expansion, when you hit 7 Evos, and this deck is very capable of hitting 7 Evos. She goes Storm, but basically she's 2 play points, draw 2 even without that, as long as she has a strike target, which helps a lot with refills. And we're also playing Kagemitsu, all right, which is a card that a lot of the loot decks have dropped. Hitting 7 Evos off of the Kagemitsu means that he does 6 damage AoE, which helps in a lot of the matchups that normally the deck struggles with, like Portal, I think Spell Boost in some cases, just the decks that try to put up large wards to block you. And the last thing that, yeah, so right, 7 Evos, you can deal 4 damage effect and 2 damage with Storms. That's 6 damage face, if it connects face as well. So there's a lot of synergy involved there. And then the last card that stands out, of course, is the Claymore Master, who is just like a mulligan priority against control decks. So one thing that one of the hardest parts of Sword, I think, is calculating your lethal lines when the opponent's at full health and you have like a lot of gunners and flag generations. But Claymore Master is just 4 to 6 damage Storm reliably. The Evolve might even come up for helping trade off followers on board. So just a much easier brain off, go monkey mode face kind of plan for the deck.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a good strategy with so many rounds of Swiss, trying to like make your matchups a little easier. And looking at this list, Spell Boost too, there's some more tech here. I see a Kuon, pretty interesting pick. We've seen a lot of people playing like Freya or even maybe like Asvault sometimes to fetch the Simiel. But here we see it's like, why like run the draw for my specific finishers? Why not just like play some different ones as well? What do you think about Kuon in this deck?
I am not a fan of Kuon, but I think Kuon plays a huge role against Portal specifically. I think this is part of Fibonacci's strategy is to target Portal, especially with the sword list that is not the classic loot. And so Kuon plays into this because if you drop Kuon on like turn even 5 or 6 with the massive Shikigami board, that is going to be a tough call for Portal to just deal with that full board. And so that is the trade-off you get. Kuon is a bit less consistent of a card. If you keep him in the mulligan, you have more higher chance of bricking, but that's kind of just how Spell Boost is, right? So you're just taking that trade-off. I'm trying not to say trade-off too much, but that's what it is. And yeah, so this is like keep Kuon, slam him out for 15 Spell Boost Kuon as quickly as you can, and just hope the opponent can't deal with it. Just adds a lot of like power to the deck that is, and a little less all in on the Semiel plan.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and it's interesting seeing that specific ban. From what I know today, I think Enhance has either been banned out or won every match so far, and so it's going to be interesting to see if like Fibonacci has been able to find a a different like set of decks and like play style to really take down this deck that's been so dominant so far. Let's jump to the last deck and see what he's bringing in for that position. All right, yeah, classic Wrathblood. Should have known. I guess if every player's bringing it, that means that he'd have it too. I like the changes here. We have one Vicious Blitzer. Some people do two instead of the Vate, but looking at that, it looks like we'll have some more draw maybe and just be able to keep our hands healthier. Vicious Blitzer here, we're looking at it. It's a rush follower that does 1 damage when you play it and when it dies. And so that's something that is really good until like maybe there's not a board to trade into, and then when he dies on your opponent's turn, you won't get that paying to your count. So maybe that's a reason to cut down on him. What else are you looking at in this list, Zones?
Yeah, well, the third copy of Vate is kind of interesting. I think like it's weird because Vate is not a card you ever want to keep in your opening hand. So, but he is really good when you're out of cards in hand. So I think maybe Fibonacci is trying to make sure that he is not in an empty hand situation where like, you know, I think we saw Furudo Nate have that problem in match 1 where he just ended up with no cards in hand, right? And Nitro kind of managed to just it was a little easier for Nitro to deal with that situation when there was, although still not out of the woods, but just basically that extra bit of like reliable card draw can definitely help. The problem with Vate though is that he's really bad after like turn 5, so I don't that's kind of why he's usually only played at 2 copies. But if you want to draw him early, you got to play more copies of him, right? So that's kind of the
definitely an unsung hero. I feel like I was talking with my team and like, yeah, you don't maybe like want to keep him, but it is just a really strong card. I feel like it's one of those cards if it like came out like a couple of expansions ago, people would have been like raging about this card and been like so unhappy. It like clears the board on Evo, gives you 3 bodies, gets you the healing, gets you like the pings, gets you the draw. It's really like hitting every area of your deck. And I think it just shows how strong Wrath is when most of the time people like aren't even trying to keep this card, because there's other combinations of cards that just do all of those things but better in lots of situations.
I think he used to have to like evolve a card for it, just his fanfare effect, but now he evolves, kills another thing, and then gets you a card out of your deck that heals you. Yeah, like card for card, he's just really powerful.
So, but that's definitely true. And you've been saying now that these lists are trying to target maybe in hands, and that's the strategy. What do you think is going to be the ban from the other side?
Let me see. So he is up against Johann. Oh, that is tough.
Sephi, Wrath, and hands. Yeah.
I think Johann might still be. I think Johann does not have a enhanced to target, so he might ban the sword deck just because it's got a lot of like strong like game ending potential. But I think the other thing to consider might just be spell boost, because I think Sephi has a hard time into spell boost, which yeah, and well, when we see that, and I completely miscalled it. In fact, we're not
seeing the blood band out from both sides. That leaves up rune for both players, different rune decks, and then the portal and the sword. Yeah, I can see the blood ban, especially for Sephi. It has a hard time against a lot of the new decks. You don't really want to play into maybe Wrath or Enhance. So now in this matchup, not going to have to face either of those is good. And so, yeah, that leaves us here with Johann and Fibonacci. We're going to be jumping into the third quarterfinal match between these two players. Who do you feel like got maybe like the better side of this ban? Like, who with these two decks left up, what do you think? Which player do you think is sitting in the best position?
The one I actually feel like Johann might be able to get a. I think Johann's Sephi deck is in a really good spot. It does have to deal with the spell boost matchup, but Sephi does do a little better into the Kuan lists, I think. And then because Fibonacci's sword deck, he even has the check mark, so he's really not good at hiding who he is. But Fibonacci's sword deck, I think, because it plays fewer ambush followers than the normal ambush normal loot sword deck, has a bit of a harder time sort of getting that alternate like hiding plan, like that people like to call it. So
yeah, and jumping into the match, it is that sword deck you've been talking about facing up against Sephi. It kind of looks like a match from before the mini expansion, two of these decks that people used to play, but I guess Alice and some of these new cards are here to really mix it up.
Yeah, And I want to see if they definitely trade and thief because Sacred Bird of Wisdom is huge in this matchup. I used to say that if the Seffi deck has 2 Sacred Birds of Wisdom, this match is basically decided. And Johann has the first one here.
Yeah, maybe getting to see Sacred Bird of Wisdom played for that follower again. And unlike Spell Boost, who usually wants to play it for effect, like it's been good to play it as a follower in Seffi. Keep up that board pressure that can maybe even sometimes let you put your opponent low enough to do like an early Seffi lethal from like less than 20, like a 15 or something on some of your earlier turns.
Yeah, I think this turn though is most likely going to be a fuse for test subject. The only question is what followers is Johann going to fuse? The Baikaha or Babkatha I think is the easier, but I think like it's an Irish or Celtic thing, right? That is a really important card to have. So Johann might be hesitant to fuse anything away in this hand, but I think Johann wants to fuse here, just because he's got the ability to Metatron and Sacred Bird on turn 4, which is really strong. But that is also punishable by Metatron from the sword deck. So getting that bird out right now, getting rid of the ambush follower is the safer play, and you can see that Fibonacci loses a bit of oomph in his turn because of that.
Yeah, we do see Metatron coming down now from Fibonacci. Interesting spot for Johann. He doesn't have very many of the typical test subject cards in hand that maybe you easily would slam early, but with Seffi, you can make any of these other cards turn into your test subjects. Like you're saying, though, maybe some of these cards like Badkatha, yeah, we're going to want to save that for later. So we'll really see if like Johann continues to play out some of these neutrals because he thinks everything's too important, or if he's like ready to start maybe fusing into his Seffi and then maybe follow it up with like a 1 play point Thunder God to get a draw and start getting some more of the key cards into his hand. Yeah, and he is choosing to make that play here and finally get his first test subject on the board and the Thunder God to get 2 draws on the board, 2 delayed draws, moving into Fibonacci's next turn.
The tap into Metatron is a bit interesting, but I think it makes sense. That's something I would have had to take some time to think about, and I mean Johann's definitely way more experienced at this deck than I am. So I think he's trying to basically make sure that his own Metatron can evolve into something reliably here. Ooh, Fibonacci kind of gets the punish there with the 50-50 on the Although
bringing out the second loot kind of evens it out.
Oh, the second loot was always guaranteed to no matter how the pings. But yeah, so that's kind of the punish for making that line from Johann is that the Title Gunner Metatron gets to do that kind of clear with an extra loot. Is he?
We do see Johann finally drawing into another one of his test subject cards, and I guess theoretically, if he hadn't done that tap the previous turn, then maybe like the Metatron, he could have healed it after trading the first time, and it might be at 4 or something again. So he is still in a spot where Metatron can Evo over one of these followers. We'll see if he chooses to do that and maybe just fuse out another test subject, or maybe just do some more targeted draw with the Scholar.
Yeah,
but Metatron on 4 always good.
Yeah, his best line here is going to be this Metatron. Yukishima is kind of like a spicy line, but with the way his hand is, it's not going to be good enough here. So Metatron plus test subject. He just has to get the test subjects rolling, because the power spike, right, is to get those 5/5 test subjects. That's when you can deal with. Before you can get those, right now, Fibonacci's going to go for most likely General Maximus, and that board is going to be really hard to clear without a power card here from Johann.
Yeah, it is interesting too. Like we were talking about the Yukishima, and it ended up getting fused away. But something I remember from before with like Sword and Seffi is that Seffi could kind of draw the game out, and Sword's like damage was usually pretty limited to like 20 with certain patterns. But if like Seffi had a big enough board or healing or like Happy Pig and things, like they could really push it to 9 to win with Yukishima and Olivia. But now we see like only 1 copy of Yukishima in the deck getting fused away. I wonder if that's because Johann is respecting Fibonacci's extra damage from like these storm cards he's added. And having so many of those like extra storm cards maybe like changes up the lethals and makes it a little harder to push the game long, forcing Johann to have to like play in a way where he can try and close it out earlier.
Yeah, Kagemitsu was like always one of my favorite cards in this matchup because that big AoE board clear effect that he has makes it so that the test subjects don't block your remnant damage, right? And so with three Kagemitsus in the deck, that makes kind of the stall plan more reliable. But I think also Johann might just be recognizing that his hand is really bad at digging through his deck, which makes the Yukishima kind of harder to use, right? Yeah, and like you said, only one copy makes that so much more awkward, but what can he do? And I think the last part of that is that Johann did not have any Olivia and Sylvia before committing to that line. And then, of course, after he commits to it, he draws 2 copies, which is really awkward.
Yeah, and still holding on to that second copy here instead of fusing it away.
I mean, he needs that copy to make sure he can clear the board. Because Olivia and Sylvia is kind of how this deck is going to be able to keep up with the boards that Sword creates. All right, finally drawing the...
Yeah, and Sword really having a lot of options here. Some of the cards you might like to get online a little earlier, Kagemitsu, like I saw him hovering that for a second. It's a little later now on turn 6, maybe a little harder to drop it. Might have liked to see that on 3, but now maybe we just hold on to it until we can play it for the immediate evolve. Going with First Mate seems like a good choice. Get the loot plan online as well as the evolve plan, and just kind of throw a lot of loots into our hand this turn. Also like setting up future lethals by making the remnant cost 1 now this turn as well. Definitely an interesting way to plan ahead.
Yeah, one of the problems with this Evo version is that, I mean, there's always just a trade-off for how you're getting your cards in play in your deck, right? And so there's just fewer loot generators in this deck, and you can see that Fibonacci has not fused anything into that Remnant of Hollowness. Usually in a normal loot deck, that would be close to 3 or 4 fuses by now, and threatening something, but that's just... I mean, it's not doing anything. And he's going to be really counting on that Alice and those opulents to basically get him the Evos to draw cards and refill his hand. But this is, right now, we're kind of seeing the sort of the downside to the Evo, the more Evo cards, is that they are slower than just a normal loot sword would be when you don't have the really efficient combos going.
Now we see some test subjects coming out. Johann trying to get his strategy online as well. I believe that was number 3 and 4 for the test subjects. So gonna still need to launch the 5th one into play before like some of the traditional Sephi lethals will be available to Johann.
And he's gonna grab the healing here. There's an idea of maybe that turn. It's a little too early there, but there's an idea of trying to use Uranus to deny some loots here. I think cutting Fibonacci off of loots is like not an impossible plan here. But of course, the sword deck is kind of multifaceted, so it might not be the strongest plan either. Okay, and we're gonna see an opulent strategist come out, one of the best cards in sword in general.
Yeah, I can definitely see how opulent really plays into the synergies of this Evo version. It still is like an Evo itself, as always, when you play a spell, but also like the Wii Merchant's appraisal that it took gives you another Evo point back. So it's like one card giving you 2 of the Evos. I can definitely see how you'd be able to get to 7 for Alice and some of your other cards that really require that.
Yeah, taking advantage of the Evo to get that Remnant down to 0 cost. That's really nice to see. Oh, and he's doing a 4 fuse. He's gonna drop Remnant this turn. That's usually what that means. Because if he wasn't playing Remnant this turn, he would save 1 loot in hand usually.
Save it for the other draw.
Yeah. Okay, that is a strong.
Yeah, pretty
push,
interesting. Choosing to throw it out. I wonder.
That's.
I wonder if that's because he's thinking, I don't, maybe
the Evo count.
But even if that is the play, I guess Mitsu would usually clear the board, and so you would have your remnant go face anyway. So I don't know if it's like necessary to throw it out now. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he's just feeling pressured because the Sephi count is getting high enough to where he wants to close out the game. But yeah, like I think his Evo count is only 4 right now because he hasn't played a lot of other auto Evo. The only auto Evo he's played is the Opulent, and he's used 3 Evo points, which and he hasn't seen any Adherent. Adherent is sort of the card that really lets you spike up those Evo points. So at his current Evo count, next turn you can do Kage. His 5th Evo. The Alice is not going to be able to hit face, but Alice double Kage would be 7 Evos, which is 12. Is that possible? Yeah, that is possible if Alice is a trade target. So I think he's trying to do like Alice double Kage is 12 points of damage. So that I think that's what that to me is what would make the most sense for Fibonacci to be setting up. But is he going to be able to do that?
Yeah, Uranus is gonna heal for 3 here, putting him to 13. So if you're saying like 12, we see another Sacred Bird for 2 more, maybe getting out of that lethal range and possibly making the Remnant feel a little bad now that a lot of it's been healed up at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's hovering the Alice, so I think he's thinking about Alice into double Kage or Alice into something. I think he's always going to start this turn with Alice because I think he needs to draw into some resources here. Let's see. Draws a Barbaros. That's a really good card. I think this is because he doesn't have the lethal. I think he sets up flags here and still keeps the double Kage sort of like in the wings. Double Kage plus 3 flags would be 21 damage if they can all connect face. So that is certainly a plan that he could try to go in mind, but he can only generate 2 flags right now.
Yeah, and looking at Johann's hand, like for considering his lethals, having that extra buff for the extra 3 attack on one of his followers could help him get to a 20 damage lethal if he does survive. But a lot of times you're looking for that extra Sephi. And so it'll be interesting to see if like we could maybe if he could like draw into a condemned follower or like another Sephi or something to help him be able to like cheat his play points a little bit more. Metatron and some of these other cards might make it a little trickier, especially at 20. Usually now you'd have to use your Evo on Sephi to deal with the followers. And so I think that these Metatrons are actually pretty heads up to like really prevent Evos from Johann that would require an additional evolve on a follower, usually going face.
Yeah, because one Metatron, if Johann had a full Sephi hand, would not be enough to stop a lethal, because Sephi can just evolve and turn the Metatron into a test subject, and that would get through the wards. But two Metatrons still requires the Sephi Evo and trade. So actually, aside from the specific hand, the second Metatron doesn't actually do much here. But it does open up, it does force sort of the Sephi Evo. So that is the idea here. That is 155. Second fuse here. I think Johann's looking for lethal. Is it possible? If he drew the third Sephi, I think it would be.
Yeah, right interesting. Yeah, going for that. If he does get the third Sephi, he could theoretically cheat out, like maybe with like the perfect condemned cards and Sephi combination, cheat out 2 more subjects for 1 plus Sephi for the third one, a fourth one. So that might have been able to be a lethal because you would have been able to evolve your Sephi. But it's like it was hoping for some pretty specific draws.
Yeah, but I think the third Sephi would have been it. But this is going to be Johann is just going for the biggest board here now. But because I don't think he heals above 21, or he can't heal above 21. He barely heals above 18. Oh, he's not going for the healing.
Oh, and missing one of the trades as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see Fibonacci throwing out these cards. He has the flags in hand. Double Kagamitsu. Each of those is 6 for 12, plus the 6 from the flags and the followers on the board. Yeah, this is going to be game for Fibonacci.
Yeah, and that's the thing is if Johann had just fully traded out the board, he'd actually win from here because Fibonacci only had 18 damage. So, that's rough. But I mean, it's hard in that situation because he committed so much of his resources there, right? And I think he just drew the third Sephi there. So when you commit like that without another Sephi and without the Yukishima, you're like, how do I win from here? But yeah, in that situation, I mean, Johann actually had to play defensively. It's just so hard to know, but because yeah.
Yeah, interesting that Evo Loot Sword taking the first game. Maybe we'll see that deck kind of pop up more, and like maybe even like in SEAO, some of the players will be like taking notes of this and trying to copy it. Oh, and we see Johann sticking with the Sephi, now going to be going up against Spell Boost. Spell Boost going first. What do you think is gonna be some of like the key decisions in this matchup?
Well, as the Spell Boost deck, you kind of just want the best hand for OTK. And maybe like a Kuan is okay, but Kuan is kind of optional because you're kind of looking to try to lock the board. Well, there he is. You're kind of looking to try to lock up the board for the Sephi player, and because one of the biggest weaknesses of the Sephi deck is that you play all these. I call them I'll call them dorks. Like they're just one attack followers, right? Even if you gum up the board with them, like they don't do much. And yeah. Johann actually showing a bit of confidence here, challenging not Johann. Fibonacci's challenging Johann here to like do the trade for him because he knows that he actually wants to try to get remove 2 attack followers instead of 1 attack followers from the board. And in fact, Fibonacci's gonna keep up here and just try to
making the delayed trade, probably just because choosing to go for like the draw this turn instead of the missile. I do like what you're saying, leaving up that option to be able to remove a two attack follower, but in this case it seems like Fibonacci just knew he needed to dig, try and find some more cards. Like Kuan, it's going to finish the game, but he needed to draw into some of those cards that he has now, like Chakram Wizard and things that'll really help keep him alive in the early game and get the boost count going to be able to eventually get his win condition fully online.
One thing is that the Spell Boost deck before mini expansion used to play a lot of cards that like lock followers onto the board, like Greater Will and Enchanting Spell, and those would prevent a lot of damage and keep the Sephi deck from developing their board plan, because Sephi needs the board slots to be able to put more test subjects onto the board. And without those, I think it is actually a bit easier for Sephi to play their game plan. Because Fibonacci here is kind of forced to remove some of these followers. As not seeing any winged inversions either. Winged inversion good for turning big test subjects into small fallen angels. Doesn't keep the test subjects from coming into play, which is their quest condition. But it still kind of limits the power on the board that the Sephi deck can present. But right now, Johann's kind of just popping off right now. I think this is looking like it is number 4. Comes with Rush, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I really like the play that Johann made where he got rid of one of his condemned followers, which you really need to like usually you would try and hold on to him, but making that decision here let him get that 1 play point test subject so that he could still play Scholar in the same turn. And so a really good play, like digging for another condemned follower, getting 2 of his test subjects out that turn as well. I think he's just really respecting like Fibonacci. Like when his hand is online, he's going to be like doing 20 damage, and with like the slower start, it won't be turn 5, maybe not turn 6, but Johann still knows like he needs to get those test subjects out early, even if it means like being a little bit aggressive with his resources. That's going to be able to give him like maybe the potential to win with a Sephi earlier before the Spell Boost player could.
Yeah, I mean, Sephi just plays an aggro plan here. You have to present as much further as possible so you don't get board locked into Oblivion. And I mean, Johann's definitely getting there. And I think, and this is kind of like a sort of a meta call here, but I feel like Johann has to be comfortable with this matchup if he left it up, because I mean, Spell Boost is kind of one of the breakout decks, and whenever it's good, you're gonna see the players that love the deck bring it out, play it in spades, right? So I mean, Johann's had to play against the full day of Spell Boost yesterday to get here, and I think he's gonna have to show his comfort. So a little sequencing that's inefficient on Spell Boost there from Fibonacci, but he wants to get his cards out and avoid overdrawing. And 13 is pretty precarious here. Johann can just get the 5/5s and threaten lethal from here.
Yeah, Fibonacci, like finally he has 3 Samael in hand now, but all of them like 6 or more, one of them just being drawn. The two followers on the board with their last words will be discounting the hand, but it still feels like Fibonacci. He's like a couple turns out of reach of like really doing what he wants to finish out the game. And so now Johann, like with this extra time, gonna be interesting to see what he can do to like keep the pressure on, maybe even set up like a 2 test subject lethal next turn if he could like push enough damage or like leave up a board that could stay. So many followers from Fibonacci though is good. Like it means that whatever Johann plays, like a lot of it he could just trade off with his own board. And so we'll see like how Johann navigates this turn to maybe try and like clear it, getting some healing in and draw. But he's not even gonna be able to take out all the followers on Fibonacci's board, which like really opens up some of like the buffs and things that are in Fibonacci's hand.
I like this fuse from Johann here to avoid overdrawing. But he's not going to be able to remove both Maris here, which is going to allow Fibonacci to get a bit more efficient or even sequence the Raining Blades. And that winged inversion is going to be really big. I think because the Kuan, I believe, is at like 9 or 10 spell boost right now, trying to calculate that based on everything else, right? The Raining Blades having just hit. And so Fibonacci would probably like to play a Kuan this turn for safety.
Yeah, and now that there's like that extra target on the board, you can trade away your last words and transform the new 1/1. Might be able to get the Kuan out this turn. I don't know if we're going to be like 1 boost away, but there's still other cards in the hand, 0 drops that could be played. Kuan could very likely be coming out right now.
Yeah, and okay, there's the Crushing Rain. I think this means that this sequence that to get the Kuan out, that is going to be the Noble Shikigami and the healing. So because one thing is that Johann did not ramp this game, so he is not going to be able to. Oh, in fact, it's not even. That's not going to matter. That's holy crap.
9 damage plus 4 is 13. Wow, Fibonacci taking advantage of those 0 cost cards and getting the perfect sequencing to finish out his opponent. Such a complex turn, perfectly executed.
Yeah. Definitely have the seeds of there, and 13 is a Fibonacci number, so that does showing his work there on the math. But yeah, and that's like sort of how you expect that matchup to go if the Sephi deck doesn't get everything according to plan, and Johann definitely had some fumbles. I think Johann, I like what Johann did there. He tried to get as much aggro as he could, but that matchup is one that he was always gonna have to overcome after losing game 1, and it's just it's tough. And I like what he did there to try to get through, force it through, even though it was going to be a bit of a struggle. So
I did like the the plays from both players. Interesting to see, like it just feels like the reach of some of these new, more popular decks really are above what Sephi can do. And we saw it lose twice here. Maybe that's kind of why like it's dropped out of favor for a lot of the other players. And so maybe that works day 1, but like moving into Top Cut, where everyone is just like so refined in their lists and strategies, we really see like the benefit of like some of these like stronger decks with maybe like a higher ceiling. Like the board that was presented there so early on, I think it was turn 6 by Spell Boost, is just like something that's just far beyond what like Sephi's max potential is. And so it's tough. Like it wasn't able to pull through here.
In defense of Johann, I think one idea, the good thing about Sephi is that nobody wants to play Sephi right now, right? Like it's got nothing new. We always want to play with the new cards when we can, and so everyone's probably a little less practiced than they would otherwise be against Sephi, like compared to last month. Actually, Fibonacci was looking for people to practice Sephi against as soon as he realized Johann was his opponent. So he's like, I don't know what this deck does. I just need to know what to do. And some of our teammates are very experienced with the deck. So he just basically put in that last minute cram session. But like in Swiss, you don't have that time to prepare. You see you're playing against Sephi, you're like, I've never played this matchup for like the last 3 weeks. What do I do? So I think that also plays into why Johann brought the deck and why he did so well in Swiss with it. And and Fibonacci really took advantage of specific timings in the gameplay there. So kind of seeing all of that in action.
Yeah, and so there we got to see the winner of the 3rd quarterfinal. That leaves us one more. We're going to be moving on to TK Dubski now, as well as Meme Legends. So kind of excited to see Meme Legends coming back the second month in a row. And speaking of people coming back, we're going to have Baz joining us as well.
Alrighty.
Disagree with Zones, I think, man, because I like Sephi Rune. I want to play Sephi Rune. Okay, so he had actual analysis after that, but I don't care. I just like the deck. Okay, we get, of course, into the deck review now for our quarterfinal match of the night here. TK Dubski against Meme Legends. Definitely the big match coming through here. Looking at Loot Sword first, and we saw a bit of a variant, right, come through with the Evo Loot Sword that Fibonacci brought into this one, but this is more of that standard Loot Sword, right, Drake?
Yeah, definitely a lot of those cards like Alice and things that seem like really fun. They're not going to be in this list. It's going to be a lot of what we're used to, but still some of the new cards like Serration Wave. Definitely one of the strongest cards I want to look at again quickly is Octress. I feel like it's kind of like one of the main cards that makes this deck both so consistent and powerful. Once you have Octress, you can get that spell that she gives you, the Remnant of Hollowness, and then be fusing every turn to draw. So not only are you at that point increasing like your damage potential to finish the game, but you also just have like a steady stream of cards where it like turns all of your one play point loot cards that like aren't very impressive into like 0 cost draw spells. And so I think that if we can get like Octress early, usually like if you can get it as like one of your first evolves, like it'll definitely put you in a good spot.
And we know like Zones and I, we even talked about that earlier in the day as well, right? Just how powerful Octress is, having those loot spells are being so important, having those fusions ready to go. Mixing that, of course, with the rally as well, having that key balance between the both to make sure the deck is running at optimal speed. And ironically enough, it's pretty funny, right? Looking at, we've had the mini expansion, have all these new cards come in, right? These decks come in, but Loot Sword is pretty much tried and true, right? Still pretty much exactly the same, still coming in and still being such a big menace, such a big threat. It's awesome to see. I know this for the Sword guys, though, they're very happy when we had bit of a long drought, right, for quite some time with those sword decks. Now all of a sudden, the past couple expansions got some really strong sword decks on offer here. But let's see what else that Dubski is bringing to the table for this matchup. Surprise! Draft Blood. You know that it's top 8. We know that's already happening. But how would have lost if there's managed to stuck his way in there?
Yeah, interesting tech card there. Hermit of Lust is another one of those cards that you can play on 2 and like kind of guarantee that you'll be able to have Scorching Grandiosity, give you that Floros, and then like summon it from the deck the same turn on 3. So since this card has Ambush, it's really hard for most decks to deal with it. And so you can pretty much, when you play early, guarantee it'll be sticking around. And then when you attack the next turn, you'll be dealing 1 damage to your leader, which not only like gives you this extra 2/2 follower that makes your Floros board even harder to clear, but also, yeah, just like sets up those delayed pings.
Yeah, it's such an awesome key card, and we'll talk about, right, most decks will have that balance, right? There's either 2 or 3 of Castle here, but there's even only the 1 of Fate as well that he's bringing into this Wrath Blood lineup as well to kind of get this, I guess, weird balance between some of the cards here. Still got the 2 on to Blitzer though, which is more of that standard that we're expecting to see, but it's a nice cool tech to finally mix it up, even if it's a little bit, right, as opposed to just the normal stock standard Wrath of Blood. But let's look towards Dubski's final deck he's bringing to the table here. Again, it's going to be more, I would say more of the same, but with a little bit of a twist, of course, with some comfort here and there. It is going to be that enhanced Portal Craft coming out. And first off, I love to see one of the key cards I'm seeing straight away is Ogre Weapon Master being involved in this list. I know I personally use Weapon Master in my Portal list. I love to see him come out, right? Because just having that explosive damage that you get out and getting all those player points back when you set up Cutthroat can really impact, right, a lot of different decks you go up against.
Yeah, Ogre Weapon Master. I wasn't expecting to see that in the top 8, but definitely an interesting card. I really just like looking at like these decks in general. I feel like the mini expansion this time around just like really did its job of taking 2 of the decks that were not performing as well, like in Wrath and Blood, the class in general, as well as Portal, and just making them like the biggest threats in the meta that everyone else is now having to like bring their decks around. And so it's definitely exciting to see that shift. And I think it's going to be really fresh for like these players, you know, being able to have another tournament, but not having it be like the same story again. It's definitely new and really open for people to find the best decks and lines. Some of the other interesting cards in this list, I see a Goblin Assault. That's pretty interesting. I've seen some people even be playing this in Spell Boost recently. I think it's like one of those cards where sometimes you do overdraw with this deck, and so it's a way to like get some value and also kind of empty your hand, as well as just like another way to keep you in the game early. I think one of like the best ways to try and be in hands is if you can kind of go under them and win before they do, because like once it goes late, their turns are so powerful in the late game that like no one can beat them on like turn 8 and 9. But if you can maybe use this to like stop some of those people pressuring you early, it'll really guarantee you get to those such like valuable turns in the later game.
Yes, a nice little tech, right? Nice little comfort that Dubski is bringing into this lineup. And of course, as a Blood man, I'm more than happy to see Blood finally, you know, be here, top 8, awesome to see. But also Portal, right, and having a difference. Because we had Papa Portal, right, which was starting to show up and do big numbers. I mean, it was anyway, but especially more towards the end of SVOs. And could kind of continue the Portal trend with Enhanced, still having that puppet flavoring is always nice to see in this one. But let's see what Meme Legends is also bringing to the table. The only player from the February Cup, so the only player this season, to make it two separate cups here so far. And he's going to run an entirely different lineup, actually, that he brought from the February Cup. First off, it is going to be that Spell Boost rune coming onto the table here. Nothing too different, nothing too serious. Again, seeing that Feline Magic, you know, tagged in here, you know, again, zones I will talk about before, it's either that Feline Magic or that Uranus, right, being kind of those tech 2 options you can kind of have in here. And then maybe having a little bit of support for Sai, I guess, right, running the Feline Magic instead.
Yeah, definitely a nice way to get some extra damage and finish the game. And looking through here, what I'm most surprised about is the 2 of Sacred Bird of Wisdom. That's a card that we've been seeing as like a 3 of in almost like every single version of Rune. We have like 3 versions like in the top 8, Chess, Sephi, and Spell Boost. And here, like Spell Boost, the one who like this seems like the best fit into, where you can get some like an insight and healing in the same card, is being cut to 2 in favor of things like 3 Winged Inversion, which is a 0 play point card. Maybe we're seeing like some of these shifts because Sacred Bird can be awkward at times where you have to play it as like your last card. And we saw like in the last match, the Spell Boost player, they had to play every spell perfectly in order to be able to get their Similes out and like do like an OTK on turn 6. And so maybe something like Sacred Bird, I guess you want it, maybe he wants it early, but he doesn't ever want to have 2 copies so that he can have more time to do things like Winged Inversion and some of his other spells first, and then be able to follow them up with like a Storm Follower as his last card.
Let's see what else Meme Legends is bringing now as well. And first is going to be Spell Boost, and then it's going to be Last Word Shadow coming here. And I know we talked about it a little bit before. It did get banned out. Of course, I believe Sire, who brought that, was unable to play it here. And again, definitely I want to say the most controversial deck, right? I want to say of this expansion, of course, done really, really well outside of SVO competition, but of course here in the circle of SVO where things matter the most at the end of the day, unfortunately not doing too well. But just like Sai, he's managed to make his way here into that top 8 competition here for that last quarterfinal match of the series. And of course, Abyssal Colonel there, right? Still that key card, being able to just spam him out, of course, with Soul Convict and just completely OTK the game can really upset the opponent.
Yeah, and like you said before, I just want to point out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and yeah, as you'll mention there, as I'm not sure if you guys heard, check out the end of that. Of course, bringing those 3 separate decks, of course, last time was Hosami, Sephi, Rune, and Loot Sword, and having that entirely different lineup, right? And especially being Shadow, which kind of ironic enough was one of those decks that you kind of chose out of the big thing. You kind of do you go Shadow, do you go Sword? It's quite interesting to see here at the end of the day. And of course, talking about Convict, we're talking about Colonel as well, but there's also, I want to say, quickly bring up the Deathly Tyrant's Feast. I know that was one of those key cards that a lot of players were kind of, I'll say, arguments about whether to run. They did. Do I run 1? Do I run 2? In that format as well, because you don't want it to brick in your hand, but you want to make sure you actually have access to it, right, to maybe give you an extra option for an OTK there. So good to see that, you know, Meme Legend is bringing this awesome deck here, and good to see it still once again in the top 8 and giving Last Word Shadow maybe its last chance. We'll have to wait and see for SCAO region potentially here in top 8 competition. Of course, the final deck it's Wrath Blood. Surprise! Again, got you guys again. It's Wrath Blood once more. And again, more of the standard lineup here. Nothing too special here that he is bringing to the table. Of course, we talked about all the different options and all the cool ways to bring out some of that extra damage at the end of it. Do want to highlight, of course, we'll highlight Howling Demon this time around, because we've highlighted 3 different cards. Howling Demon into, of course, been in the expansions for quite some time. It'd be a really cool way to just drop 5, instantly clear the board, get some nice storm damage, and of course some heal back in with that drain potential. Of course, you gotta remember that you gotta have that Wrath active, otherwise you will take 3 damage. You won't get that Evo, you won't be able to get those cool effects over. So of course, players having to make sure they do have Wrath active, of course, that's 7 self-targeted individual damage to make sure you can get that active. And of course, get Howling Demon out and available. So those will be the decks here that both players are bringing for our quarter-final match. And of course, we do know both players, right? Huge veterans in the West region scene. Of course, we did see the likes of Meme Legends last month, of course, doing really, really well. And yes, we went back and checked, guys. Because we have seen him actually in competition all the way back, though, in 2020. I believe was the last time we saw Meme Legends play. And of course, TK Dubski, last time we saw him was 2019, back when Europe and Pan were different regions. That was a strange time, wasn't it? Last time they're at Contenders Cup, just missing out, taking out the Contenders Cup, actually losing out to Azure Cloud, of course, another huge player in the region. But we're Chick having you back here now, my man. Who you got your tips on, man, for who's going to take this one out? Because again, right, this is going to be the big match, right, of the quarterfinals. Both players, big star caliber.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. I feel like Meme Legends with Spell Boost and Last Words, possibly trying to target Enhance. So let's see, looking at these bans here, we see Blood and Rune banned out. So yeah, it looks like Meme Legends, he is going to be able to play into that Portal deck, which he was probably hoping to see. So that's going to be putting him in a good spot. Dubski, though, he has Sword and Portal, going to be facing off against his opponent Shadow and Blood. And I feel like he's probably expecting to see a lot of blood as well. So I think both of these players are going to be seeing the decks that they were planning to fight, and with their bans, are kind of leaving up what they're comfortable against.
And we're going to see, right, that first match of this quarter-final series. Meme Legends against Twilight Knights. Dubski is going to be their last word Shadow, taking on Loot Sword to kick things off. And I gotta say, Trick, man, I gotta have a little bit of bias to this one, of course, towards Dubski. I mean, obviously, haven't seen him since 2019 here, right, in top 8 competition, so that's awesome enough. But also Twilight Knights, guys, right, obviously a huge team as well in my home region of SCAO, right? So cool to see him also rep up here in West, right? You think of Weakest, right? You think of Styx. Coming in with Sad Feeder, obviously, as well, coming in for the Twilight Knights, guys. And how much of a menace those guys have been all throughout the community tournaments and the Pro League stuff as well was cool to see. And now kind of having the big boss, one of the big mans come out here, and Dubski is going to be awesome to see. But I know Meme Legends is definitely going to give him a fight for his money here. And yeah, just honestly keen to see, because I think this one is going to go down to the wire.
And both of these players having good early hands, having one drop. Interesting, like Deathcat Reaper having to come down here because that Metatron was just so good to protect the one drop for the sword player. Dubski being able to like hide his follower. The only response we see from like Meme Legends, he can't trade it in. He has to use the Deathcat and just take out the ward, with like losing the chance to even be able to attack with the pup.
Yeah, it's such a big use, right, to keep Scout out. Of course, get some irritating ping damage. That's only 1 damage, but every bit counts, and especially on Loot Sword, right, when you're just going to take so much at once. And going to start running through burns at Ultimate Hollow, though, actually, there, which obviously we saw a little bit early today, actually kind of be a lifeline for a lot of the players throughout today. So, going to see Dubski look to burn that one out, get board control, and get some of those loot cards and Evos off early on real quick.
Yeah, definitely choosing to try and be aggressive, maybe taking advantage of being on the play as going first, and just trying to like clear the board and get some early chip that might be able to like allow for an earlier lethal. I was really hoping like kind of that like an Adherent of Hollowness would have been drawn on turn 3, and with 2 of those it would have been like the most insane swing turn, but with just 1 it's pretty manageable. And now Meme Legends, he can decide like how he wants to trade. Does he take out the follower with more attack or the one that draws? Dubski having a lot of restraint last turn too by holding on to the spell. I feel like a lot of players would have been like, oh, 1 play point and 1 loot. I have to jam that and then get my free draw, right? But I think Dubski, like, he sees that he has Octress in his hand, and he's really like being smart and thinking like, I'm gonna need to fuse 4 loot into this, and later when I fuse the loot, I'll draw a card anyway. So why not just like save that loot so that I can fuse it into my win condition instead? And even though I don't get the draw now, like, I am gonna get it eventually, so it'll even out.
Yeah, and that was something I had to keep track of a little bit earlier on throughout there with some of these players, right? Again, finding that balance between the rally, between the loot, and making sure, obviously, you're fusing enough to make sure you have that big damage potential when you need it later in the game, but also having the rally to get some board control, and having one of the first mates come out and having that extended board there. It's looking really good here, right, for Dubski. He's got a nice board set up for himself. Of course, he's got Maximus for 5, but he's going to see him this time on 5 come out here for the man. While, as you mentioned, right, Trick with Meme Legends, he has quite a few cards himself in hand from last turn. Of course, having that first Evo available to himself, so potentially looking for Guild Release even to maybe help clear the board and gain some of that health back and bring him back into it, and maybe potentially look for some other draw here. Soul Convict actually going to come out here looking for some of those big extra shadows early on, and seems to be more than happy to burn an early one.
Yeah, without the second one in hand, sometimes I'm like a little hesitant to play it, but with that Asphalt, like, we could be getting another one, and this definitely feels like your best play, getting 2 Last Words followers destroyed, as well as like digging deeper for 2 cards. So I think that like Meme Legends, he really like was able to recognize there and like choose to like waste a resource and like slightly risk maybe not being able to find another copy, but doing so because he knew like setting up his win condition and like getting this like these early like board clears and things was like more important, and so that's going to give him a higher probability overall of being able to get his win condition online.
Ironically enough, though, that's kind of how Sai lost out at the end, right? Because he got bottom 20 for his blood match, and also somewhat bottom 20 with Spellboy's Rune as well. Was like kind of able to turn around a little bit towards the end. Unfortunately, of course, wasn't able to close things out. And Meme Legends, you know, the other Shadow player here for the top 8 seems to be more than happy to chuck Caution into the win. Doesn't matter. Get that max play, get that max draw, and Shadow gain even as well in his favor. As we mentioned, Dubski's just going to chuck out that Maximus there and get himself a big open board, and going to Evo out the Arsene actually here. So it's going to be huge Evo there. It's going to be very, very useful very, very soon. Getting some extra loot spells coming his way. So
yeah, we've really been seeing Dubski consistently try and put the pressure on Meme Legends, and now with this ambush follower that's like 4 damage, and Octress, like, her spell can be 8 more, so we're really starting to like, even in like as early as turn 5, like have potential lethal setups, and with like ambushes in our hand as well, like those are going to be more followers that we could play to like set up some damage. And so if we can like slide that in before the 10 last words, that could be like a way for Dubski to like take this match away from Shadow.
Greed.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see how many Legends will respond to this one now. He's gonna go for that Guild Release finally to help try and clear the board and gain some of that health back here to, you know, keep himself into this match. Still plenty of options available in hand for him. Looks like he's covering the Mino there to potentially help clear the board, but as I said right there, that 4/4 Arsene just sitting there, just basically just knowing that he's gonna have to deal with it at some point. It's really gonna hurt. Can it
The
do?
random
double. I mean, double draws
draw,
not too bad.
second one. I think he's really hoping to get the ping on the follower.
Yeah. Oh, the Evo point.
2 chances. That could have been a really big swing. One of the interesting things about Shadowverse, having some of those like random chance cards like Chaotic Doom, they add a lot of like fun into the game, kind of like adding some unpredictability, and then like also like some reach that like a deck normally wouldn't do, but at the cost of not being as consistent. And now we see Octress triple fuse. We're probably going to see the Remnant come out this turn and stealing the Drain as well. Going to be able to push damage face as while healing ourselves in the same process.
Such a huge turning for Dubski, and you can see he's kind of hovering the Remnant at the moment, right? Gonna run in Doctress first, most likely to get that extra health. Debating on which target. Probably most likely could be Mino, but I mean, you could maybe hit the Guild Release and maybe have that 5/1 still be there and have Meme Legends have a target to run into potentially. And again, it's kind of cool to see, right? We've had really fast play come out so far throughout the day. You see that Dubski's taking his time about it. He's got plenty of time to really go forward. He's going to hover that remnant again to run that one in, and just a huge amount of damage coming out for him there. And Meme Legend's in big trouble right now, because again, we're not seeing any other convicts come out. Another Gilnalese comes out, which I mean, I guess could be good for healing, but he already had one in hand, so definitely didn't want to see that. Won't of course have that turn 10 package available if needed. And another Deathly Trident in hand, which we're just talking about, can kind of make or break and be a bricky card, right, to have in hand. And he's just trying to rotate through these ad vaults and just trying to find something.
Yeah, it is interesting, like Asvault into Asvault, and then Asvault getting I think it was the Colonel and then another Asvault, like kind of tricky, because you really wanted to have that Istandet, but and then this is interesting to
the offset effect,
seeing the trade there.
Drain.
Because you're gonna lose the drain anyway, you're not healing regardless, so I guess it doesn't matter which follow you target there with the evolve effect. So a little bit of just like a cool interaction there from Mean Legends. TK Dubski, I did like him throwing the remnant face early, because a lot of times once Colonel comes down, your best way to win is like with Tidal Gunner or something, getting like direct damage face and hoping to kill them when they're low before they heal from that ward. It can be really hard to kill them through it, but having so much ambush in hand now, like a pretty slow way to do damage, it almost feels like without like the right cards in hand or a top deck, that it might have been better to kind of like keep those followers in ambush, and then maybe like save the remnant for now to get the lethal. And so kind of like what normally is a pretty good play, not working out, but we do see him drawing more cards, and what do you know, we get some finishers into hand. So I don't know if that's going to be quite enough though. Oh no, that should be lethal this turn. Yeah, if the 7 loot had been fused, we'll be able to see Barbaros come out into Tidal Gunner, and then both of the flags for 3+1, 3+1.
Being able to get that right at the end to get that lead, and see a bit of a sigh of relief. Dubski there taking that first round win and having that advantage going in. He's quite happy with that one there coming through. Only needs one more now to potentially make it into the semifinals and take on Fibonacci. Of course, now Meme Legends going to have to try and find 2 back-to-back here in this one. But again, we know we see these guys, top veterans in the scene, and we could definitely expect Meme Legends to look towards bringing it back and even things up 1-1. But we'll have to see what his deck option choice will be. I mean, he went for Last Word Shadow before. Looks like he is going to go for Blood this time around into that enhanced portal matchup.
Yeah, Bloodcraft, it's been doing all right on stream. I think it has 3 losses so far today though, and only 1 win. And so a deck that has been really strong, like on ladder and in previous tournaments, especially JCG and things, a little bit underperforming today. So it'll be interesting to see if we can kind of like see a shift, and in the rest of the matches, if it'll do better like it's known to do, or if it's kind of gonna like keep lagging a little bit moving forward.
Yeah, 2 wins and 2 losses. Technically 1 win and 1 loss was a mirror match, so I mean, we don't really count that. I don't think so far, but that's still, and of course, being actually a heavy ban target, which we didn't really expect to see as much right throughout the day, but it's quite interesting to see. Do see Dubski has, of course, Cutthroat available, has all the search available, but this one's kind of rough here, because I mean, he could go for the Freya, but that bat's going to stay up, and it's going to give Meme Legends a chance, right, to hopefully, depending on what his top deck will be, start setting up a lot of these Wrath pings, potentially hiding behind that Ward Forest bat here. He might even run through Ironforge to maybe rush through and take out the bat to maybe stop that potentially from happening as strong. Of course, not
well,
we
do see the Goblin Assault in hand too as well. So even if we didn't trade, we would have been able to like ping off the follower. So it's interesting here. It's almost like we're seeing like Goblin Assault. We're trying to preserve it on purpose, possibly like to be able to ping a Floros this turn or something. I think that was actually a really good play from Dubski to instead of like hold on to his followers, to perfectly remove enemy targets so that he could hold on to the Goblin Assault and then maybe have it for a turn 3 response to a Floros.
And that cheeky Floros always coming up, right? It's such a pain for a lot of these players to have to play around and deal with going up against the Wrathblood at the moment. He's going to go for Puppeteer. I don't know, we're on Puppeteer as well, because a reminder, you're only running one of most of these cards in this deck, unless they are Condemned Followers, right? To go along with that Cutthroat Leader effect here. So going to use that one early on just to clear the bat and get Vania down to 1-1. The problem is you got really no way to clear out the Vania, and they can't stuck there, the staring match.
Yeah, just like thinking again, if you play the Cutthroat, it does make it so that your Goblin Assault will activate. But then at that point, are you really wanting to use 2 resources to remove a 1/1 Vania? More likely, you'd probably just want to hold on to your tools. And so it's an interesting choice. We'll see. Dubski, he's not afraid of running out of time. He's going to make sure he thinks about it before passing his turn, considering all the options. But I think we'll likely just see him pass the turn.
This is got to think of his win conditions as well, right? Because obviously Cutthroat being one of those key cards to get the win condition. And yeah, he's got 2 in hand currently, but what if you don't see the 3rd one ever for all eternity, right? You never know the way these things can go. But he's going to play for it, have that assault ready to take out the Vania. And that's actually quite surprising because, I mean, as you said, right, just before, it's definitely maybe hoping to be more of a Floros target. He's more than happy to take out the Vania, however. And Lustful Desire is going to come out in response here, not only to clear the board, but to get some big Wrath ping damage in. Problem is, that's an empty board. That's 4 play points used straight up. Of course, TK now quite happily going to be able to set up that Cutthroat, but maybe even might want to hold on to it and go for a turn 5-1 if you'd like.
Yeah, we see Cutthroat still coming out. Just, I guess, good players always like to, draw first. So good to see the Freya come out first and just make sure that doesn't change our game plan. The Cutthroat Evolve is definitely good for Dubski. He already has several enhanced followers in his hand. I think every card in his hand actually has enhanced. So he's going to really be able to take advantage of that moving forward, milk it for the rest of these turns. And yeah, interesting. Using the Goblin Assault and like the early Cutthroat and things really was able to help him deal with the board. And now he's sitting at a pretty good position. It's his opponent's turn 5, and Dubski still has full health and his win condition is online. Meme Legends though himself, he's drawing cards, getting pings, and he has 0 cost pings in his hand. So if we can find a Gyarados, I don't see it yet, but if we did draw one into one, it'd be able to come out the next turn. And with Raging Commander, maybe we'll see that.
Yeah, ironically enough, though, as we mentioned, right, this is kind of the same thing that I ran into issues with the other Shadow player of the day, was he was unable to find Gyarados. Apparently the card just didn't exist. It was deleted from his deck list or something. Must be the only explanation, I think, for us not seeing it at all here. But as you mentioned, right, Commander ready to go, plenty of 0-cost spells ready to go here, which will be the opportunity as TK will chuck out a huge, I want to say enhance here to clear the board. It's going to be huge to clear that one there and try and draw, see what else you can hide on to. I mean, Kasim, it's great to have that one in hand also to help deal with a lot of these 1-1 bats, right? I want to hold on to that one for a little bit longer. We'll get the full clear. We could potentially even just chuck it out for some extra cheeky damage, ping damage. There's plenty of awesome options at TK. Really, I want to say there's a lot of great responses actually to what Meme Legends can place onto the board. And it's about only a couple turns away, really, right, from getting his big game plan, his win plan onwards.
Yeah, now the question for Meme Legends is, do you go for the Gyarados and hope you draw into it and then maybe have a weaker play if you don't? Do you make that risk, or do you just do something a little slower, set up some draw and other pings, or maybe more 0 costs to have more damage on a later turn instead? So definitely a trade-off and a lot to think about. A lot of cards in hand, and we'll see what Meme Legends chooses to do this turn.
Yeah, it's quite a few options for him, and as you mentioned, right, still trying to look for that big Gyarados, and also having to worry about Dubski's ping, because as you mentioned, right, a couple turns out, even Treasure might be in hand to be able to deal when Rowdy can get that Raging Commander out and pulls Gyarados off the top of the deck there. Huge top deck for him.
You ain't got nothing.
Yeah, this is great. And the space is tight, but there's just enough room to be able to play the Gyarados and the bat. And even if there was one less space, he could just play the bat afterwards. And so things looking good for Meme Legends. That could be 12 damage this turn. But it looks like he might even be holding on to it and choosing to do something instead to set up maybe an OTK later instead of trickling out his resources.
Yeah, letting that timer run all the way down here just to see who's going to be able to do it. So we'll go for Lustful Desire. But there's even enough time to run that Storm into face, though. Just have enough to get the 3. And of course, that big 3 health back as well is going to be huge for him to keep him in this fight. And now Dubski in a little bit of trouble here, right? Because again, no treasure in hand, won't be able to minimize some of the damage that way at least. But does have Judith. Of course, does also have that spell shield effect available. Problem is though, it only blocks it once. There's a lot of cards that we might be able to bring out to kind of bait that out, right, and still be able to get that big damage through. He's gonna have to potentially go for it anyway, and of course we'll be able to get those play points back off of that cutthroat leader effect. Because again, check out of course that enhance, that big enhance effect. You get it up to, I believe it's -2, right? You lose off of the card at least. So you know, if you check out Judith, you could be back with that 4 play points still be able to be used. The problem is what does he use with it? He's going to chuck out a new discovery here at least to still get 2 big artifacts on board, which will help him.
Yeah, and this Gunslinger Automaton, not usually a card that's as good against blood, but here removing some very critical last words effects. That extra ping from the 1/1 follower, the Maestro, that could have like helped to set up a really crazy Gyarados turn where you could afford to play him and like a lot of your 0-cost cards and do a lot of damage. And so now like kind of denying that ping and also denying all of the Valnarix being put into his opponent's deck. And then like, I think if the Evolve as well, drawing 2 cards, like such a like uncommon card, just being perfect in this scenario.
Yeah, such an awesome rotation, and you never know, right, when you have some of those, I want to say more comfort picks. I mean, yeah, we actually do see her in a couple lists we've seen in Enhanced Portal here today, but you don't really get used as much, right? I want to say, at least I haven't seen as much used in ladder myself, so quite cool to see that one come out here and not only answer the board but give out some good defense for himself as well, right? So gonna give Meme Legends maybe a little bit more to think about.
But there is so much damage in Meme Legends' hand with the Gyarados and Vania. You could play Vania and evolve her and also get like double 0-cost spells. Each of those will do 3. You'll probably have to one of the bats into the follower, but with only 14 health on his opponent, and also like the additional buff in hand from like the extra card, giving Gyarados an extra attack point, 1 more damage when you attack with the Wings of Lust spell as well. I think this is going to be game.
That's gone all the way down to the wire and exactly 10 on board for Meme Legends there. He's going to spice things up though. I think he's just making sure he had just enough there, but he's going to take that round now and even things up 1-1 here to Titan Knights, Dubski and Meme Legends. We said it was going to be the match to watch out for, guys. It was going to be a huge match between 2 veteran players of the West scene, and we're getting exactly that for our final quarterfinal match, of course, for the Shadowverse Open March Cup here for the 2023 season West region. Going to be down to, it's going to be the last word Shadow coming out again against the likes of Enhanced Portal. And I mean, if there's any time for Shadow for that redemption arc here, Trick, it's now.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like you're saying, it's Shadow into Enhanced Portal, and that's like a good matchup. That's like the matchup almost that you bring this deck for. And so barring like a really good opener from Dubski or something, or like a brick from Meme Legends, like Meme Legends is probably going to be pretty favored in this matchup.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how this one will play out between the 2 players here. I mean, again, hands are looking pretty good, I want to say, on both sides here, at least to start things off. Dubski has a great other set of hands, easy cards to try and find Cutthroat. Meme Legends as well, right? Asphalt ready to go. Thunder Gods there with Chaotic Doom, and of course the Death Cat Reaper as that kind of side option, just in case, right? Needs to get an early clear very on, and then Hugger Moonin as well off the top deck here. Huge last words option available for Meme Legends. Going to be able to rotate now, and actually now seeing that chick, I think I'm a little bit more worried for Dubski here, because Meme Legends has such a good rotation of cards here.
Oh, definitely. Like the worst situation for Shadow is when you run out of cards and when your hand is empty, but with 3 cards already in this game that give you +1 and get you like those double draws, like Meme Legends, he's not going to run out of gas. He already has an Istandet in hand, it looks like he just picked up, and then he has another search for like a Kernel with so many last words cards in his hand to get the 10 last words followers destroyed. Things are looking good for Meme Legends, but similarly, looking at Dubski, He's going to be able to search out the Cutthroat. He's going to be able to clear whatever board his opponent presents with the AoE this turn. And he also has some Judas and healing options. So he's going to be able to prevent the damage that's going to be going to his face and heal it back up. So like the perfect match to really take these two players, like we were saying, like the match we've been waiting for in the quarterfinals, going to the third game, and then both players having a good hand. Like, this is Shadowverse.
Absolutely love to see it. And do you want to say Meme Legends was joining me in Australia for a second there? Just I don't know if it's upside down for you guys. He looked normal to me though in this camera, so that was strange. But he's fixed that one right up there for himself coming through and finally going to play out his turn here. But as you said, right, of course, easy clear. Of course, nice last words set up for him, ready to go. And this is going to, we said it was going to go down to the wire, and it's absolutely going to be the case here. Because Dubski won off, looking for the Evo on to Cutthroat. So definitely going to have to chuck out the Iron Forge now to go for that search. Chucking out on that 4 cost to get the burn there and keep Iron Forged up is going to be nice to have. Because you're allowed to use, you know, an area of effect, right, burn come through. But we are going to see that on a single target, I want to say. But he's going to be used there to keep up his follower at least and make sure he gets Cutthroat. So I think Meme Legends, something to think about, of course, going to maybe clear out Iron Forge or maybe leave it there for now and start continuing going through the last words, continue going through search here, because that's Colonel and Soul Convict ready to go now, which is huge, I want to say, because first time we've really seen that really big thing at SVO, at least over the past few weeks. Keen to see the combo looking to be ready to go without having to worry about lack of draw or having to worry about what's on the opponent's side of things. So cool to see Meme Legends has that ready and available. But that's going to be able to match up to the Cutthroat. And now we're going to get both of these top decks, right, being able to go full force. Cutthroat, leader effect active, everything going to be going down for Dubski here. And Meme Legends having all of those shadows built up, having the draw potential there. And, of course, having his OTK combo in hand ready to go.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like, seeing the Baccharis. It's a card that's not often played in Shadow, and that like peppy ghosty, so it comes out, gives you a ghost, and then when it dies, it puts another copy of itself into your hand that costs 1. And so I've actually been kind of interested in like testing out this deck in one of my Shadow lists as well, because it's kind of like a draw. When you think about certain cards like Cerberus, they're going to be burial writing a card regardless of what it is. So just like a nice little tech, it's like a 2 play point follower that you can just throw out to get a last words and essentially get a draw, like a slightly suboptimal draw, but you can either use it later to clear or just like check it with the Cerberus or something, and then it might as well have been any of your cards.
It's going to be cleared out there kind of straight away, but I mean, that's what Legends wanted, of course, right? Being able to burn the last words and then chuck it out again when needed. Of course, now he's thinking about how to deal with that 3-3 Cutthroat. Because again, you know, it seems to be an easy target, but there is that Bane he does have to worry about here. And thinking about, do I have to use an Evo? Can I be able to figure out a way to get Rush out? Maybe get a couple Ghost targets in, right? To be able to deal with it here. I mean, he's got Lux Plug and Monin, right? Of course, in hand, ready to go. And Mino and such to be able to deal with it. But 9 cards in hand, he's going to try and find that balance. And something I didn't think I'd be saying, going off of at least a past track record, is we've got a Shadow deck with 9 cards in hand, who also has to worry about a lot of cards, giving him extra cards in hand as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely interesting, and it is a problem with the overdraws because you probably do want to try and dig a little deeper. Right now, you're missing some key cards like Cerberus or Deathly Tyrant or like an additional copy of Colonel that you're going to need to finish out the game, right? And so you could just focus this turn on like throwing out about a lot of last words, but I think Meme Legends is definitely making the right decision to try and find some more cards to give him like the reach he needs to close out the game outside of just hitting the 10 last words follower condition.
Yeah, because that Deathly Tyrant, which hopefully this time won't be a brick for Meme Legends or for a Shadow player in SVO. We'll have to wait and see for now how that will go. As he'll drop out Amino here as well. Big 5/5, of course, being played later on is going to be huge targets here. 8 health and 8 damage on board that the Dubski has to worry about with, of course, those 6 play points available. Of course, he has plenty of cards that can deal with it, but which ones is he going to burn? Because he's also in that situation of, oh, I've got 9 cards in hand. I'm going to worry about overdraw. And there's a couple cards in my hand, which I'd love to play right now. will actually also give me more cards in hand, and we'll be stuck in a similar situation.
Something that you always kind of want to do if possible with Portal, like Dubski is playing, is kind of hold on to your last Evo 2 in case you ever like top deck a jetpack gunner. And so something you have to think about now that like there's this 3/3 on the board that got evolved and like the 5/5. If you play something like Judith and it hits the wrong follower, it might start to be kind of hard to clear without using an Evo. And so at that point, it's like it is a tough spot for Dubski where it's like, he almost like optimally would want to find a way to clear this board while still holding on to that Evo.
And of course, you know, he does have that one of Olivia, right? So I guess there's also that excuse of, oh, it's fine. You know, I've just got one off. I can get my Evo points back. But again, there's 24 cards still left in deck, right? And you never know when you have so many one-offs played in this deck where that's going to be. So you really have to have that Evo point in the back pocket. Of course, Iron Forge can also give Evo points back, but that's a 7 play point commitment. Of course, you are getting play points back, but there's a lot of other cards you'd rather probably play at that enhanced 7, right? Especially this late into the match. So gonna look to clear out the Mino at least, but we'll leave, I believe it's Buff Pup there, right, on 3/3 still up here. Ghost Pup, sorry, up here. And not only is it Meme Legends 3 damage to play with already on board, he's going to be able to kind of go ham a little bit right now with his hand right trick and really take it to Dubski and put him in a tough position here. Again, 1-to-1 here. Both players fighting for that final semi-final spot.
Yeah, being able to remove the last words is definitely strong for Dubski and kind of holding him in this game, because I think we were somewhere between like 5 and 10 last words, not quite at 10 yet. And so I'm betting you we're probably at like 8 maybe if we're making this play, because it would mean that Meme Legends, I'm sure he'd want to set up having 10 last words destroyed. But yeah, like with the full hand, we have a combo that on turn 8, if we had the play points, like it could be just Colonel into Istandet and Deathly Tyrant. And so that's going to be like plenty of damage to clear out the game, and it's going to be able to like remove the wards and like the shields and things that are in the way. So Meme Legends playing it well, like keeping up these wards and things. He's not afraid of his opponent being able to kill him, and he kind of is like has all the time in the world now to just wait until he can get until that like those later turns where he'll have like the finishers he needs.
Maintenance stat.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, on the other hand, right, Dubski kind of building up towards the same thing there, right? Because we're going to have those big cutthroats effects with Judah coming out now is going to be huge here, right? Unfortunately, doesn't hit a Doom target, but we'll give him that spell shield. Of course, we'll give him extra health and insta-kill target as well. Of course, still has a few more in hand he can use. I'd be like, he's maybe potentially hovering using another one, because I mean, again, that damage is too much really for Denora, and he doesn't have those extra Evo points in hand now. Gonna lose a Hug on a Mountain, but I think Meme Legends is more than okay with that. Just burning out that one, not something too terrible to deal with here, especially when he's got that full hand ready to go. And Dubski now with only 3 play points in hand and missing out 1 damage currently. We're gonna have to burn out a Black Rust just to be able to clear this Crown of Doom, which feels a little bit bad, but at least he has healed up a bit. Unfortunately, he does lose out the board there, the 5 ping to the board, as Meme Legends will actually lose another Crown of Doom. I believe it was his second and final one there. Sorry, no, he's got 3 in hand. He's got 3, sorry, so he still has 1 available. But even still, having Dubski with that shield up now, it'll be the only plus benefit, getting a little bit extra health that happened in that turn, I think, for him. Because again, struggling a little bit now to keep tempo.
Yeah, and we see Istandet, it is glowing, so now the 10 last words requirement has been met. But it's a little tricky. A lot of times you'd want something like Krampus to pop this shield, so maybe we'll need to see something like Coral Souls instead to you could use that like 1/1 follower and only miss out on 1 damage. And then it's tough. It's like, do you commit the Colonel and Istandet now to get like that extra damage? Oh no, or do you set it up for next turn? Yeah, I like this more, and saving it for next turn where we'll be able to see the Tyrant Istandet to finish off the opponent.
It just sets up that Doomsday Clock. It's right there, right in front of you. Chaotic Doom also being burned out. That is the final one. Gets the health from it. A little bit unfortunate, but gets the last words, and of course gets the shadow, which, I mean, just an extra plus. He doesn't need the last words now, but it's happy to get it. Draws his Bahamut Dubski here, which is definitely not what he wants to see. And I mean, unfortunately, not having that treasure even right to stop some of that extra damage coming through here, it's gonna be tough for him. Definitely gonna have to burn up the Judith there to get that shield. I believe as well that new discovery is in hand there as well, so might be able to get a bit another ward up. Of course, the problem is, right, everything gets nuked, right? Well, of course, when Convict comes out, so everything is relying on the leader and getting health back. I mean, is there potentially an argument here to even play, we'll say, the Smeltwalk Bodyguard on 6? Yeah, you're going to overdraw, yeah, it's going to only gain you 1 health, but at least you get something coming out here, or maybe even using his Exonerate effect, right, to get the 2 health back. Yeah, you lose 1 health, but just to stay alive.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something to consider. Maybe like hoping your opponent doesn't have the reach right there. It would have been so amazing to have like a Xion to follow up that Judith, because then it could avoid the destruction. But with the draw, still not getting it, leaves you in the spot where you do have some wards, but it'll be easy for the other guy to clear it out. And something too, that kind of uncommon card, the Baccharis, like that's a card that can give you a ghost to clear a damage shield. So, and then Meme Legends here, like calculating the lethal. There's definitely a very high damage potential with the cards in hand.
Yeah, he knows it's here somewhere, right? You can see it, you can smell it, right? That semi-final spot being available to him. It's just, what's the correct combo? He's already got, you know, a Colonel in hand. He's actually going to drop Convict now to clear the board here and get 1 Convict down. And he's going to go for the Cerberus game plan.
Yeah, and then Cerberus, if the shadows are there, the first dog can break the ward, then there's 4 damage from her, 6 from the Colonel, and then plus 10 is 20 damage.
Exactly lethal there. Meme Legends taking it out 2-1 against Dubski. You see Dubski, oh my man, absolutely devastated. Literally 20, literally an OTK. It doesn't get any closer than that. And of course, we saw the likes of Dubski, who was only a couple turns away from going for that cutthroat combo as well. So you know it was going down very, very close there. What a match to wrap up our quarter-final set here, Trick, for the March West Cup. Huge congrats to Meme Legends for that one.
Definitely. Meme Legends really like looking in top form today. In his blood game, like holding on to the guard off and setting up that lethal, and then in the most recent game, like holding on to his shadow resources as well to really get these 1-turn kills. I think he's been really good at like playing around healing from his opponent and just like having the patience to draw and like set up in the early game and really like save everything he needs, so that he's been able to find like exact like 20 damage lethals and things in the late game. It's definitely impressive to watch him play, and congrats to his opponent as well though.
Yeah, and again, as you saw, right, Meme Legends was here, of course, last month, right? Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the win, but made it, I believe, to that top 4 set. Now here again, right in the March Cup, once again in top 4 in that semi-final spot. We're looking to see if he can get that big W and continue his lead, right, that he has league points-wise on the leaderboard. So keen to see him in this one. Before we go to the break, I believe we're going to have a quick look at the brackets here to see how the semifinals look and how the quarterfinals did end up turning out. If you are just joining us, first of all, where were you? You should have been here since the beginning, but fair enough, it's okay. I accept your apology. You can go and watch the VOD, of course, after we're done here at SVO a little bit later. Nitro getting a 2-1 win against Nate to kick off the day with an absolutely fantastic set, followed by Yazidazi going against 2-0 against Team Revelation's own Sai. Huge upset victory there to get some new blood into the semifinals. Fibonacci, of course, goes 2-0 against Johann as well. That's definitely Fibonacci, definitely not a different player we've seen before. And of course, the final game we just had there, Meme Legends taken out by Dubski 2-1 to get that final semi-final spot. So as I mentioned, guys, such an awesome day, awesome evening of Shadowverse action still heading your way here for the 2023 West March Cup. After the break, as we mentioned, it will be Nitro taking on Yazidazi for our first semi-final. I'll be joined by Zones for that one. And of course, with Fibonacci, Meme Legends, I'll be joined by Trick once again for the second semi-final set. So guys, don't go anywhere. Huge semi-final action heading your way. We'll see you guys in just a short moment.
At last, the time has come again. Thou hast been brought here to unleash the forces sealed away within. That which awaits thee is glory unimaginable and justice hitherto unknown. Darkness itself cowers before it, a violet flame to consume all of antiquity. Be not afraid of this great transformation. Hew away the shackles of convention's grip. Reach forth, grasp the light of a shattered order. In doing so, verily thou shalt discern fate's very design. Go now, forsake erstwhile fancy. Spread your wings and soar the skies of a new world. Celestial Dragon Blade. Take hold of fate's righteous blade.
Evil takes on many forms, but so too does retribution. Rejoice, convict. Your perfect punishment awaits here in Asphalt. For sinners the likes of you, there is no tomorrow. Within these walls, part prison, part purgatory, part hell, you will waste away the remainder of your miserable lives.
You think you can hold me captive? No matter where you lock me up, I will break out and cut down all who stand in my way.
Pitiful wretch, how do you not see? Crime demands punishment!
You know nothing about me. My sins are mine alone to bear. I reject your sentence! Eightfold Abyss, Asphalt. Rise up, convicts. Tomorrow is ours.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to the 2023 Shadowverse Open West March Cup. Now down to the semi-finals. Our first one here of two heading your way. It's still Baz, it's still Zones, at least last time I checked anyway. And we're getting ready now for our next best of three here. Zones, it's going to be Nitro against Yazidazi. Absolute banger series.
Oh, absolutely. You know, any series with sword, I'm a huge fan of. And, you know, Armed Dragon is a deck that it's just fun to watch sometimes. You know, it's really fun not to face it. That's the trick, and not facing it. We get to see. I want to see, you know, and like, especially just it's such a rare showing. You kind of have to root for the decks that like are a bit rarer in the event. So. Plus, it's the anime protagonist deck, right? Nitro's gonna channel that protagonist energy, but in my experience, Loot Sword definitely has a lot of the agency in the matchup, and so that's something to look out for. And it seems like we're gonna get another Blood Mare, so a lot of blood on blood today, which of course spoils what the bans are. But I'm gonna leave you to introduce what the lineup is going to be. But just whatever we see, it looks good to me.
I mean, it's a bit weird, right, that we have all these blood. It's almost as if every player brought blood today, right? It's a bit strange, but not something you see every day. But that's just the state of Alberta apparently now. It's Shadowverse 2023, so we have to accept that and move on. I believe we're getting ready to look at the deck list now, though, and as you said, Zones, of course, have that Arm Dragon. It's super excited to see. Oh, apparently no deck list. We're just going to be going straight to the head-to-head in just a short moment. I want to talk about the Arm Dragon. I want to show people because it's so different and out there. But I guess hopefully if Nitro gets to Grand Finals, we'll see it there. But as you see there, I believe actually, is that a double blood ban? Looks like actually a double portal ban potentially coming
double portal ban. Yeah, I took a peek earlier.
Players, yeah. So that is going to be the case there. So Arm Dragon is going to get through. Love to see it. Because, of course, we didn't get to see Nitro bring out the Armed Dragon in the first match of the day. And, man, I'm just keen to see it. Of course, there's that, so many cool things to do with it. We've seen, obviously, the discard package was added to at one point to try and make it work. We kind of saw Pure at the beginning, the first come out trying to do something. Unfortunately, didn't end up being the case. We will gravitate towards more Bahamut Dragon, right? If they wanted to play Dragon at all, really at that point as well. So cool to see Arm Dragon here in it, and here, not in the top 8, but top 4, I want to say here in that semi-final stage.
Yeah, and this is the pure form too. You mentioned the discard arm, which is pretty funny. We call it disarm. That's a funny pun.
That's right.
But that's not what we're seeing here, and we are actually going to see not Dragon, but Loot against Wrath.
We're being teased, man. Hopefully we'll get it next. I have to wait and see, but here we go. First semi-final again for the day heading our way.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that is a banger of a hand from Nitro already. I think the tough thing to decide here for Nitro is to whether or not to keep this Vite, because he's got the Vampire's Queen's Castle, he's got the Scorching Grandiosity, so he is 1 to 2 cards away from a turn 3 Floros going first, which is very strong, and so that is why he's gonna go for the full keep, second Scorching Grandiosity. So that's also really good because that keeps him from. So if he were to have like a drummer, for example, that would give Yazidazi the ability to board and lock out of a Floros invoke, and this is a guaranteed Floros invoke now from Nitro. My goodness. So yeah, I mean, I'm teeing it up here, but let's see how Yazidazi handles this. Illustrious Thief is the best play to play around it a little bit, but not exactly.
It's kind of funny, we're talking about before how Buck will be so strong in this early game and having that blood sword matches so very strong, and looking to see if he can get some of that big early damage in the early pings in. Just gonna get Floros out, and already a full board. Floros behind 2 wards, not 1, and still gonna wait 1 more turn for an Evo. And Yazidazi again, it's that new blood, right, that we saw coming in here, making it to the semi-finals. Nitro, that veteran player. Again, haven't seen him, I believe, in top 8 since at least 2020. Last time we looked into it. It's not looking good for our new player, right? If he's got that to deal with at the beginning of the semi-finals.
Nitro's really feeling confident with that. But he has every right to feel confident because even if Yazidazi clears, like, if Yazidazi does anything into this board, right, like Nitro can just trade off all these dorks on the board, the 1/1s, and then drop a Vite on the back of that to refill his hand and keep advancing his game plan. So he is in a very commanding position. There's, with the double ward, there's almost no way for Yazidazi to make a clean clear here, and I don't know what I would do here. I mean, in a practice game, I might just say concede and go next, but don't have that luxury in a
the
tournament
3 lines
setting.
and get out of here. Don't want to deal with it anymore. But honestly, I can understand that because obviously, again, you're seeing this board. Again, obviously, you want to stay into it. You're in the semifinals, but you see this board and you're like, what do I chuck at this? Like the stuff I have to chuck at this is ridiculous. Like running a 3-run rush follower into a 1-1 bat is really difficult. Using a holo as well.
Yeah,
Again, to clear just a 1-1. And Forrest is still here. You get the Vade anyway.
And there's
ridiculous.
There's the Vite. Yeah, and that is. Let's see if I'm counting correctly. I think that is 6 Self Kings, so not quite buff. If Nitro had the, oh no, it is 7. It is 7 Self Kings because of the so I miscounted there. My mistake. That's icing on the cake. It is like it is so hard to come back here for Yazidazi, having spent the I almost feel like not spending the ultimate holo would have been better the previous turn, but Metatron Rush maybe, but it's too late to think about that. Yazidazi has to play this turn, and this is not an easy turn either. You can definitely get rid of the Floros, but can you also clear the Vite here? Let's see. So get the Cannoneer, who is a little bit more damage. Rush out the Cannoneer, and then this will allow to the Marine Raider, the Cannoneer into the 2/2 Vite. The one thing over Vite. Yep, and that is going to be the best clear possible. So Yazidazi not completely out of the game yet, but having spent 1 ultimate holo is gonna have a bit of a struggle. I think anything except that Howling Demon from Nitro is gonna be really strong.
It's a very tough task for Yazidazi to get out of that situation, and it's cool to see, right? He really thought it through. He took his time with it, obviously, to make sure that he doesn't just rush it and get stuck in an even worse situation potentially. But as we said, right, and as you mentioned just before that zones, right, Nitro's chilling. He's more than happy. He doesn't care if you clear the board. He's going to keep that game plan going. Of course, already well into Wrath, so got that active and ready to go. And of course, has that Vite to keep the board big again. Got Tank as well, also ready to go if he's able to pull Commander soon and get some big ping combos out. Of course, for that big victory that he can go for later on into the match. He's going to go for the Demon Maestro here, actually. Get the 0 cost. Infernal, going to burn it straight away. Easy clear. The first mate and get some more damage.
I think he's just trying to figure out how to close out the game. So there was actually an idea to play another Vite there, but yeah, getting the because if Nitro had drawn a Gyaradeath there, that just means he's got like an 85% guaranteed lethal. I mean, but it's like very close to guaranteed lethal setup, right? So, but like even though he's in such a commanding position, Sword has such good defensive resources that it is not out. Like the game's not over until it's over. Yeah. So I like that Nitro is maximizing the Vite draws 2 cards there, which is nice, and buffs the bats that are left on board again, but does not put a 0 cost. So the Vite doesn't provide Nitro with a way to get it the next turn. So that's the point of the Maestro play. It is a little weaker on the board side, but he's trying to close out the game as quickly as he can, and that's what he's got. And this is pretty good pull here from Yazidazi. I believe the Bandit would have been the ideal 2-drop to get some extra healing here, but definitely first mate is going to help here. No Opulent in hand for Yazidazi, and no way to cash in on these Metatrons, who are usually really good going second, are 2 factors that are really hurting Yazi here.
Oh, I was able to hit the bat as well with the random ping, so that's actually really good for him there, right? To be able to clear that out and hold up.
Truth be told, I'm not sure which ping matters the most there, because it's like a guaranteed clear no matter what. But I do think I would have tried to run into this bumpkin this turn just to have some more time to think about what to do. Oh, but okay, well, we mentioned Gyaradeath is lethal, and Nitro draws the Gyaradeath with that ping from the Maestro. That is going to be lethal, so he was looking for it, and there it is.
He's more than happy from the get-go. Out of the gates, Nitro had full control of that match, and Yazidazi was kind of just strapped in for the ride. He didn't accept it, he didn't like it, but he didn't have a choice at the end of that one there. And gonna go just straight into the second game, no break in between. They're gonna go straight into it here, because Nitro gonna have that armed dragon ready to go here. Of course, 1 away from making it to the grand finals. Yazidazi is gonna run it back here with Loot Sword again. See if he can get the win this time, because he's gonna have to run it eventually if he ends up getting the win with blood. So he decides to run it now against Armed Dragon, and let's see who's gonna be able to take this one out.
Ooh, and Nitro going first again, so that is That's huge. I mean, as an aggro deck, you want to go first, and he's got a nice juicy 1-2-3 curve, which is actually really important to also be hitting arm followers in your curve. Which is to say that like specifically followers that aren't picking up weapons to become arm followers. Yazidazi tossing the Lupin, which I'm not so sure about. Lupin is one of your ways to slow down the arm deck, because when I was alluding at by saying that it's important that Nitro has all of these innately armed followers, is that Lupin's Evo can take away the armed effect from a draconic weapon, which can be critical in denying a Levitating Dragon alternate form evolution. But it looks like Yazidazi is instead going to try to just go for the best possible board, which on average can win, but is scary to go for.
Yeah, and
looks like,
I mean, that was something I really wanted to highlight, right, going into the Arm Dragon round, was that Levantine Dragon, because them and Forte both, right, because of what they bring to this deck, right, so many awesome effects they can stack back to back off of the armed weapons that, again, can catch out opponents first off, don't really have much experience going up against the deck, and also being able to get those cheeky wins with it. As he does it's going to have obviously a bit more of an easier time here getting the Metatron out as well, but Lancer's going to come out, he said, having that curve and a draconic weapon.
I actually think it's the opposite. I think Yazidazi is a bit spooked with this curve, and that's why they have played out the Metatron to try to stall out damage. But because Metatron plus Adherent is your strongest turn 4 play, usually. But Yazidazi, the whole point of playing Metatron that turn is to keep Nitro from being able to advance armed count. But I don't think this is a strong way to pull that off at this moment. I actually thought there was a chance that the last turn Yazidazi should have gone for Octress on the Hammer Dragonute. It's kind of a cheeky line to steal the Dragonute Smash, a Draconic Smash, because right now what Yazidazi needs most is board clear. And so now Yazidazi is going to be forced into playing First Mate this turn, which I think can clear but costs the Ultimate Hollow, which is again not how you'd like to use this.
The tide's royal to watch.
And we've seen actually there's been quite a few matches in a row right now where we've seen Loose Sword where we're having to see these hollows be, we'll say, emergency burned, right? I think it's probably the best way to put it, right? I've seen really be burned out really early on just to try and help clear the board, or the players feel as if they need to try and stay in it. And that's just a little bit unfortunate that they have to burn it that early on, knowing, of course, that we saw early in the day the lifeline he can bring it to these players. He's gonna go for Garden Necklace here and try and clear out as much as you can. And we'll get it clear on all the, I'll say, the followers that matter will be cleared out here by Yazidazi.
Choosing not to get a full clear to save the Ultimate Hollow, which is basically effectively gaining 1 defense extra, but yeah, this is 4, I'm pretty sure this is 4 on followers there for Nitro though, so he's gonna slam down the Levitating Dragon. Curious what form he goes for. Blast? Yeah, I like Blast.
Yeah.
There's some players who might go for defense form here. I would not. And the reason is just that Sword is actually pretty uniquely well equipped to deal with defense form. And Nitro has that Forte, so it makes sense that he's just trying to close out the game as quickly as possible. But this actually gives Yazidazi the potential to turn this game around now if Nitro runs out of resources. So maybe the defense form was actually the way to go. And Yazidazi holding on to that Ultimate Hollow could actually be paying off here.
I will say there's nothing more sad, right, than getting the defensive Levantine Dragon out and the opponent just runs in with Bane, or they happen to have that one destruction spell, right, to get rid of it. But obviously in this case, Nitro not really having to deal with that at the moment. But as you said, right, it's going to be able to, it's probably most likely going to end up losing the blast from there. But at the same time, I mean, I feel like he's probably mostly okay with it, right? I mean, he got it out. He got the damage, right, that he needed to out from that. And as you mentioned, right, that Forte is in hand. So you can already tell that he's kind of setting up. But the problem is he's only got Forte, right? He's only got the Dragon in hand.
Got Forte.
Only got like
doesn't
maybe
have
whatever he help decks.
And with no arm follower in hand, he's also like his like a draconic armor, for example, is not a live top deck anymore.
Yeah.
But a dragon, okay, that is an arm follower though. Is it enough damage? Forte Evo 7 plus 3. I think it's a little short, but I think he's just going for as much damage as possible, knowing that he cannot play the long game in this matchup. Cannot protect the Forte here. But yeah, this is 3 damage short, so that ultimate hollow coming in clutch.
At last.
Yeah,
And
it's gonna be a big deal when you wonder if Nitro top decks 11
Opulent that is huge. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off,
no. That point is
massive.
hopping in the mind. All I was gonna say, right, is like if Nitro's able to top deck right, the Forte right or the Levitine, he'll be happy. But again, it's like winning the lottery at this point, right? Being able to top deck that. Whereas Yazidazi just got strategies straight off the top of the deck. We already knew he had more of a hand to deal with what Nitro is bringing here, and this is going to be making him not only more than comfortable, but really bring him back.
This is if Yazidazi does the manual Evo on Opulent here, nice. That's an important part. That'll allow Opulent to see 4 spells played, which is going to be healing to 9. That's a massive threshold because Blast, of course, does 7 damage on its own, but healing to 9 is going to take, like, right, with Nitro playing off the top of his deck, going to 9 means Nitro needs to draw something live off of that Dragon Breeder if he has the Levitane. It's like really putting the pressure
Forte,
on.
right? If he gets a Metatron.
Ooh,
I guess it's one.
Okay,
thing.
top of the deck is a Swift Wing. Swift Blade. That is that clears the board, but it's already over. He unfortunately for Nitro. Wait, the meta. No. With the Evo is close to mattering here. Oh, Nitro. I think you had to clear off this Cannoneer.
Yeah.
It's not a play you want to make, but that damage is gonna matter because
he's really hoping he gets that Forte off the top right. Because again, well, I believe so. Even though you've got the double defending weapon right in hand to be able to buff her up. But again, you're going to clear that Metatron. That's 10 damage with a flag. And Yazidazi, just like that, right, has evened it back up. 1-1 after commanding victory that Nitro got in the first match. Yazidazi brings it back from, again, a situation that looked like Nitro was going to run away with it once again. Has managed to stay into it and bring the semifinals to a series here. 1-1. Again, reminder, whoever wins this will go to the grand finals, with both players playing for a lot of cash on the line and, of course, all those important league points that they need as well.
Yeah, and I have to hand to Yazidazi for navigating that matchup really well, like really milking every resource, defensive resource for maximum value there. And just, I wasn't sure about the turn 3 play. It looks a little funky playing the Metatron and Adherent, but that kind of got enough damage away from Nitro, because Nitro kind of treated the Adherent as a pseudo ward, and that stalled out enough time to get Yazidazi to that Opulent draw and all the other defensive cards, getting maximum value out of the maximum healing out of the ultimate hollow. So yeah, actually just really well navigated, and that's and now we're in this game, which is another and I missed it, but Nitro going first again, really good spot for him to be in.
At this point, I think he's just asking for it, right? He's just got it set to him first. It's got to be, right?
Yeah.
It can't be ready.
Yeah, gotta judge us. But this is tough. This is definitely tough because Wrathblood is a deck that, well, does a lot of damage to the player playing, and that means that's gonna help Arm Dragon achieve its goals. Gonna see. Oh, the Iron. Oh my goodness. This is such a strong curve for Nitro. I think. Ooh. Okay, that works. That works because the Raging would not clear here, but the Valneric plus. You take a 50-50 on the Valneric plus Howling Scream here. The question is, so Valneric with picking up the wings will clear off 1 Iron Scale and leave 2 1 defense followers, and then Howling Scream is a 50-50. So the proper order is to Howling Scream first, because there's a slightly more chance of hitting one of the Iron Skill Serpent Drakes there.
There you go.
Yeah, I think Yazidazi's plays are really on point. It maximize the chance of getting rid of both Iron Scales, because if one of the Iron Scales is left alive, that can get out of hand with any buff, like a Dragon Breeder that we see in Nitro's hand. So really good clear there. But Yazidazi's still taking a lot of damage. Like, all of this optimization may amount to nothing. Freya here picking up a weapon. And that's the Levitain Dragon.
Whoa.
That is 4 arm followers in play and left play for Nitro. So when this gets cleared, Levitain is live, and Levitain will bring in his buddy, the Swift Blade. That is 10 damage. So if this is cleared, Yazidazi's looking at 10 damage.
Yep. And it's going to fly out the steamrolling tank to I'll start healing some of this back alongside the Queen's Castle. So going to have that Wrath active. He's going to be able to start healing up big time, which he obviously desperately needs.
Hey? Oh, that's massive. Getting the
wards.
Draconeer? That means Yazidazi now can clear both Draconeers. Leave the Freya at 4 defense. Freya cannot be the 4th arm follower leaving play now. So that's going to be another turn that Yazidazi gets to keep playing the game.
And we're starting to see a bit of a similar thing right with Nitro. Yeah, he's got 4 cards in hand, but a lot of those cards in hand, yeah, we can get a draw off of Cook, but it's quite easy to burn through those very quickly and have nothing, right? He's got to be really careful how he plays around this, so he's not in a situation like in the previous game. There's Forte, which is really cool to have as well as an extra win condition, but again, he's got to build towards it.
How am I gonna face
I mean, there was the 4th arm follower, so gonna get the damage in from Lance Lizard, dropping Yazidazi to 9, evolve down to 6. That means Forte Lethal is in play. Can Yazidazi get through this?
Because this is the situation Nitro wanted in the previous game, having, we'll say, a second Forte, because the first one had already did a bit as well. Having that second one to close out the game, and she finally showed up a game late. We'll say, you know, it's still a game late, but it's still going to be a win for him. We'll have to wait and see. As Yazidazi now, of course, does go for the hover here. I mean, what does he even look towards going to these zones? I mean, there's the Howling Demon to clear Lancers and then heal up and clear the board as well, but it's quite a big investment.
I mean, I think Yazidazi has to play full defense here, which is something you never want to do. That 6 defense on Freya is huge here, which keeps Howling Demon from going face, because I do believe that Yazidazi has Wrath active now. Yeah. So that's like the silver lining, which means Castle will also heal for 3. So that is 8 healing to 14. Yazidazi will be alive, but without a way to win the game, that's going to be tough. And so I think Yazidazi is just going to try to calculate the maximum greed possible. Looks like going for this castle. Maybe there's like a double castle. Double castle looks so silly. But if you play double castle, play Howling Scream, and you hit the 6/4, maybe that gets you through. Okay, looks like we're not getting that silly. Valneric.
The gold moon.
That's a very interesting choice there.
The delight.
Yeah, it looks like Valneric evolved into the 6/4, and then maybe a castle here. Yeah, and then Howling Scream to make 2 ward bats. Okay, there we go. So this is gonna heal to 11. Is that? But that's enough. But Nitro gets through. This is an 8 attack blast from the wards don't matter. Yeah, and that's it. Nitro had lethal. Right, because the... Oh, wait. Yeah. Blast Form will hit one of the wards. The Breeder gets Rush from Blast Form. There we go. Yep.
And exactly 11 here. Nitro, look at how happy the man is, representing Thornbreakers as well. Like we said, right? Haven't seen him since 2020. Back here, 2023. Start of the year, of course, now in that March Cup, making it here to the grand final stage. I mean, bit of an upset, right? Of course, Yazidazi, you know, took outside to get here, which is an upset in itself. And I think gained quite a few fans for the particular choice of profile picture used for himself, right, to represent himself in this one. But again, fantastic play coming out from it. And even still, even though it was that 2-0, right, the way that Yazidazi was still playing, right, and trying to find ways to get out of it was insane. Especially when you look at that player's rank, and apparently he's only A rank. Yeah, I don't think so for some reason.
Yeah. Oh, now Trickster turned into me for a second. So we're having all sorts of disguises going on. That's why they call him Trickster, I guess.
That's right.
But yeah, no, like the plays were actually just really well navigated. I mean, some people I'm looking at some fan chat and people are like, is this person a Smurf? Are they just really? I mean, the thing is, you don't need to play the ladder.
You could be an unlimited player, right?
So you could be they could be unlimited. They could be like a JCG private match grinder. They could be playing a lot of tournaments, and we have a lot of resources to learn the game. So like just, no matter what their secret to preparation is, I mean, great job from Yazidazi, great showing, and of course, shout out to Nitro for finding the exact like aggro lines, bringing an aggro lineup and delivering. That's always a bold plan. Not my cup of tea, but gotta respect it when it works. So.
And Arm Dragon in the grand finals as well. Who would have thought?
Dragon in the grand finals.
In mini expansion as well, post mini expansion as well. As that's absolutely awesome. Big congrats to him. Because time to see now though who will join him in the grand final stage. So Zones, you can get out of here now. Bring Trick in here for that second semi-final now. And Trick jumping in this one. First off, I know you're going to be very, very happy, of course, after seeing your teammate make it to the grand finals. But of course, we've got ourselves an awesome second semi-final heading our way.
Yeah, definitely happy to see Nitro move on there. Little bit of bias. I think both players played it really well, and it went that way for Nitro this time, having some good draws and the perfect amount of damage like we saw in the last game to take it. But I'm also just super excited looking into this next match. Meme Legend has been impressing me like last month, this month. He just seems so consistent, and he feels like he has like this perfect lineup to target Enhance. But what I'm thinking right now is I'm seeing like he's got Spell Boost Last Words trying to take out Enhance, and his opponent Fibonacci is not bringing it. So he's going to have to go against Evo Loot, Spell Boost, and Wrath now. And so I feel like this is like the matchup where, like, if I felt so confident about Meme Legends, all of a sudden, like Fibonacci, maybe that's the counter to beat him, right? This new Evo Loot Sword deck might come in with all this damage and be able to like handle Shadow in a way that normal Loot Sword can't. And Spell Boost to go against the opponent's Spell Boost, like the bans and things are going to be interesting here. It's some unconventional lineups.
Yeah, and that's what's going to make it exciting. Not to mention, right, the players themselves, right, 2 veteran players coming into this one again. That's going to make this one exciting. Very similar, right, to how we ended the quarterfinals. Now coming here to the semi-finals. We're going to have the bands up for you guys in just a short moment as we wait and see what the players do ban away. And yeah, as you mentioned, right, so many cool like decks coming out here. The Evo Loot Sword, for example. Yeah, I know that Zones was very happy to bring up and talk about, right? Cool to see that one here in the semi-final set. And of course, that Last Word Shadow. Cool to see that there with, again, the bit of controversy, right, we had in previous SVOs. Making it here to top 4, definitely showing up. And not doing it by a mirror match, by the way, either. Actually doing it by its own merits, which is cool to see as well. And again, we're seeing a lot of these decks, right, where we're post-mini. We look towards both these players, right? I mean, I'm looking at them here now. I mean, you got Wrath Blood, obviously coming from mini expansion, but I mean, Spell Boost Rune, right? That's from before mini. Last Word Shadow, that's from before mini. And Evo Loot Sword, yeah, it's a bit of a mixture, but the core of it, right, is still from before mini as well. So cool to see actually a lot of these players. And again, we've had quite a few weeks of players to practice, playing on ladder and playing in other international events, right, coming to SVO. Still cool to see some of the, I'll say, I don't want to say the old decks or the old guard as per se, but maybe some previous decks we saw in competition still going strong enough here to not only make it through day one and make it the top 8, but to even make it to the semi-final stage, and even in Nitro's case with Arm Dragon, right, making it to the grand final.
Yeah, interesting having Arm Dragon in that grand finals, like you're saying, and with both of these players bringing Spell Boost, that one's going to be locked into the grand finals too as well. Looking at the lineups too, it seems like we're gonna this is gonna be like nuts. These decks are also explosive. Shadow can like get the 20 damage out of nowhere with their win condition being met, and Spell Boost as well. But both of the Spell Boost banned out. They know what they're afraid of.
Really hoping to get one of those in the semifinals here. So I mean, as you said, right, the Trick will get one of the grand finals. So hopefully we'll see it played in grand finals, right? But at least we get to see Evo Loot Sword. We do get to see Last Word Shadow, of course. With only one player being able to make it through to the grand finals. We get to see him one last time at least here. So will be interesting to see who will take this one between the 2 players. And there's a lot of support behind Meme Legends coming through, and a lot of support coming for Fibonacci now. I think a lot of people are figuring out now who it is, I'll say at least, coming forward here. Getting ready now to jump into game number 1. And with those rune decks being banned away here, Trick, do you think it might be more one-sided because of that deck not being an option? I mean, we know obviously Wrath Blood, we've seen the mirror, been a thing. We know it's been kind of 50-50 on both ends, right? A lot of players winning with it, a lot of players losing with it, because of course having that top 8 with everyone bringing it forward. So I'm looking more towards Evo Loot Sword and Last Word Shadow, sorry, as kind of like the pillar decks, right? The pillars for both these players going forward.
Yeah, I feel like they're pretty similar, like in the meta, where like they're like a less popular deck that people choose, and it's like, which side are you on? Are you like Team Shadow or Team Sword, right? And normally I would feel like a normal Loot Sword deck has like a slight advantage against Shadow in my mind. I feel like it's just a little bit more consistent to Sword deck, and also if you can get your Remnant spell to do the 8 damage face before the kernels come out, then a lot of times you can just finish off the Shadow player like at an earlier point than they can. They don't usually leave up like that big of boards with Shadow, so usually you can push some early damage, and then like even if they do a kernel turn, if it's not 20 damage, you'll be able to kill them after. But we know that this new Loot Sword deck, it's running less loot generation. So like it's going to be harder to fuse 4 times, and it's going to maybe take a little while to set up slightly slower things. Like sometimes like Kagamitsu, you play him and then you wait for him to come back. You wait for all your evos to happen. So I don't know if like maybe this sword deck, while it has more like power in it and it could have like a higher damage potential on a later turn, it might have like a little harder time to being as fast. Things like Alice, like to get that online, you're going to need a lot of turns. And so maybe that'll give Shadow the turns it needs to be able to beat you. So definitely like an uncommon matchup with this version of Sword. I'm interested, yeah, to see how it plays out. But maybe right now I'm thinking with the changes, it might slow down Sword a little, but we'll see if that's the case.
And I mean, how does Wrath Blood maybe play into that as well? Like, again, if we see Wrath Blood into Evo Loot Sword or Wrath Blood into the Last Word Shadow, because there's a big possibility, if anything, it's probably going to happen one of those two, right? Coming through to start us off. How do you think Wrath Blood maybe fits into it? Because we know obviously we've seen, maybe actually we'll talk about more the Wrath Blood and Shadow, because I think we've seen the Blood sort of fair bit, right, throughout the day so far. We've seen, right, they both can match up against each other, and one can actually get quite a big advantage over the other. But what about with Last Word Shadow? Because again, Shadow, it doesn't really have that fast aggro, right, usage of Sword or of Blood currently, and it's all about those combos, right, building up those Last Words and Shadows to get that big explosive finish, right? So do you think that, for example, Meme Legends has to bring Shadow into Fibonacci's Blood? Do you think that's going to be, I don't say huge detriment, but maybe could be the Achilles heel for maybe not getting to the Grand Finals?
Oh yeah, I do think it is huge. Shadow's like win rate against Blood, I don't know if I want to say it's abysmal, but it's definitely not great. And so Shadow, like, unless you, I don't know, if in a normal world, like, you can pretty much count on the Blood player taking it, and so usually you'd have to ban Blood. We just ended up in this weird position here where it's like, oh, there's spell boost and Blood and no enhance. Like, he had to ban the spell boost instead. So I do think that playing against Blood is definitely not optimal here for Shadow. But queuing into the Sword matchup, like, this is the chance for Meme Legends. If he can take this matchup with Shadow, then he won't have to worry about facing the Blood later.
Not to mention, right, it definitely fast tracks him to potentially just getting that Grand Final spot, being confident, right? Having that Blood deck being the one he needs to win with, which even with Mirror or Sword, he can be quite comfortable going into it. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go now. The second semi-final for the SVO West March Cup 2023 season between Fibonacci and Meme Legends. Both players fighting that final Grand Final spot, where they'll be versing Dawnbreaker's own Nitro, who's made it through just to the Grand Final as well, because we saw him go 2-0 in the first semi-final match. And again, expecting a lot out of this match here at the moment. Fibonacci, again, looking to build that aggro lead already, knowing that Shadow is going to have a real tough time keeping up.
And definitely getting the perfect draw there on his turn, Fibonacci, getting that, like, ambush 2-drop to follow up the 1-drop he already has. So Fibonacci having a good early curve, and Meme Legends having some of these critical draw cards as well, getting Hyun and Moonin, as well as like Asphalt, Corral Souls 2 for later. Like, the hand for Meme Legends is not going to run out anytime soon, and there's also a lot of last words already being generated. So both of these players having a really good start.
And Meme Legends taking a bit of time to decide where he wants to chuck it in. I mean, again, I'm thinking that Higan Munin might be that key play, right? To not only, of course, get those last words up, get that draw in, get a bit of board coming out here. We'll be able to go for it there. He's going to have the Asphalt, right, come through next turn. So he's going to have big draw coming out for turn 4 for himself. And hoping to get some nice pickups off the top of the deck there as Fibonacci now. Gonna burn the rush there. Of course, get the draw onto Deep Sea Scout, get a Heron out as well, get that cheeky Evo, and Fibonacci's built himself up a very strong hand here, and obviously having that board as well to deal with what Meme Legends has. So a great turn for Fibonacci and looking to be a fantastic round 1 for him.
Yeah, definitely happy. And that Claymore Master in hand early, it's already been discounted once, so it'll be easy to get that to maybe even 0 by the end of this game. And now we see Meme Legends, lots of hand, but a big board staring down. Maybe we'll need to see like Corral Souls come out this turn to clear some of these followers, especially like the 2/2s.
Yeah, looking to try and get a ping off
The two
maybe
ones.
with the Chaotic Doom. Unfortunately, unable to do so. And maybe even hovering the Cerberus now to at least get the rush in to potentially clear out some of this board, get some ping damage in and heal up a little bit as well. Be able to clear the board this way. So still able to do so. And of course, get those last words pinged up as well. So big turn there. I mean, Legends don't hold on, excuse me there. But again, we can already see, right? You know, Claymore Masters you mentioned, right? Trick already being set up. You know, we have the general himself, right? Getting ready for that turn 5 play just around the corner. And again, other key players are Oculent in hand, right? Ready to go. Tidal Gunner being set up very soon to get just that stupid amount of burn damage spread out all across the field and at the opponent's face as well for the extra little bit of oomph there. But Barbro's going to come out here. Of course, not really having too much else to play for here on turn 4. Unfortunately, having a lot of cool cards for later in the game. Not really doing too well now, but at least clear out the board and cut down the Claymore Master effect. And well, I've got a tiny bit of a chance, right, while Meme Legends looks to cover this turn trick real quick, because again, this deck is, again, that Claymore Master and the Evo right makes loot so different. Why is this Claymore Master being added here? What's it actually bringing to this Evo loot deck that not only changes the loot deck a little bit to make it unique, but can also throw off the opponent knowing that, oh, what the hell is this going to do all of a sudden? What's this Claymore Master nonsense that I'm having to deal with?
Is your life necessary?
Yeah, so I think Claymore Master is just taking advantage of the fact that you're already trying to reach 7 Evos for Alice. So theoretically, for like Alice and Kagamitsu, if you're already reaching the 7 evolves, if you have a Claymore and Master in your hand this whole time, it'll cost 0 at the end of that. And so I think it's just like an advantage of like the shift in game plan towards evolving. It just makes more sense to have that follower that fits so well into the game plan.
Yeah, it works well, obviously. I mean, the Kagamitsu as well. I know we talked about it a fair bit at last Cup, right? And there was a discussion in the SAO Cup discussions there as well. Being the East and Chris, we're kind of all trying to figure out, right, does Kagamitsu, do you still play him? Do you not play him? How does he fit into some of these decks? And obviously Fibonacci's definitely found a way to keep him active here. Because the general comes down. Kagamitsu being one of those, I think is actually really cool for him to be pulled out there. Get the last words burned off himself, and Maximus is going to be able to clear out the Soul Convict 4/4, and once again gives Fibonacci that open board. But I mean, Legends has been quite good in rotating out his last words, right, and rotating out these shadows, and going to have a lot of he's got all of his kernels ready to go here. Just hopefully looking for the Soul Convict one more time, because again, he's burned one now. He's got to try and find his others in deck to set up this big OTK here, or I'll say less than OTK now that, of course, Fibonacci's not at 20 health exactly. And cool to see he's got the amulets and shadows ready to go here, and good to see that the likes of the shadow deck is starting to show up, and we're seeing more of the reasons why it was highlighted so much, and why I know some of the pro players community were really harping on, being like, no, this deck is really good. Don't worry about just the results from SVO, right? And pay attention, because it deserved to be in that big 3 for a reason.
Yeah, and like we're seeing it, Shadow already has 10 last words active, I believe, and so it's just like with these kernels in hand, 3 of them, that's like 20 damage with the Evo, and so really just like if we get the Istandet, then that's like all that is needed, just needing to keep enough health and survive to that point, but like very close to having everything that Meme Legends needs.
And there you go, right? Double Colonel coming out here. Fibonacci looking to respond. He's got to know at this point, right? He's seeing 2 Colonels on board now. I mean, even if, right, hypothetically, we obviously know that the comic's not in Meme Legends' hand, but at this point, I don't know about you, Trick, but I would be psyched out beyond belief seeing both of those on the board, right? You would know for a fact if it's not in hand, it's got to be soon, or there's going to be a way to search it real easy, right? I think Fibonacci now is really going to try and dig deep a little bit and maybe try and fight over that and trying to find a way to not only win, obviously, of course, soon, but try and stay alive, because obviously that damage that it brings, being able to nuke all the followers. If you're not playing Portal, right, you're not going to have treasure, right, to reduce some of that damage, or spell shield to hold on. It's all about staying as healthy as possible. It's going to be tough for him.
All ends here.
Yeah, definitely. But there are like some things like on the bright side. Kagamitsu is going to come back on 7, so there could be a really big push if we make it that far, right? And so definitely like not like it's not over yet, right? And then so it's like Fibonacci's got to just not get too worried about the kernels and things he's staring down, but just like focus on what he can still do for his game plan and what he can do to mitigate at least some of the options from his opponent.
And the luckiest part is, right, obviously, is that Convict isn't in Meme Legends' hand until now, because we just like it as casters, and that's just how we apparently like to ruin other players' days here. And that's going to be 12 damage, just lining up Fibonacci in the face right now. Luckily, it's not going to be enough to end the game. But Meme Legends, I think, would be kind of hoping he had that 3rd Colonel down there for the sake of it. Counter Doom will be dropped. We'll get the 2 draw, so won't be able to get the Evo either. Of course, this is very, very important. And while 12 damage might be going in to face here, luckily Fibonacci, of course, has stayed healthy enough here. We'll be able to take it. And there's a huge chance of Trick, right, that not only might be able to survive this, might be able to get the win out of it, because after these are gone, right, that's most of the Shadow game plan over and done with.
Definitely. It's like interesting. We see like both of these decks here, with full hands and lots of like resources and things working out for them. And this is not like the hand that you want to see. You want to see like the hand where they have like 1 Istadet in hand and nothing to pop with it, right? And so this game, like, it's really just like, it's nice. I feel like we're like in the semis now, right? And like we're seeing good hands, or we're seeing like these players just really just getting to not like be held back by their decks in any way.
And you can see just Meme Legends maximizing damage, right? Getting the Coral Souls out as well. So making sure it's that 14 damage coming through here. Fibonacci, of course, having the Kagemitsu, as you mentioned, Trick, right, coming through for turn 7. Off that last words from Maximus on turn 5. And now hovering through, where's he going to find that maximum damage? Where's he going to find that health? Because he's got to try and stay alive in this fight as well. I'm going to be thinking, where's the other Colonel? Is there another Convict coming? How many Ghosts do I have to deal with? Is a Cerberus Storm damage going to come through? What about the Deathly Tyrant spell, right, to get that big damage? There's a lot of things he's got to try and keep track of and try and play around here. He's going to get some big health back already and trying to see how much longer he can stay into this. Of course, the good thing is, one more Evo and Claymore Masters at 0. We'll be quite happy to chuck her out sooner rather than later. We get that Evo point back and get the card Evo itself. We'll still have that manual Evo available. There's Claymore Master, gonna get that big Evo ward up because of it as well. Is gonna be huge. Gonna be able to help deal with the board and hopefully get a bit of extra damage in with the Colonel there hitting both. Kagemitsu will just survive here. Probably hoping for Claymore to maybe stay alive there. Or for Oculent, of course, being a bigger target, more health. But unfortunately, does end up losing out. We'll be able to heal up a bit and stay in it. Meme Legends now looking to see how he can wrap up the game. Because like we mentioned about that Cerberus game plan, or that Storm damage is a possibility. Double Coral Souls here. There's a lot of Ghosts as well to follow up with Krampus. Could just be a lot of just irritating ping damage here, right, Chick, that could end the game and go in favor of Meme Legends 1-0.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. there's always a lot of options. You can always like play the dog, attack face with the dog, and then kill it off again afterwards. And so yeah, the damage reach is just like very high consistent. With even like the simple like 2 drops and random cards in your hand after.
And that's going to do it here as well, right? That's going to be the extra burn coming through 2-2. And the last ghost there. So Meme Legends maximizing his damage over this past few turns to get the W. Unfortunately, Fibonacci just kind of stuck in that one there, having to just deal with what Meme Legends brings to the table. And ironically enough, Trick, that's what it's saying, like going into this game, this is exactly the situation that Meme Legends wanted, right? He's won with that game with Shadow, doesn't have to run it in to the blood deck here coming through. Now has his own blood deck he's going to be comfortable going into. It's going to be run into Fibonacci's Evo Loot Sword here again into that mirror match. And this is going to be really exciting for Meme Legends because he might go 2-0. Again, last month we saw him into that top 4, just missing shy. Maybe even losing to Nautilus, who actually took out the cup there last month. Potentially going into the grand finals now if he's able to get this one last win here and take on Nitro for that grand final spot.
Yeah, definitely feeling good having the Shadow already have that win, because it means that you don't have to face into that bad matchup like we've been talking about. And so yeah, like just one more win around the corner, but it is like tough. Like Blood's lost a lot on the stream today, and so like maybe it'll be hard to like secure that. It's still up in the air.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities, right, for Fibonacci to definitely bring this one back here. Obviously, we know the skill and caliber of the player in question here is quite easy to bring this one back. And of course, has I would say, an okay hand to start with, at least for the early game. I want to try and search for some of those bigger cards ASAP, though, especially compared to Meme Legends, who's got quite a good hand for himself. He's already starting to build up, right, the 0 cost and early cost spells here to go for that big combo. Claymore Master picked up on Fibonacci's nice, though. He's going to start getting those Evos off very, very quickly, very soon, and go into his favor there.
Absolutely. Lots of good cards early for both players. You always love having the Thief early because unlike some of like Lupin and things, it's not as good in the late game. And like 1-drops and like all of like the pings and the 0 cost, like both of these players opening strong.
Already, right? Meme Legends getting a big combat, already getting Floros out here. 3 turns in, and again, we normally have this battle between the aggros. Normally, whoever can take that lead can, they're more comfortably than not, run away with the victory 9 times out of 10, right? It's normally more easy for these guys to take that win away from it. Fibonacci now kind of stuck with what's in hand. I mean, again, Claymore Masters are going to work for him. Metatron, I guess, can kind of help stall out for a little bit, but it's not going to be able to do too much here, especially without the Evos. Might even have to just run up with Opulent here, or Opulent, sorry, and try and get the big spell from it. Check out Hollow, get the Evo off that, and luckily they were able to clear out the Floros. But I mean, I believe already has another one in deck ready to go. That is a huge pickup there. Gyarados being picked up as well. And yeah, Trick now, as you can see, right, Gyarados being picked up into hand. Vate just coming out as well. I mean, I don't think Meme won't be able to respond. I don't think Fibonacci will be able to respond to it, because I mean, that was just a heap of damage. Now Fibonacci only down to 10 health now coming through by turn 5, and all Fibonacci's got, I mean, sorry, actually will say there's maximums. He did just draw in the hand, but he's going for that Metatron instead.
Yeah, interesting. Having like Gyarados already, like it's good to be able to know that you can, like that's secured, and then like turn 3 Floros, so strong. You get your pings online while having like a way to get that health back, and so you know it's coming, and just like good all around. Like he's got the draw, he's got the tools, he's not having to worry about drawing into them. Like, but we know that Blood players, they can get the turn 3 Floros and still lose, so it doesn't mean that it's over yet, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's so down to the wire here. And Fibonacci, of course, still looking for this run back. He's going to try and find a way to keep himself into this one and potentially go, obviously, for one more after that coming through. I mean, Moses has a lot of resources here to still to work with. Fibonacci, of course, does have Maximus ready to go, but when the other 3 cards in hand are just nice shiny gold boots and a Claymore Master, He's not really doing too much else, unfortunately, in this game. He's hopefully going to have to get some of the best top decks in his Shadowverse career, potentially, to stay in this one. Meme Legends now going to drop out the castle, going to drop out Scream, and really start setting up, again, this final finish with Gyarados. A lot of big spells being set up already. It's
yeah,
tough
11
now.
damage. That's what Gyarados does, right? And so having your opponent at 11 health feels really good. And like this play here, like we don't see any healing coming out, right? And so with the right pings, that's it. No zero cost, so it's gonna be like delayed a turn, but or did we just ping ourselves at the? Oh no, we set up the ping from last turn. So yeah, that's 3 this turn.
Yeah, he's gonna have just enough, right, to make sure that he gets the big W here from this one. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Meme Legends goes 2-0 against Fibonacci, making it to that grand final spot here for the SVO March Cup West 2023 season. Absolutely amazing gameplay coming out from Meme Legends. Again, we saw him back in the February Cup, put on a tear, put on quite a show for us. Got to top 4, just missed shy, getting to the grand finals, but has now made it here to the grand finals and just solidifying himself as currently the top player on, say, in the West region, at least going off of league points, right, coming through and just extending that lead. And the way he's been playing, the way in these cups, I honestly think, Chick, we might be seeing him every month the way things are going.
Yeah, like after today's showing, he was making that look easy, a quick 2-0, and like those weren't even long games. It might have to do with the hands and things as well too, but like even like with Shadow, which we were saying might be unfavored, like queuing into the right order of the matchups, having like all of the cards he needed in hand, like I don't know, like Nitro, he might have the protagonist deck, right, in Armed Dragon, and we're saying like that's like the show, but like the protagonist luck, like it seems like it's with Meme Legends right now. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how this final goes.
It's a good balance, right? I mean, do you want to call Meme Legends the villain then, considering, you know, that the Nitro has the protagonist deck, or do we call Meme Legends the protagonist and Nitro stole the protagonist deck? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see as we get towards the grand finals. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick before we go to break to show you guys how we got to the grand final stage here. Of course, both semifinals are now being played out, and what semifinals they were as well. Of course, Stormbreaker's Nitro 2-1 against Yazidazi to make his spot into the grand finals, and of course Yazidazi had that big upset against Sai to make it there to the semi-finals. Big congrats to him as a new player making it this far. And of course, battle between the veterans once again, Fibonacci against Meme Legends. Meme Legends, of course, as we just saw, went 2-0 in that match there. Great match for him coming through. Now they're going to take on Nitro. Both players very, very hungry for this grand final win. Of course, Meme Legends, of course, just missing shy last month coming through. And Nitro, as we mentioned, right, haven't really seen him in competitive action, at least making it to top 8 since the 2020 season. Now finally making it back here, 2023 season going on strong. This is going to be such an amazing match, guys, heading your way. So do not go anywhere. Grand final action for the Shadowverse Open March West Cup for the 2023 season just around the corner. You'll be joined by all the casters for that amazing best of 3 set. Don't go anywhere.
That's enough, but Nitro gets through. This is an 8 attack blast from the wards don't matter. Yeah, and that's it. Nitro had lethal, right, because the... Oh, wait, yeah, Blast Form will hit one of the wards. The Breeder gets rushed from Blast Form. There we go.
And exactly 11 here. Nitro, look at how happy the man is.
So with the right pings, that's it. No zero cost, so it's going to be like delayed a turn, but... Or did we just ping ourselves at the... Oh no, we set up the ping from last turn. So yeah, that's 3 this turn.
Yeah, he's going to have just enough, right, to make sure that he gets the big W here from this one. Ladies and gentlemen.
At last, the time has come again. Thou hast been brought here to unleash the forces sealed away within. That which awaits thee is glory unimaginable and justice hitherto unknown. Darkness itself cowers before it, a violet flame to consume all of antiquity. Be not afraid of this great transformation. Hew away the shackles of convention's grip. Reach forth, grasp the light of a shattered order. In doing so, verily thou shalt discern fate's very design. Go now, forsake erstwhile fancy. Spread your wings and soar the skies of a new world. Celestial Dragon Blade. Take hold of fate's righteous blade.
Evil takes on many forms, but so too does retribution. Rejoice, convict. Your perfect punishment awaits here in Asphalt. For sinners the likes of you, there is no tomorrow. Within these walls, part prison, part purgatory, part hell, you will waste away the remainder of your miserable lives.
You think you can hold me captive? No matter where you lock me up, I will break out and cut down all who stand in my way.
Pitiful wretch, how do you not see? Crime demands punishment!
You know nothing about me. My sins are mine alone to bear. I reject your sentence! Eightfold Abyss, Asphalt. Rise up, convicts. Tomorrow is ours.
G'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open March Cup for the 2023 season here in the lovely West region. Here now at the grand final stage. Can't believe we're already here at grand finals for the March Cup. Hope you guys have enjoyed so far all the amazing action, unless you know you're that one guy on YouTube watching the grand final VOD, in which case watch the rest of the VOD and then make sure you watch grand finals, please, because you missed out on some amazing awesome action. Baz and Zones here to bring you the rest of the grand finals action. We'll be joined again by Trick in just a short moment. But Zones, an amazing day, right, of Shadowverse action we've had all throughout. We've had some awesome close matches, some upsets all throughout as well. And I'd say a pretty quality cup we've had here for the March.
Yeah, I think if there's any storyline we've seen, it's why everyone is bringing blood, right? Like when the blood deck has been running on all cylinders, like we see the turn 3 Floros invoked, it is just not fair. But we also see some of the weaknesses of the deck in play as well. So like it's a crazy format, but what I like is that we've been able to see all the decks do their thing, and what sometimes when they don't get to do their thing too. And that's kind of what makes a card game run, right? So it's definitely my my favorite part.
Yeah, it kind of reminds us a little bit, right, of, again, I don't want to keep harping on it, but the Shadow thing, right, where we kind of saw that, again, it was listed as the big three. We know it was a strong deck, obviously. You see it do well in ladder, you see it do well in international competition, but for some reason, it just wasn't working out for our SVO guys, right, and it didn't really matter what the reason was. It just, there was always a reason. It didn't really work out. Blood here seems to be like this. But to be fair, again, every player bought it into top 8, so you are going to have matches where it's just going to lose automatically. It's going to happen. But I guess in some of the ways it has been played, right, and it has been, it has lost, I should say. And it'll be interesting to see, right, as we go into the SAO competition, right, our weekend from now. By the way, make sure you check that out. To see, I guess, how the deck kind of stacks up a week from now, seeing what's happened from here. I think how people kind of improve on it, right, as we do go on. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for that grand final match here coming forward. Gonna be very, very excited between Nitro and Meme Legends. Gonna go straight to the deck list here to see what these guys are bringing, which I'm very happy about, guys, because if I get to break down Arm Dragon, that Nitro is bringing here a little bit more, because we finally get to see it in action in the first semi-final match. We talked about Gamu before, but I want to really highlight level Team Dragon a little bit here, right? Because obviously, technically, he's 4 cards in one, right? He brings so much to the table. And why is he like the key card besides obviously the arm factor?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's because he's just like the best offensive and defensive card at the same time. I love how his damage is active, even like through wards and things, because it's just based off of his stats at the end of the turn, right? And so you can buff that up to increase it, get him to like maybe even like 8-9 attack in some turns, and throw that face through any defense, right? But at the same time, you can also put up this follower with ward and heal yourself, draw cards, and that gets your economy going and puts you in a position where like your opponent might not even be able to remove it or go face with their own game plan. And so it's just 2 very strong options. And then like, even if you like don't like those, you can just clear the board with his like attack form. But like, I don't know, maybe we probably won't see that.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned attack form. That can come up in specifically against spell boost, because it's one of the better ways to deal with a coup on board. Let me keep coming back to, but yeah, so that's very niche, right? Because originally when we got Levitating Dragon on release, he only had attack form as his evolution form, and everyone looked at this card, it's like, what does it do? But then we got defense form and the death from life, and now blast form. It's really evolved into, pun intended, into its most aggressive form yet. And a little tangent on the show, I think they even have another form after that, but
oh, spoiler, what's going on? Spoiler for Shadow vs. Flame. But yeah, obviously looking forward now. It's Wrath Blood. We know what Wrath Blood is, right? Obviously. But for the people at home who maybe have not heard too much about it, guys, quick breakdown on the key cards here. What makes Wrath Blood, and why is it not only a top tier 1 deck strength-wise, but even favoritism-wise and players wanting to play it?
Yeah, so Wrath Blood, it's a deck where you need to get 7 pings, and then much of your cards will become stronger. And it's interesting why it's so strong now, maybe more so than in the past, is because you have so much healing as well. A lot of cards like Drummer, you ping yourself twice, but then it heals you twice. And then Tank, it makes every single card that is normally pinging you also heal equally. And so this combination of like easy ping and healing makes it so like you don't have any disadvantages from doing what Wrath normally does of decreasing your health. And then at the same time, in the end of the game, you have these very strong followers that come out, and they have Storm, like Howling Demon, Valneric, Garadeth, even Vania with her bats. You have a lot of different ways to close out the game.
What's going into now, our final deck here is going to be that Enhanced Portal coming through from Dawnbreaker's Nitro. And again, we've had that big discussion right throughout the day where obviously you've got that core enhanced kit, right? Of course, with Cutthroat, Condemned, and Co. But it's some of those like small little key factors, right? There's comfort cards coming through. I mean, think about Dungeon Pathfinder, right, being one of those that we saw here coming through for Nitro, and how that can work well with Jackpack Gunner. But how about some of the I'll say the core deck itself, guys? We didn't really get in the end to breaking down, right, some of more of the core functions of it. So I'll hand this to you here, Zones. What are some of the key reasons why this deck works itself really well, and then you get to add these cool little add-ons and these cool little comfort picks?
Right. I mean, at its functionality, Cutthroat, we mentioned this briefly, but Cutthroat is the ultimate cheater card in the deck. He turns every enhance into costing 2. So, like Summon Divine Treasures, 7 play point enhance ends up costing effectively 2. But even just the core condemned cards all have interactions with enhance. Ironforge Right Hand appropriately tutors for Cutthroat, which is an important part of the deck, but also she has Enhance 4, which is a board wipe, Enhance 7, recover Evo points, both of which are really powerful modes. Judith, the new addition to the deck, Swiss Army knife card that gives the deck all the survival tools it needs, and the deck comes with a built-in OTK-ish engine of its own, right? With the sort of like the meme where like Obama's rewarding himself medal. Cutthroat can reward himself a medal by playing the 9 play point Cutthroat into 7 play point Cutthroat. That is 15 damage, and you back that up with like 5 damage left. So every mode of Cutthroat matters, and so all 3 copies of Cutthroat tend to see some play, and we're looking at how important this card is, right? So on face, enhance 7, 5/5, deal 5 damage. That part usually is not enough to win the game on its own. The deck usually wins on turn 8 or 9. Enhance 9, right? That is 10 damage. And what's going to happen is we see the backside of the card evolve everything. He recovers play points equal to the enhanced -2. So now after you have his leader effect, when you play the 9 play point Cutthroat, you can then play the 7 play point Cutthroat, 15 damage, and then you just need to find 5 damage somewhere else, which that's what the rest of the deck is for. So everything is built around him. The other condemned cards, actually, I think one of the unsung heroes is Smeltworks Bodyguard. We should take a look at him. He is I would say he's the glue that holds the deck together, because on face 4 play point 4/4, not particularly exciting. Accelerate 1, restore 2 defense to your leader, draw 2 cards. This, but with the stipulation that you have had to play an enhance effect this turn, right? And so most of enhance effect use up your whole play point, so that's unusable if you don't have the Cutthroat effect active. But with it active, Angel's Blessing is like a broken card when you get the Evo point effect, right? You basically get 4 Angel's Blessings in your deck, so yeah, that's insane. Most decks only get to play 3. And then they have to work
how
around
powerful healing and draw is, right? We'll just say in card games in general, it's kind of obvious. And having that as a follower, right, as a 4/4, easy evolve to 6/6, and like you mentioned, right, only being able to play as a 2 cost as well. If you want the follower, of course, this was the Exilate 1 spell, as well as you would see a lot of players turn to. Very, very powerful. Of course, we do have to move on though and go to the next set of decks as well, coming out here from Meme Legends that he's bringing to the table. Of course, Nitro brings some very cool decks here. Meme Legends doing very similar things here with that spell boost Runecraft again. One of those decks we saw from, before Mini, doing really well, still doing really, really well here today, with only one small addition, of course, right, being added in that winged version here. Trick, heading this one to you, right? Spell boost Rune. What's the go-to here? Why is winged inversion making this deck still really, really cool?
Yeah, winged inversion is a great card. I feel like when the mini first came out, people were like, oh, look at this legendary 5 play point spell boost card, and then all of a sudden, like, when spell boost actually started topping, it's like, no, it's not the legend they were given, it's this neutral gold card that like made the deck so good. And it's because it is a 0 play point card, and at the same time it's also healing. And so in the past, like, there were other maybe like options in your deck to heal, maybe like the 3-cost Stormfaller that would also have drain, but with a lot of those things removed, I think winged inversion, like that little extra healing, a lot of times we've seen people have exact lethals throughout this tournament, right? And so getting 1 extra healing like throughout a match, like, it can sometimes be a big deal. And even more importantly, just having 0-cost cards can help you to decrease like the Similes and things so fast, and like get wins on turn 5, 6, like with good hands, like anything like that's possible.
I'm going to our next deck now that Meme Legends is bringing here. It's going to be that Last Word Shadow coming through. Again, really cool to see this deck make it to the grand finals after the hype. Finally getting some recognition that it deserves here. Zones, what's up here with Last Word Shadows finally showing up now and doing numbers here in SVO?
Yeah, so one thing that I think we've been seeing is with how Meme Legends plays this deck is that he really emphasizes the card draw part of the deck, and that's really important. There's actually been sort of a re-revolution in how Last Word Shadow goes, where that because Last Word Shadow has this weakness to getting aggro down early, some players have been going back to the early tempo versions of the deck, but this is the classic maximum card draw. And Meme Legends, in fact, tries to reinforce that. He's cut, right? Usually Deathcat Reaper is a 3 of, and Krampus is often a 3 of, but Meme Legends has gone to the 3 of Gilnalise, which is a very hefty deck building cost, because Gilnalise is not a card that comes with any last word, but she serves a critical role in terms of making sure you survive. She can get rid of a follower behind a ward. So Raging Commander behind a ward is often a problem setup for last words, or 2 wards, but sometimes you use Gilnalise and just evolve and target down the Raging Commander. One of the reasons the Wrath matchup is not so good for last words. And just by playing all 3 copies, and you've seen that Chaotic Doom sometimes rolls those extra Evo points, right? Now Meme Legends has an extra way to cash in. And Chaotic Doom, this card, this is so annoying to deal with, but like, one of the funny things you can do with this card, we saw Meme Legends do it, right, is just play out the body. And there's a lot of decks that just can't win through that. So sometimes you kind of have to, a lot of the time you just want to accelerate the Chaotic Doom and get your last words count going, but sometimes you have to think about, is just tempoing out, quote unquote tempoing out, the 6 cost Chaotic Doom just better than anything else you can do that turn? And if anything, it puts a lot of chaos in the game. And that, one of the things is sometimes what you do is you think about your turn for a long time, realize you play Chaotic Doom, and then hit end turn as soon as you kill a Chaotic Doom and make your opponent deal with that situation, because now they have less time to think about how they're going to handle it.
Mate, we've given you way too many free passes for puns tonight. It's getting a bit out of hand, and I'm definitely calling the manager, I think, after this one. Last deck will be that Wrath of Blood. Again, standard, easy to see. I don't think we need to talk about this one too much. You've seen it all throughout the day. And of course, this is the lineup, right? It's not really too different. We had a brief discussion before about how you can have, a bit of a mix up here and there between a number count of Castle, of Vate, of Blitzer coming out here. Maybe sometimes Vania for some strange reason. That could be an option as well for some of these players, but this is kind of that key one. Let's just highlight, I want to say, obviously the main cards, obviously Vania, been around for a little bit now, this legendary variation. Very, very strong, right? Getting the free Evo, getting Gift of Bloodkin, that 0 cost spell, which is so intricate, right? And getting that Gyarados, I want to say, finish combo off, ready to go. And of course, we're going to give back Stormbane an easy ping damage when you have so many of those to go through at the moment. Really, really cool to see. But those are the decks from the players here for the grand finals they're bringing here for Nitro and Meme Legends. But lads, we've got to think about the bans. What do you think bans might come through after this one? We've had a lot of blood bans obviously being targeted up here. Looks like we're actually going to see the bans and you get a chance to predict, because
I'm covering it up so I can guess.
So, but maybe real quick before we get it up, what do you think the bans will be?
If I were Nitro, I would ban Spell Boost, just because that deck is so tilting to play against. Even if you're against, actually as armed, I think one of the dangers is that you can transform a lot of your arm followers into Fallen Angels. Those are not arm followers, and then you just suddenly don't get to play the game. It's just like hard to reliably beat Spell Boost. So if I were Nitro, I would ban out Spell Boost. And then if I were Meme Legends, what would I do? I'd probably go after Enhance. I think that's the deck that has the best chance of beating anything in this lineup. I swear I didn't look, but we'll see it.
And Trick, real quick from you, what bans do you think will come through?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it felt like Meme Legends maybe wanted to play against Enhance and Shadow and things like that have good matchups. But so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe like we saw a different ban from him, maybe like Blood or Dragon. I feel like Dragon's been banned out a lot and it's kind of scary, and maybe you just ban it because it's not what you've practiced against. And then for Nitro, I know he has been wanting to ban Enhance, but I don't think his opponent has it. So then maybe just go for like something, that you think could like high roll you the most, you're least confident against, like Spell Boost.
Well, let's see what it is, guys, to see what has been banned away. Unfortunately, will be Dragon being banned out on Nitro side. Meme Legends having the Spell Boost banned out as well. So Meme Legends again will be running that Blood and Shadow like we saw him run in semifinals too. Nitro, however, Blood and Portal just like we saw him run in the start of the day, I should say, with the first quarterfinals. But we are loading in now to the final matchup, the final best of 3 here, guys, of the March Cup, of these grand finals. Dawnbreakers Nitro taking on Meme Legends. Our first match in this grand final set. It will be Shadow against Portal to kick things off.
All right. Yeah, and it really feels like Meme Legends got the right side of this ban because you don't want to have to play Shadow into Blood. And so definitely like a good snipe right here, being able to play it into your optimal matchup.
Yeah. Ooh, Nitro already with 2 copies of Cutthroat in hand. You know, that as important as that card is in the deck, it's not great to have 2 copies when all 3 of your right hands are still in your deck. Maybe he can hope for some shuffle effects to get that back in, like the Kasim. Also, Kasim, great card in this matchup, especially on turn 2.
Absolutely not.
And Meme Legends has an insanely good hand here. I'm just gonna. Oh.
There you go. I guess Nitro playing some interesting tech. Wow, I'm actually surprised having both the Uranus to be able to banish a follower, and then also like that transformation. I feel like for a deck that normally maybe doesn't have a lot of answers to those things, besides like Gunslinger Automaton, like a lot of answers in Nitro's hand.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the story with. Oh no, the cut.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
No, not at all. That's kind of the story with Enhance, is that even though you're playing a lot of 1-ofs and some of them are very impactful, you can also add a lot of redundancy to those 1-ofs, right? Like, for example, the Gunslinger, the Winged Inversion, and the Uranus all serve a purpose in this matchup to deny last words. There's multiple sources of shielding to make sure you last longer in the game. So even though you have only 1 of your non-condemned cards, the way the card pool is designed for Portal gives it that consistency that you may not have expected from other decks where you can only play 1-ofs, also known as Highlander decks.
And so I think with the transformation and the banish, that means that there's only been 2 last words destroyed, I believe. And so
yeah,
I have to just find a different way to set up. I feel like usually Serb early and not getting the dogs for free is pretty bad. So I don't know what combination of cards we'll see here. Maybe like something like drawing with the Coral Souls, or playing the Istendet and just hoping you get another one because it's 2 bodies for 2 play points.
One line that jumps out here, especially because there's no more last word. Oh, okay, so I think Meme Legends is gonna use Chaotic Doom. This Evo signals Chaotic Doom, and he's hold on to the Istendet.
Rewarded.
Rewarded. One idea was also to evolve the Istendet, because that's one of the ways to get extra last words out of your hand. But I think maybe he's a little spooked by that line after how hard it was to find his Istendet against Fibonacci. So
I do really like the way he navigated that turn, because I feel like a lot of the cards like Thunder God, while they're like one of your best like ways to generate a last word, they're kind of slow. You have to like play them before and then hopefully draw into the good stuff, right? And so I feel like there he was able to use a lot of 1 play point cards that are better early, and maybe it wasn't as impressive in the moment, but it means now that all the cards in his hands are like better moving forward, so it'll make the rest of the game a lot easier.
yeah. There's also the idea that using Chaotic Doom before your other card draw, because of the RNG nature of that card, you can see how that handles and then react to that, right? So if Chaotic Doom had drawn cards, Meme Legends may have gone with a line that shrinks his hand rather than cycles, because he needs to make sure with his hand to not overdraw. And we're actually going to see him cash in the Istendet now, and then he's gonna dig into 2 more Istendets, gets another Evo point back, and
doesn't he use it?
Yeah.
Oh, he already evolved this turn. That's why. Okay. Yeah. Dang. Yeah. Getting the second Istendet into hand, we saw him jam it right away. It's like you only need 1 right in the late game, so not even having to think there at that point. And Nitro finally finding some like card draw on things to maybe try and get back into the game from just having only Cutthroats and like puppet cards to now finally getting into a lot of his condemned followers in hand.
Wow, that is all 3 Kerberos as well now for Meme Legends. So this is the time when backers really shines as the 1-of, because right now as Meme Legends, one of the hardest parts is choosing the follower to pitch with this Kerberos, and he chooses the second Istendet. So if you're Nitro right now, you know that Meme Legends only has the 1 Istendet left. But probably because of how confidently Meme Legends tossed that, you also know that he has it in hand. So is this lethal? The Istendet is going, this is 10 last words. This is going to be
it's 5 plus 5.
2 plus 4 plus 1. So that is That's 7
7.
plus 2.
Oh,
But the Cerberus Evo. Right. There we go. That is 11 damage. Storm, yeah. Wow.
There you go, right? The perfect curve to get that one in. And Nitro realizes it as well before it even comes through that it is just going to be enough. A very quick match there. Kind of reminiscent, right, of our quarterfinals one there. Meanwhile, getting that first round win. But and we're using that, you know, as a bit of a staple point, guys. Nitro ended up getting run back 2-1 at the quarterfinals when he lost that quick before. So maybe it might happen again. We'll have to wait and see. But Meeblaze is going to be very, very happy now. Has a bit of a safety net for himself as well, having that blood deck ready to go. And he needs one more to take out the March Cup here and really be kind of the player to watch out for currently in the West region.
yeah, I think that if you're Nitro, you're probably not that shook up there. Like, it was a fast win from Meme Legends, but once you queued into the matchup, you already knew you're at a disadvantage. And so I think still, like, not in that bad a spot. If you can win the Blood Mirror, then now you're playing Portal into Blood. And I think that Nitro, like, with his ban strategy and things, he's probably comfortable with that. And so it'll be interesting to see. Like, I feel like the way, like, if Nitro can take a win here, like, it could definitely shift the momentum a lot.
Yeah, Nitro does have the go first card, but Meme Legends has 2 really nice cards in his hand here in the Vampire Queen's Castle and the Scorching Grandiosity, which means he is 1 drummer away or 2 1 costs away from having a potential turn 3 Fluoro setup. These players also choosing to keep the Raging Commanders. That card is really relevant in the mirror because you can get the situation where you have a Raging Commander behind a bunch of the bats from Vampire Queen's Castle, and the best way to clear that is, of course, your own Raging Commander. So Raging Commander usually not necessarily a keep in the opening hand in other matchups, but in the mirror, he is a key player.
Nitro here, sometimes you do need to throw out your 1-drops early so that you can have like the 7 Wrath count, but also like sometimes you want to save them to get more value. And right now, like, you're not clearing anything on the board with the ping. You do have Raging the Commander though later to be able to like keep drawing more cards, and maybe you can afford to throw out some stuff now.
You got it.
I wonder if he's just a little worried about how slowly he's developing because so he went for the maximum healing there, which is usually not necessary at this point in the game, especially with a Howling Demon in hand. But I think also the other idea is that he wants to play Raging Commander this turn, and so having the Raging Commander behind a ward is going to keep it protected, right? Otherwise, and so if he had committed to that, then it makes more sense to play it in that order. But usually, you know, one would consider drawing first. This keeps him at a little higher for the same play that he was planning on, so I think it makes sense because there's very few 1-drops that Nitro could have played drawn off the Howling Stream last turn that would change this line, and this is gonna probably force Meme Legends into playing his own Raging Commander.
Yeah, and with only one of the 1-drop secured to go with the Floros spell, it's not going to be Floros this turn. So just making your own play, doing what your opponent had just done as well, and just getting the Raging Commander behind a ward.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna see some Raging Commanders back and forth, but this is actually not great for Nitro if he has to do this. This is his last Raging Commander in his hand, and not having the chance to evolve either of them is really not good. I wonder if he's gonna go for Valnoric instead. Valnoric also clears the board. With 2 copies of Valnoric in hand, I think the Eye of Redundancy is gonna be nice. I think he should hold on to that last tank. That's gonna be really good with the Raging Commander in hand. Yep, and yeah, there we go. That is the Valnoric. A little weaker on the board, but I don't think he can afford to use that last Raging Commander in hand right now with his hand the way it is.
Yeah, and having to throw out the tank there to possibly maybe throwing them out to keep Valnoric from killing herself with the pings, trying to make it so that the play around the enhance there on that 0 cost spell.
Oh. Meme Legends with the 3rd Raging Commander now. Looks like he knows what this matchup's all about.
He's more than happy, right, to get that one in hand ready to go.
The 3rd one might be a little excessive. I think he might be happier to see something like a Vania or a Vite, something to set up additional healing. As it is now, this hand's actually a little hard to deploy because the Flautist is not going to have a target unless he immediately attacks with it, but it doesn't have Wrath, so it's not going to grow. So what's his optimal line? He probably is gonna try to use the Scorching Grandiosity this turn, which means he probably starts off with Raging Commander, right? But you lose the value from your Flautist doing this, so it's just those small things that kind of annoy you if you're trying to get everything optimal. You're gonna lose healing from this, which kind of stinks. But getting the Flaros out is usually gonna be one of the better things you can do.
Yeah, I was wondering why they think maybe not really that fast track. He's gonna have Floris out. He's obviously gonna have Wrath already well active. Yeah, he's got Gyarados in hand, ready to go. He's very much getting ready to be on point here and have another commander. But we know Nitro's only got one more in hand, right, and is running out of resources. It's definitely being his way, but Nitro picking up his Gyarados there is gonna be big.
You ain't got nothing.
Yeah, well, okay, now with the Valnoric after this Raging Commander, and
Gonna be able to set up the turn 6 Gyarados with the 0-cost spell onto the Blitzer. Next turn, he could be pushing for lethal. Maybe that's what he's trying to go for here.
yeah, but it's so awkward here. I don't know if he can afford to not play this Wings because he's missing one ping to clear the board, so he has to commit the Wings or risk kind of getting... Right, the Floros Evo would be a lot more healing. Yeah, and that is going to be the saving grace for Meme Legends here. That board being
leaves Nitro in a very bad spot because now these 2 Gyarados in hand are going to be very hard to activate. So, like, after you maybe play your Howling Demon, it's like, what's next?
Right, well, I think Nitro's kind of hoping... Yeah, and then with this Valnoric, who's going to be about to be destroyed, Nitro's going to get 7 more Valnorics tossed into his deck. So he is going to have a couple of awkward turns. But I think if he redraws a Valnoric, he has a turn 7 or turn 8 setup, and that is when the go first advantage can come into play. So with the number of Valnorics that he is going to have after Meme Legends clears, Nitro does have the option. And Meme Legends really, really wants to find a steamrolling tank. There it is. It pretty much just has tanks and Gyarados left in deck at this point.
Raging Commander Gaming, most important card for me.
What you guys actually don't know is that 75% of his deck is commanders and the other 25% is tanks. So
I mean that is actually
really good math,
I believe that's I think that's like two Raging Commanders out for Meme Legends, or was it all 3? It's all 3 commanders out from both players, right? So we are in a commanderless game now.
We're in a commanderless society right now after that one.
Oh, and we do see Nitro drawing into the last ping he would need for turn 7. So maybe even are we going to see the drummers come out, the 5-cost drummers to really protect yourself? Interesting. I see Meme Legends hovering that. It might be his only way to prevent himself from dying in the next turn.
I think it's the line. There's also the idea of maybe tank plus Vite, which no, that does not seem good enough. I think Drummer, the problem with Drummer is that you have to evolve in, but Nitro does lack a board clearing effect here. So double Drummer onto this Howling Demon should be able to block a lethal unless Nitro pulls a Valnoric, I think. Does Nitro win with Valnoric? I think Valnoric might not be good enough either. Valnoric would be the card that Nitro is looking for. That is his only board sweeping effect left, I think. Or another Howling Demon.
Howling Demon,
yeah.
Howling Demon Valnoric would be...
At this point, even a Vania is not that bad because you could summon the bats first and maybe just trade 4 followers with the 3 bats in her. Definitely not the play that you want to be making, but there's maybe a couple top decks to get into.
Listen to this.
Or just draw your own drummer and then just do drummer into drummer.
Yeah. There's the Howling Demon. Gyarados? Wait, is it it?
Going for 3 damage and 2 from the Blitzer?
Yeah, there we go. There we go. And that is... Yeah.
That's gonna even things up there, right, between Nitro and Meme Legends. So grand final set now going 1-1 here. It's gonna be the Blood Mirror going in favor of Nitro and I guess Tempo favor as well, right? Going into this final match, the absolute final match we're gonna have here for the West 2023 March Cup. That's the SVO Open. It's gonna be that enhanced portal against the Blood. And honestly, lads, I think this might be the way to have our final match and end it right. I would say probably the 2 most favorite decks currently being played out there, the 2 top decks being played out there currently. Yes, we know there's loot sword being played. Yes, we know there's spell bush and whatever. But let's be honest, guys. You know at home, we know here as well. These are the two decks currently to watch out for.
Ooh.
And seeing two top players pilot it to end things off is going to be exciting.
These are some nice hands too. This hand from Meme Legends is really close to a turn 3 Floros again. I'm gonna see that theme. Maestro versus Vania is a bit of a tough choice here, especially with how many ways to deny the Maestro effect that Nitro plays, but usually it's the Maestro. It's just more consistent. And if this Maestro gets destroyed, there is like, okay. And I like this patience from Nitro, just making sure, yeah, because if he had destroyed that Maestro, if Nitro had destroyed the Maestro, God, that's a tongue twister, I swear, there would be a Floros out this turn.
Yeah, interesting. I guess too, like I was thinking about the puppet play where it's like, do you take the 0 cost puppet, which is like the default that you normally would do, or do you ever take like the 3 cost because you don't have an answer to Floros? And I guess like with the Judith or something, you might be able to like snipe it away, but not like, especially last turn denying the turn 3 Floros, like definitely critical without a good way to remove it.
Yeah, and ironically, well, I was saying Meme Legends might have been able to get it with the Vania play, but no, because he needed the, yeah, so there was no alternate line there. But yeah, I think in this matchup, the 0 cost puppet matters more just because there's so many one wards, whereas in some other matchups where there's 2/2s to destroy, that is when the enhanced puppet matters more. So it is kind of a bit of matchup knowledge, although we are currently facing a board where Nitro would benefit from having the enhanced puppet a little more. I don't know if it's critical for him to destroy this steamrolling tank, but is it possible? There is a Floros possibility here. I don't know if it's worth it for Meme Legends to go for it. It costs him the gift for Bloodkin, so that is an expensive resource to use here.
It really depends on how badly he wants it, right? And kind of some of that early damage and technically heal, even though he's pretty healthy, right? I'm pretty sure he'll be okay with that, but yeah.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I forgot the self ping. He can get the Floros no matter what he does. Yeah, without using the gift.
And the thing is, as well, right? Obviously, we know that that Blood can obviously have a really great combo, right? To normally steal a win or sneak out a win, but Meme Legends is on. I'd say Meme Legends is on more of a timer than what Nitro is, right? Where Meme Legends wants to win it earlier and is looking to win it earlier. Nitro is looking to maybe drag it out a little bit and win it a little bit later, right? Obviously, having a lot more cards that are doing big burst damage the later you go on. So Meme Legends might even think about trying to get more of that early aggro play that we can see out of this deck as well, and kind of match his Sword Brethren and try and get some extra damage in. And you can see he's really giving it some thought, right? Giving it quite a bit of time to think through and then see where to go through with this.
I think the thing to consider is that the Floros invoke gets cleared by right hand, but you want to do it anyway because that means that's a turn where Nitro cannot evolve Cutthroat. And that's going to slow down his turn 5 plays as well. And so this is pretty much going to force out an enhanced right hand. Well, there's technically there's a way to get around playing enhanced right hand, I think. But
I guess, yeah, he might even just, even if he doesn't play the right hand, he won't clear everything, but maybe it's just worth it to Nitro to get the game plan online. Like there are removal spells in hand or other things that he could use to kill the Floros. Still leaving up a lot of damage though, so it's like definitely having to weigh what's most important to Nitro at this time.
Yeah, oh, I think the actual priority kill target here is Vania and not Floros, because we saw this in the other game with Meme Legends and Fibonacci, but if Vania is left alive to evolve into a Vite play, those bats from Vite also gain Storm. So, okay, so this is going to be the Gillen Elise right into removing the Vania. There we go. So those are the priority removal targets, and also the Flautist, so everything that's powerful. But one thing I don't like about this line is that Nitro has left the Maestro in play. If you have a chance to remove Maestro, you definitely want to do it going into
this is super heads up, because if he had removed the Maestro, his opponent would have Gyarados right now and be able to play the 0 cost, the 1 ping plus the ping from Maestro and the Gyarados. So maybe that was Nitro seeing that, oh, right hand clears everything, but he actually didn't want to clear everything.
That's true. That's true. It's actually because of the number of 0 cost effects that Meme Legends has accumulated, the Gyaradeath is a bit ahead of time, but I think if you can consume those resources and heal up, it's okay. With the I'm just talking theoretically, but the problem for Nitro would have been that he would have to do that and not have Cutthroat active. So yeah, he actually has to wait the turn. You are absolutely correct. But this comes at the cost of giving Meme Legends a Gyaradeath next turn. So ooh, this is tough. This game is so close already, and it's only turn 5.
And there's that Cutthroat Evo right coming out, so Nitro will get that leader effect finally active, and Judith #1 will come out here as well. We'll actually get the perfect snipe, I want to say.
Okay, that
is huge, and also the inversion transformation.
Okay, chooses to. Okay, right. He's just maximizing his healing. Okay, wait, that's insane. That means that's gonna find another Judith. Okay, so Nitro's really finding the way to stabilize here.
Several options for this turn. Could be, Commander looks like a good option to be able to clear these followers. Could have also gone for a Floros with the Gyarados as well.
I think no matter what, Meme Legends has to go in on a Gyarados here, because there is just a chance that Nitro drops a treasure and closes out the game if he doesn't cash in on at least one Gyarados at damage. And this line also means that he can Gyarados again next turn.
Oh, wow. And it really leaves it in the hands of Nitro right now, because Meme Legends is, again, he's on that series point. He's looking to wrap things up here. Judith is going to get that clear, get the spell. Shield up, but now he's going to try and clear an 8/8 on board.
Oh no, does he have the... Okay, he has the Skewering Snare, so that will always work, but what can he do after? So Skewering Snare into Smeltwork Bodyguard, I think?
Yeah.
Looks like the line. If he goes for the Bakaha, it can work, but that's really risky because the 50-50 on where the buff Regna's Gospel lands. So it looks like, yeah, but this is 10? I think that means Meme Legends wins because the Gift for Bloodkin just removes that shield.
Exactly right. He's going to be able to burn it through. And of course, going to run through the Gyarados combo now. 3 into everybody's favorite rotation set of pings currently happening in Blood. You know what? Even puts himself in Vengeance through that as well, which I love to see as a fellow player at the end as well. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are done and dusted here. Meme Legends takes it out 2-1 against Dawnbreakers Nitro there in the March Cup. Nitro as well applauding him even at the end there. There's great sportsmanship coming out from both players there. But what a series, guys, we had there for the Grand Finals. Nitro, unfortunately, just missing out getting the Grand Final win. That would have been awesome to see him take that. Of course, not being here for quite some time. But still really good for Meme Legends as well. Was in a similar boat until the month previous as well. And we saw how well he did there. Now taking this one out, now solidifying himself, I'd say. Again, as the West player to watch now, would be on top in the brackets and the leaderboards. We'll get to see in a little bit as well. Really, really fantastic match out of both players here tonight.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if Meme is just his team name because he's just been playing like a legend this year, you know?
Gotta get another one in. Gotta get another one in.
Yeah, it's great to see those games from both of the players. I feel like Meme Legends really just continually impressed me with his ability to set up lethals. Like even in that last game, they're playing the Raging Commander to possibly find the second Gyarados, so that when he plays the first one, he has one for the next turn as well. Like I don't see him ever like tunnel visioning on one turn or like where he's at. He always is thinking about like what's coming next. And so I think that there's like a lot to learn from that. And that's definitely like something that's showing that like he's been consistently winning. Like some people say like it's kind of hard and like there's a lot of randomness and Shadowverse and things, but like 2 months in a row he's here and then like this okay. I definitely think he's showing some mastery of this, and good job to Nitro as well and good sportsmanship.
Yeah. Honestly, I was pretty impressed with this top 8 all around. I think that, you know, there were some definitely plays that we could debate. But that game, that match overall, I think each player played to their outs like every game imaginable, and that's just really cool to see. You know, like because Shadowverse is a game with a lot of randomness, but being able to take that randomness in stride and just try to force through a win, play to everything possible. Sometimes your opponent has it, sometimes they don't. Really just taking advantage of every opportunity you get is just really, I mean, that's the pinnacle of the game. You can't really do much better than that. And when you play like that, you can't be mad. You can't be too upset at how you do. Right? So.
Exactly right. And again, as you mentioned, right, Zones, an amazing top 8 that we had here. And, SCAO guys, you guys are going to step up now. Next weekend, we're going to see what you guys can bring to the table after an awesome West Cup here. But, guys, we are going to go to a short break. When we return, of course, we'll have the latest leaderboard updates for you guys coming through. A little bit of info coming into the SAO, of course, weekend coming up in the next week or so. And maybe another sneaky surprise afterwards. Hopefully, we'll be able to organize in just a short moment as well. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the short break.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shy. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, try fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beach. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. Right after we're done.
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets. Their mini breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open March Cup 2023 season, of course, for the West region. It's Baz, Trick, and Zone still here to wrap up the end of the day. An amazing top 8 that we've had here. and a really cool player interview, of course, heading your way now as well. We managed to grab a hold of Meme Legends, of course, the winner here for the March Cup, for a quick interview. So first of all, of course, Meme Legends, welcome here, my man. Big congratulations for taking out the cup.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, obviously we saw you back in the previous month, right? Go really hard, just missed shy of taking that one out. Obviously coming back here full force, brand new deck lineup, winning this cup. I mean, how do you feel after that? Basically a double month back to back of
it feels great. I definitely drew like really well above average this tournament, but I'm really happy that I managed to make it.
All right. Speaking of lineups, I'm kind of curious how you decided to go with your lineup this month, because it diverges so hard from your lineup. And I think, Last Word Shadow especially might be something to focus on, because that's a deck that's been sort of controversial in its performance in the region, as well as how it stacks up in the metagame. I think some people think it does poorly into, like in Japan, for example, they think it's not even good into enhance, right? Which I don't know. I don't understand that, but your lineup, you described your process. Curious.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Last Word Shadow is the weakest of my 3 decks. But the other options are like Loot Sword and Enhanced Portal, and I don't think that they work well in this format. You have like Enhanced Portal, which in my practice does extremely poorly into Wrath Blood. And Loot Sword, it's like a passable matchup into Wrath Blood, but then gets kind of annihilated by Enhanced Portal with all the healing and shields. So I went with Last Word Shadow, which I think can like if you draw your card draw, you can farm Enhanced Portal, and then that matches well with Wrath Blood and Spell Boost, which can kind of do the same. And that's my thought process.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like it's a really good strategy to kind of have some targets there, and also just I like to like hear the love for Shadow, and that you feel like with those draw cards and things can really be powerful. I'm curious though. I know like there's a new expansion coming up, and we're going to be playing in a different format very soon, and it's going to keep changing throughout the year. What are you feeling like for the rest of like this year and this season of Shadowverse? Is there any thoughts on like what you're feeling in like moving forward, how you'll keep preparing, or like any other players or things that you're looking out for, or just anything you want to share about the rest of the season and your thoughts towards it?
Okay, so one thing is that like in previous years, I usually bring my own like homebrew deck lists with like spicy decks or decks that people don't play at all. And while I've done well, I've never done quite this well. With 2 months consecutive playing full meta lineups. So I think going forward, I'm probably going to stick to that. Besides that, like I hope to keep going strong into the rest of the tournament.
A big congrats to you, my man, for taking this out again. I mean, you got your name for a reason, right, with the homebrew decks. So hopefully you see a little bit of that rather than a bit of spice still all throughout the season. Just final words for you, man. Anyone else you want to shout out, or any rivals you want to maybe shout out throughout this year?
I'll give a shout out to the 2 friends who scrimmed with me quite a bit. Ice Caliber, he went 5-2 this year, this tournament, and topped last month as well. So he's a pretty good player. And then, well, he goes by many names, but I'll call him Farm Pokemon. He probably doesn't want me to call him that, but yeah, he's also a good player that I played with.
Well, our fingers crossed he likes it, because you got a shout out on the stream. So I hope he does like that one at the end of the day. But no, big thanks to you, Big Legends, for joining us, man. And again, big congrats for taking out this cup. We're really excited to see how you do for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
So guys, there you go. That was Meme Legends there, of course, the winner of the March Cup here for the West region. And guys, you're looking to wrap up the stream now here as well. Again, what an amazing top 8 that we had here. We're going to have the standings now for you guys coming into this one after all the action we had here today for the March Cup. Currently, it's our top 10 coming into this one here. As you mentioned, right, we knew that Meme Legends after that one was going to be on top there at 18 points, very far ahead. Honestly, currently, if you compare the 2 months already from some of the other competitions, so definitely the player to chase down at the moment. Of course, in second place, it is the Feb Cup winner, and Nautilus coming in there with 14 points. They're followed up by third place in Melon. Then we have a bit of a tie here coming through. Fourth place, we'll say overall fourth place, KTZN and Yo from Team Rev in 12 points. And the rest of the lineup here in Ice Caliber, Dawnbreakers Shinkai, Twilight Knights, Dubski, Sai from Team Revelation, and Dawnbreaker's own Nitro, of course, just missing shy on taking out the grand finals here today as well, all tied up there for 11 points. And of course, we have a full season still ahead of us, plenty of huge cups for these guys to compete in to get those all-important league points that we're excited to see. Like we said, right, Meme Legends leading the charge there with quite an advantage there. And obviously some extra spice we're hoping to see to always mix things up and have some fun against some of the other pro players coming through. And of course, come support the community support program. Come be a part of the awesome scene here in Shadowverse, especially if, you know, you make YouTube videos, you stream any type of Shadowverse content, and of course, make some awesome articles to help support the scene, help support the players here, make some awesome plays, of course, here in the Pro League. Count up SVO.gg/CSP to, of course, upload that content, get some cool rewards, some cool card packs that can obviously hand out to the community or hoard for yourself, because you never know when there's that one animated card you want, that one leader that you're still trying to get, you still can't manage to get them, and it's that 400th card pack, and then you pull them, and then it's all been a waste. But there you go. Make sure you sign up for the awesome community support program there. Really, really cool stuff heading away. And obviously being able to support the guys that help support the game and help support the player base and new players coming in, we're always love to be a part of that. But that is it, guys, for the March, I was going to say April Cup, then jumping ahead ourselves. The March Cup there for the Shadowverse Open 2023 season. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Here for this amazing action. Final words, want to hear from you guys. I'll go to Trick first. Final words, my man, after this amazing top 8.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying the last 2 months of Shadowverse. It's great to see so many players, new players and returning players topping consistently. And like looking at that leaderboard, I saw one of the players on there. They didn't even make it to top 8 either month, but they had just consistently earned enough points to still be on the leaderboard, right? And so with so many months left in this format, I know that like it's not over yet. It's not decided. Like the top guy has like 18 points. Maybe that's like twice what you have, but there's still a lot of room, and I feel like there's a lot to look forward to moving forward.
And Zones, obviously having you on as a guest for this time round. Obviously, first off, thank you very much for joining us here for the March Cup, my man, and giving us your wisdom and your insight, of course, into everything Shadowverse. But how do you feel after this amazing top 8?
I mean, it's always a blast to cast the game. You know, I as a player, I get really stressed out playing. As a caster, I mean, there's a bit of stress in trying to figure out all the players, but I think that it's just like the getting to see what people are doing and kind of like the opportunity to even to explain thoughts, metagame insights. It's just like an unrivaled chance, and it's just a huge opportunity. And you know, like if I get to come back, I will be glad to. You guys are great to work with, and if I don't, you know, I'll just keep playing. So one way or another, I'll be part of the community for the rest of the year. So, and hopefully, as long as we keep going. So, thanks for having me on board.
We know we'll definitely see you around Zones all throughout the year, because we can't get rid of you for a start. We've tried. Trust me, guys, we tried in Mana Surge and Community Cups, we couldn't, and now we're here in the Pro League and he's still here, so there you go. But obviously we'd love to have you around, all that insider knowledge, and of course awesome gameplay. But guys, that's it from us. Make sure you tune in next weekend for the Southeast Asian Oceanic Cup there, of course. We're obviously locked down by the usual lads there in Igni, East, and Chris. Also there's a different fight to bring you guys all that action there. But from us, that's it. We'll see you next month for the April Cup here. That's us done now. We'll see you guys next time for all the continued action of the 2023 season of the Shadowverse Open West region. Until then, guys.
Tough. This game is so close already, and it's only turn 5.
And there's that cutthroat Evo right coming out, so nice. And we'll get that leader effect finally active, and Judith #1. come out here as well. We'll actually get the perfect snipe, I want to say.
Okay, that is
huge. And also, his version transformation.
Okay, right. He's just maximizing his healing. Okay, wait, that's insane. That means that's gonna find another Judith. Okay, so just remove that shield.
Exactly right. He's gonna be able to burn it through. And of course, gonna run through the Gator combo now. 3 into everybody's favorite rotation set of pings currently happening in Blood. You know what? He even puts himself in Benji through that as well, which I love to see as a local player at the end as well. And there you go, ladies and